Don't give up on me, yeah. 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 Don't give up on me. give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
Hello and welcome everybody to another wonderful day of esports here at the Rainbow Six North American League. I'm your host, Doe. With me are my two analysts as usual, Caliber Jacob and Jesse J. Chick. And we have none other than Joe Bro, the lead analyst from Sqonis. Is he a Joe who is a bro? Is he a bro Joe? We may never know.
I mean, we can ask him.
Yeah, oh, he's right here. Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thanks,
Good.
Doe. I'm really excited for the second day and ready to watch some more games.
All right, as are we all. How are you two doing over there? All the way on the other side of the big screen, the
We
cyber
miss you
wall.
over there.
I was gonna say, how's the weather?
It's pretty good, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't it always
we're
good?
indoors, that helps.
I mean, we are in
always
Los
good in
Angeles, so
Cal-
it's
Yeah,
usually
exactly.
pretty good. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
We're not too far away from the beach. It's been pretty sunny. There have been a couple of days where I thought, hey, maybe we get like 100-degree weather, which I know you don't understand because you don't use the Freedom units, but still.
30?
It's been good.
35? I don't know. I'm from
What's the
Canada.
conversion rate again? Like,
Canada, the weather's always nice here compared to when we get back home, I'll tell you that.
How many loonies is it?
Shut up.
I feel like
never
everyone
been to
defaults to that if they don't know Canadian anything. They'll just default to loonies for some reason.
That's true.
Like,
They call the dollars loonies. It's adorable. That's why we
do.
got the maple leaf in the logo. There we go. But we got a lot of Rainbow Six to recap to talk about as well. Playday 5 was exciting, as it always is. And the standings are kind of shaking up to be as crazy as we imagined they would. Here's a bit of highlights from yesterday.
Yeah, we started off with Beastcoast Parabellum, which was a bit of a split one. I heard a lot of the fans were thinking Parabellum would run away with it, and they started to. Gunner was really making the case that PB would have a fantastic time. He went 12-0 to start this match off, but eventually Beastcoast realized how to shut him down. Drip mentioned in an interview, once they figured that one out, it was an easy game from there. They closed it out. Beautifully done by them.
yeah, and we go right back to Villa. It was like we saw Villa 2 times back-to-back. We saw Border 2 times back-to-back. And with this XSET TSM game, every single person on the desk picked TSM, said they had no reason to not pick TSM, and suddenly XSET, on the back of a couple of excellent shotgun and defensive plays when they switch sides, suddenly get not just a win, but a regulation victory at that. It was incredibly close. Similar thing here, almost everybody except Joe picked DarkZero, so we'll give him the glory on this one. And this game was where Iconic finally brought Astralis back into the forefront. They've had 2 weeks, they've been on the shelf a little bit, and then this game cemented that they definitely are still in the hunt for the Berlin Major.
And our next game should be Sqonis coming up, which was a absolute barn burner. Couldn't believe that both sides on attack went up 5-1, forced us to overtime. That was statistically interesting. And then thankfully, Sqonis able to close it out 8-6 in OT.
Bit of a heart attack game there, eh, Joe?
Oh yeah, very much so. But
Were you actually happy with that performance? I mean, yes, they won, but could they have done better?
I'm very happy with that comeback because it takes a mental resilience.
While mental resilience, not quite what Mirage had. After they went up 3-0, it was a pretty nice start from them. Oxygen maybe playing a little silly at the start of that game. Oxygen sharpened up though, managed to go for some really big plays and turn things around, winning 7 of the next 9 rounds afterwards. Some suspicious plays, this one from Laxing, one that maybe Mirage would have liked to avoid, but unfortunately not the way that it went. OXG take the regulation win 7-5.
Yep, that's right. And that brings us to our MVP for yesterday. And we mentioned a little bit earlier, it was Iconic, finally back in form. And he'd played okay earlier in the stage for Astralis. But yesterday, I feel like we got to see Charlotte Major Iconic. We got to see stage 1 Iconic. The guy was awesome.
I've been really disappointed with Iconic up until yesterday because he has been really quiet compared to what we've seen historically. Usually he is that top fragger for his team. He's always up there putting through the numbers. But so far this stage, the first 2 weeks, didn't really show up. We finally saw that today. Had a great day, 2.5 KD. Was really finding that impact on the roam. Of course, Finka LMG always helps. 1.53 EPS. You just don't really get too much better than that on a day like yesterday.
I mentioned this yesterday too, is that Iconic actually had a full strength team again. DP Fire being back is really powerful for them so that he can just focus on what he wants to do in the round.
Yep, that's right. So on that note, let's take a look at today's schedule to see what we have to look forward to. A lot of great matches and a lot of very important games for a lot of teams. But I feel like we're going to be saying that same thing for every day for the rest of the stage, aren't we?
I mean, true. We'll look a little bit more at actual major implications for our last 3 days, but we've been talking about it all stage because it's been that competitive. But if we look at, we start off with a game of two teams that are looking to still find some ground and maintain it for the last couple of play days. Same thing with DarkZero to see if they can't get back up. TSM have been on a bit of a hot streak as of late. XSET and the Sonics are about to clash, and neither one of them look like they've slowed down since the stage started. And then everyone else is kind of looking like they're just trying to fill the gaps in, so to speak. So every single part of today has its own storyline as we go through it.
Yep, that's right. And so let's take a look at a couple of those storylines in particular. Our headlines for today, our final day of week 3 of stage 2 of the Rainbow Six NAL. Our first headline is DarkZero versus TSM. We're calling this one from first to last because that's kind of how it's been, right? I mean, DarkZero struggling a little bit and TSM being the TSM that we saw win SI earlier in the year.
Yeah, DarkZero, unfortunately, didn't have the best start to the stage. They did bounce back Playday 4, and I thought that they were back for good. Unfortunately, did take the L to Astralis the other day. But I don't know. I still think that they can bounce back maybe against the TSM that do look very, very good right now. It's not going to be an easy game by any stretch of imagination, though.
Absolutely. Any comments on that one?
Oh, I just think that TSM going to Villa was an interesting choice. Obviously, didn't work out for them. But against DZ, I would like to see them continue to play on maps that are strong for them attacking-wise, so that they can win those attacking halves and win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, our second headline of the day is going to be Mirage versus Beastcoast, and this one's going to be interesting. Spoiler alert, because remember, last stage, Beastcoast was looking strong. They were looking like they were cruising into the Charlotte Major until they ran into Mirage and took a loss, which kind of shocked us all. And here we are again today. Beastcoast on a great hot streak right now. They're looking very good, but they're running into Mirage. Now, on paper, obviously, this is one where you would expect Beastcoast to win, but you just never know. And Mirage has got to get a win at some point this stage, right? Right?
I mean, I'm more specifically looking at this Mirage team still finding constant improvement over the past couple of games.
Yeah.
Like, where it might have been like a 7-2 or 7-1 to start the stage off, in spite of still being in an online setting, it's gone up to 7-5. They've done as best as they can without scoring a single point so far through this stage. And against a Beastcoast team that still looks like it has some things to exploit, you couldn't do it yesterday against OXG if you're Mirage, but maybe a team like Beastcoast, who have always historically been just a little bit below oxygen on the totem pole, maybe they could do something here, and they do have that win from last stage to suggest that they understand a little bit about how to beat that style.
This is kind of make or break for Beastcoast as well. If they beat Mirage in regulation, they've got around a 66% chance of getting to the major. That's pretty decent odds for a team that I don't think many people had getting to too many majors at the start of this year.
Yeah, they have looked explosively good in the last few games now, though. So, again, you expect them to be able to take that one today, but we thought the same thing last stage, and we all know what happened. So I'm going to have to wait and see. That's going to be a fun one to watch either way. I'm looking forward to that one. You know what else I'm looking forward to? Time? Some tweets.
Let's do it.
That's right. It's time to take a look at some of the tweets we received on the last play day of NAL. We'll start out with this one here from good old Rexon. Yeah, looks good on the desk. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah.
Agree.
Look at you.
Permanent edition.
You're over here like just throwing up tweets from your teammates as if the bias isn't. We might as well just turn this into the Sonic show at some point.
To be fair, I didn't pick this.
Are you sure this isn't some shade being thrown there? Like, he wants you to be a permanent addition to the desk. Does that mean he does not want you to be?
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Richie, we're going to have to ask a conversation later to understand the intention of this tweet. So
Drama.
Could be some hidden meaning in here. We gotta
Yeah.
read between the lines a little bit on that.
he's had enough of me. I've helped him enough. So
I'd be concerned if I were, yeah. Let's move on to the next one. We'll forget about that one. It's another,
God.
yeah.
The one time you were a real one for Astralis, I see.
Yep,
I see
yep,
it.
yep.
Is
you picked
every
it.
tweet just going to be about Joe on this pre-show? Is that what we're going for?
I'm fine with it. I'm on the Joe train too. Let's put up more.
I mean, you've been killing it prediction-wise. Let's see if you
yeah.
can
Thank
continue
you.
the results
crushing
today.
us.
Hopefully.
Yeah, next tweet. What do we got? Is kind of like doing that kind of things. Yeah.
Oh,
Ah, that's C4 toss,
Toss
yeah.
out the C4. Yep, it works.
That was the one that he threw it when the defuse kit was already down.
Yeah.
And then he ran to the other side of the map, and then when the attackers came to pick up the kit, he detonated it right when they picked it up, and then won the 1v2 that he never should have been able to win. That was actually a crazy play.
If he
was
doesn't win
super
that
heads up.
round, DarkZero actually probably wins that whole game. Hot take.
It goes to overtime.
Yeah, for sure.
At the very least, yeah.
Yeah.
Iconic making iconic plays. As we saw in stage one, good to see him do it again in a.
We have a little bit too much fun saying his name on stage sometimes.
It's a cool name. He's a cool player. Let's move on to the next tweet. What do we got? It's gonna be, hey, it's a treat for me. Hey, there you go. It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
We baited successfully. Our wonderful social media manager managed to bait the TSM fans into picking against their own team just because they will click anything that says TSM without thinking about it.
See, you had the OG poll, the one that we had on screen, but this one was the one that actually determined that XSET were going to win in the first place. So
Yeah,
it's the fans' fault TSM lost.
The funny thing is that you look at the original prediction tweet from like early in the day. You know, they do this series of tweets where everyone can make their predictions going into the start. By far for TSM to win it. And then this tweet comes out, and you know, pretty considerably TSM is picked to lose it. So, well, you know,
TSM never loses Twitter polls, even
They
when
really
it means they're going to lose games.
That's the
That's right.
problem.
patting themselves in the back there. They are winners. Good job, TSM fans. Always entertaining. Let's move on to the next one. From Drip himself, Gunnar is a beast for sure, low-key. Pisses me off that he's actually talented. Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
Are we
Drip had a
certain
lot of
Drip
words.
wrote this tweet? You're actually admitting Gunnar is
I
talented?
know,
He's
right?
a cry for help. So
Drip had a lot of words about Gunnar on our interview yesterday, but I like that on social media. He has to admit there's a lot of skill over on that side. And even if they didn't get the win, like Gunnar definitely deserves some respect for that performance yesterday.
absolutely, and with Gunnar specifically, Parabellum finds ways to enable him really well.
Yeah.
And you want to see that out of a young player. So as Parabellum continues to do that, they should start to win more games.
I would imagine, yeah. It's certainly starting to look that way, although a little bit shaky lately. Let's move on to our next tweet. It's going to be from Slash.
God.
Dear
this.
Christ.
What in the world is going on in this tweet?
Spencer Oliver,
All right, then.
live reaction right there.
There you go. That's what I remember seeing this during the broadcast. Identical. No photoshopping done. One more tweet, I think. Or how many more tweets do we got? Was that it? Or do you got one more? Oh, there's it. Oh, it's me again. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
The coin loves Mirage.
What can I say? Like, it's not me. It's not me. Again, I'm only the vessel. And I said it before I flipped it yesterday, that the coin loves Mirage. The coin has picked Mirage something like 4 out of 5 times now, or something like that.
So if we throw that into a volcano, Mirage are finally going to start winning.
Maybe it is. I mean, it's like the One Ring, the monkey's paw, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. That's it. Well, I think we either have one more tweet or no, that is it. That is all of our tweets. So again, don't forget that all of you at home can also tweet at us, have your chance to have your lovely tweets up on the board, of course, and also tell us your predictions as well at R6 Esports NA on both Twitter and Instagram, and you can use the hashtag on Twitter, which is hashtag R6NAL. So we've got a little emote next to it. It's cool. Yeah. Paid good money for that, but it's worth it. That's right. Well, we're gonna take a
Genuinely,
quick
how much
break.
do we pay Twitter for that?
Yeah, we won't talk about that. That's way above our pay grade anyway. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get the day started on the Rainbow Six North American League. Don't go anywhere. We'll return in just a few.
to you, close to you, close to you.
Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, heading out for peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right?
And Beastcoast put another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. Flawless. Round 4 goes their way. DarkZero in full control. Grabs one hell, but Thuxay so good. Thuxay absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Sonics take the lead again. A big victory from Spacestation. XSET.
They play it out perfectly.
And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive.
Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
It is time, everyone, to start another day of the Rainbow Six North American League. Welcome to the desk. I'm your host, Doa. With me are my two regular analysts, Jesse J. Chick and Caliber Jacob. And today we also have lead analyst from the Sonics organization, Joe Bro, joining us this week. You were here yesterday. Did you enjoy it yesterday? How was it kind of making the transition from behind the camera to in front of it here?
Oh yeah, it's a tough transition for sure, but it's very fun. I had a great time yesterday. I learned a lot. I got a lot of great advice and feedback. So just have to apply it one step at a time.
Yeah, well, you're the guest. You're here to just have fun. And
So
drop some
you
knowledge.
don't
That's
have
it.
to do anything. We have to do something different.
This guy is so professional. Look at all the pressure he's putting on himself. He's just like a guest for 1 week. Dude, just relax. Just enjoy it. But there's a lot to enjoy today, especially when it comes to our matches. We'll get into the one that we'll start with in just a moment. But first, let's talk a little bit about Playday 5. What was the kind of the big surprises out of that? I guess for you, maybe surprised that Sonics got the win after the way that that series started, huh?
Yeah, again, 5-1 down is on that map in particular, is statistically not favorable.
To say the least, yeah.
So to be able to bring it back just really showcased the mental resilience of the guys. Super proud of them for that. And then getting the 2 points was absolutely huge for our run for Berlin.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the standings to see where every team is at right now going into the 6th day of Stage 2 of the North American League. And we do have Sonics going up to 4th place. So currently, if nothing else were to change, they would have that major spot. We got a lot of games left to play, though. But a lot of interesting stuff on that. I mean, again, only 4 points separates 9th from 1st.
Hey, we talk about how tight the race is. I don't really think we're giving XSET that much credit, funnily enough. We know that they're a very good team. They were one of the guys who went to Charlotte, and we've seen like how both Astralis and DarkZero have done in spite of also being there and going to the grand final. But XSET went toe-to-toe yesterday with the current world champions, who themselves look like they're on a bounce back, and it's showing the dynamic between the new fast-paced style that XSET themselves look like they're writing and the old guard style that we've seen TSM run for a long time. So they're at the very top of the list right now, even if they're tied with OXG and TSM, but they're still a top team in NA, and showing last stage wasn't a fluke.
Yeah, I agree. We have not hyped up XSET to the extent that we probably should have. That game over TSM was fantastic. I thought Kino had some great plays on Smoke. I thought their site play in general was really, really good. TSM making some questionable moves, some silly mistakes in my opinion that I think did cost them in the end, but they're still here on tied with 10 points. They could be at 13, but they lost that game, so they're still here with 10.
Yeah, I mean, look towards the bottom of the standings, too. We have DarkZero, our Charlotte Major champions, with just 6 points. Sure, they've got a chance to come back, but they really need to start getting some wins ASAP to make that happen. Same goes for Parabellum. I mean, a team that looked really good, honestly, coming into Stage 2, have now fallen off a little bit. Could still see that resurgence, but it's going to take a lot of work. I mean, the entire bottom half of the pack there, I mean, is going to need that.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where, like, if you're at 6 points after today is over, it's going to be very tough to claw your way back up into the top 4. Like, it is an incredibly close stage, and it's definitely still possible, even if you lose here in your DarkZero PB, but it's getting to that point where, like, realistically, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Well, let's talk about our first match of the day, which is actually going to be Spacestation Gaming taking on Parabellum. And both of these teams coming off of losses yesterday. And just like you said, Jesse, they are really in a position where they need to get the wins going. Obviously, Parabellum having that 5-7 loss to Beastcoast, and then Spacestation looking like they were way out front with a 5-1 lead in the first half of their match against Sonics. But Sonics clawing their way back into that one, winning it. Both of these teams, got a lot to do.
Yeah, I think both these teams have had relatively disappointing starts to their stages. I mean, Parabellum, you know that they're always hyped up on themselves, and they do believe that they can push through, and especially with how good Gunnar and Blaz were looking at the start of this stage, I kind of expect them to be a little bit higher than they currently are, but they've had a couple of stumbles. They've been getting read pretty well by their opponents, Beastcoast and DarkZero, their last 2 games, both of them resulting in L's for Parabellum. SSG especially, though. I feel like SSG is an organization, as a team, that are used to being at the top of the leaderboards. They're used to winning games, and this stage, with how tough the competition has been, even if they're close matches, they're still dropping games more often than they're winning them. They've got to change that right now if they want to make it to the major.
Yeah, that last game they had against Sonics yesterday obviously is depressing. And if you look at how, like, that stat right there on the right-hand side, 9th place in defense. Now, that's because they had 5-1 halves on border of all maps, and defensive competition is obviously super close. But if you wanted a team that maybe Parabellum could take advantage of, grab a couple of points, suddenly Spacestation actually looks like a squad they might be able to do that kind of thing against, given their current track record and how close Parabellum came to actually defeating Beastcoast yesterday. So somehow it looks like SSG is a bottom table team, and it sucks saying that out loud.
Yeah, well, here's their chance today to sort of start to get a bit of a comeback going. And, like we saw, second on attack in the league right now. They don't need a lot of help in that department. They just need help when the tables turn, right? When the half switches and now they're on defense. We saw what happened yesterday. We'll see if they can do a bit better against Parabellum. Let's talk about Parabellum a little bit coming into this one. Now, this is a team, again, that made some changes between stages. They brought in Blaz, they brought in Gunner, players that had some experience with some of the roster before. So the coach saying, you know, it didn't feel like a total rebuild. And I feel like we saw examples of that early on. We saw great individual performances, especially from players like Gunner. But as a unit, this team still definitely has a bit of like coalescing to do.
I think with the two new players that they brought in, Parabellum got better, but I don't think they changed significantly. I still feel like they have the same identity where they like to get very aggressive on defense. They like to go for a couple of swings. And one player that did that fantastically yesterday was Gunner.
Yeah.
Gunner was roaming all over the map on Villa the other day. He was starting off 12-0 on the stat sheet. He was completely rolling over Beastcoast. They couldn't find him on the drones. They couldn't pin him down. But eventually they started to find him, and when he started to get caught, it felt like Parabellum just didn't really have anything after him to stand up.
There's a reason we're looking at him next to Sqonis, though, because remember back when he was the third highest rated player in the world at the Sixth Invitational? What has happened to Sqonis? Obviously, you wanted to bring somebody like Gunner in to be that spearhead, take some of the pressure off the rest of Parabellum to do well, and yet Sqonis is down here. This is just their Playday 5 results, 19-3. I keep asking week in and week out, when is Sqonis actually going to show up on the roam, whether he's playing vertical? Something about his play style somehow doesn't mesh with what Parabellum is trying to do these days anymore, and he's turned from a superstar into one of the worst rated players overall in the league right now. He has the worst EPS of anybody not named Guerra, and that is a huge deal considering where this Parabellum squad needs all their individual players to be right now.
So, Joe Bro, I'm going to ask you, as the analyst here for one of the organizations, when you look at the state that Parabellum is in, you know, what would you be looking at to try to correct things?
I definitely want to see, again, continuing to enable Gunner in the way that the team is. I want to see more trades. When he dies, I would love to see him traded more. Keep those advantages rolling. Right now, Parabellum is one of the lower rated teams in terms of 5v3s converted into wins. And when you have a 5v3, you already are up 2 men. So they're giving those back almost more than any other team in the league right now.
Wow, that's fascinating, actually, because that's again, like a stat you're only going to hear from an analyst. That's something that a lot of other people wouldn't be necessarily checking out, but that's huge, right? So it's kind of how to take those numbers advantages and then translate those into wins. I'm going to follow up with that and ask you, how do you do that?
Yeah, so specifically this is for attack for Parabellum, that's where the issue is.
Yeah.
And so tracking that, I look to see just who's getting the opening kill, and then also looking at the second kill to see, is it giving them an advantage or a lead in the rounds? And then tracking that to see if it's actually ever equalized back to a 3v3, a 2v2, or a 1v1. And in that case, I track it separately. But in this case, I'm looking for just 2-man leads at different points in the rounds to see how teams are translating their early leads into actual round wins.
Right, exactly. Like, are you turning those numbers advantages into favorable trades? Because now you have the extra kind of like luxury of bodies, as it were, you know, things like that. But it'll be interesting to see what Parabellum could do today. Over on the other side of the arena in Las Vegas, we have their opponents, Spacestation Gaming, of course. SSG, I mean, rough loss yesterday. It looked like they had it in the bag, honestly. 5-1 lead over Sqonis, but Sqonis said no. They came back, won that one. So this is going to be not only a match where they realize they need to win it because they need the points, but there's also, I think, the mental fortitude aspect coming into this one for Spacestation, where things have gone not so great. You need to overcome that. You need to take it one day at a time, and they need to play better today.
Yeah, I think that for Spacestation, obviously this has not been the best stage for them so far. 7th place is typically not where we want to see this squad, but I do think their tides are about to turn. I think the strengths and weaknesses we saw from Spacestation yesterday against the Sqonis match up almost perfectly with what we're going to see from Parabellum today. The big thing that they were doing well yesterday against the Sqonis earlier on was they were droning those off-site roamers really, really well. When Sqonis were playing isolated and risky, they got shut down super hard, and that is exactly the way the Parabellum like to play. Is what Joe was talking about, right? These isolated players that lose their their opening pick and then don't manage to convert things, or if they do win it, then it's still falling apart, and they're not like translating that into round wins. What I didn't think Spacestation did super well was letting Sqonis take control of their bomb site with these direct takes. Sqonis were inside the site, planting round after round after round. Spacestation couldn't really control that. When you looked at Parabellum's game yesterday against Beastcoast, they spent so long stalling outside the site. They weren't trying to get in. They were trying to go for more of those clears, and that's something that we just didn't see Sqonis doing against Spacestation. And so for Parabellum, I'm a little worried about how they're going to match up against this SSG squad, and I'm feeling good about SSG potentially getting their first win in a little bit now.
See, I wouldn't have a problem with that if it wasn't for the team kind of as a whole feeling like they're on a bit of a downturn. I'm worried about Bosco, I'm worried about Fultz, I'm worried about Rampy. I look at these guys who are traditionally superstars in their own right, and they've gone down to being average, which for them isn't a normal trait. So I look at their accomplishments and their skill level, knowing that they are perfectly capable of accomplishing bigger and better things, and yet somehow it still hasn't happened yet.
Got to do some jumping jacks too, get the blood flowing. Always a good idea. A little bit of cardio before you sit down.
Does he have hand warmers in there too? I think he was just trying to get
Probably.
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell.
There you go. They're getting ready, and we are too. And the map has been chosen. So we're going to find out where we're headed. The bands are in. And so, take it away.
Well, let's see. Villa Clubhouse. Villa, the first one off the board for Parabellum. This is a very good map for them. They're 1-1 this stage against Astralis and Beastcoast. Of course, we've seen that. That loss just last Playday, but I do think it's a strong map for Parabellum still, so I like that SSG are taking it off the board. Then Theme Park and Bank. Theme Park going to be one of those maps that is a permaban for Spacestation. They're the only team in the league that have yet to play 2 of the 3 new maps. Every other team has at least played 2 of them so far. Skyscraper being the other one SSG have never played, and then Chalet Cafe coming through. Chalet going to be one that Spacestation is on a 4-game losing streak on. They don't like this map at all, and Cafe, one of these 2 teams played in stage 1. It was a 7-4 game for Spacestation, so Parabellum, they don't want to repeat that.
I kind of don't like the border's gone all the way through here because we've already seen Spacestation played 3 times in one stage where there's only 5 games that they've played like total. I'm looking for them to do something different, which means it's Oregon, which is a map they've already lost, or we see something totally different. So no Oregon, no border. We finally have it.
Oh,
there it is.
wow.
The first skyscraper of the North American League Stage 2 is finally on deck. And I actually don't really know how I feel about this because we haven't seen it yet. When it was played back in stage 1, it was interesting seeing how people were going to take it, but this was one of the most defensive-sided maps in the league last stage.
Yeah, and to build off of that, Jacob, I was thinking that SSG would want to stress Parabellum on attack specifically, but Skyscraper is right now sitting around a 65% defensive win rate, which is a really interesting approach to take a defensive favoring team to a defensive map. So I guess SSG's taking the approach of our attacks are better, and so are our defenses.
Yeah, I'm hyped to see Skyscraper. Again, we have not seen this all stage, so it's going to be fun to finally see a map played. We've got so many maps in the map pool, right? So it stands to reason that we might go a whole stage without seeing one played, but it's nice to get a bit of variety, isn't it?
I mean, we also look at like that defensive stat just as a point of, one point of reference. Right now, the current way that attacks and defenses sit means that on attack, there will be a little bit more of a discrepancy. So if you're a first-placed attacking team compared to whoever the bottom is, Mirage, then it won't mean there will be a larger gap between the two. But on defense, it's so close that even though Space Station currently ranks all the way down here, or sorry, they're first on defense, but they're 5th overall. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stage. Right now, they're 9th on defense. It won't matter nearly that much because there will be considerably less of a gap between teams. It's only like a couple % off from one team to the next. So Space Station stats took a hit yesterday because of that border game, but it's probably not going to be all that big of a deal in the long run.
I'm wondering if we'll see an Azami ban, because this should be the first time Skyscraper is being played this stage when Azami is available. So that op is going to really favor the defense a lot.
Yep.
And already at 65% win rate.
I feel like both these teams love Azami. I feel like SSG are the type of team that will try stuff like that, and I think Blaz is a fantastic Azami player. So I feel like my prediction on the operator bans is Azami will get through.
It's been banned more often than not lately.
It has. It really has, but new map, you never know.
What did we see for one game yesterday, I think?
Yeah, at least one, maybe
one or two.
Maybe two.
Maybe two. I don't know. We should write this down somewhere. Anyway, it's time to check out some predictions here. It's time to find out what the analysts, what the casters, what the coin, what you at home think about who is going to win our first map of the day. First things first, we'll shoot it over to our casters who are waiting, just waiting to tell us what they think. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Pengu and Taro. How you doing? What do you think? Parabellum versus Space Station.
Good morning. This one's an interesting one, right? Because when we were sitting down prepping for today last night, one of the conversations that came up is like, Parabellum passes the eye test. They don't look like they're that bad of a team, yet statistically they actually are not a very good team if you really dive into the numbers. So it's hard because I want to root for Parabellum, but at the same time, I think in this matchup, I have to give SSG the edge.
Okay.
So the thing is, we casted the Sonics SSG game yesterday, and they were Spacestation was heavily struggling against the cheese strats, the plants, etc. Parabellum's the kind of team to do that kind of playstyle as well. Although this is on Skyscraper, where I don't think it's as prevalent as it is on Border. So I think it's gonna be very close, but I will go SSG.
All right, so 2 for Space Station Gaming. It seemed like it was a pretty easy choice when it came down to it, huh?
Yes.
Not that easy.
No cast divided. I will say I don't think it's going to be a blowout. As much as I think that Space Station is going to win, I do think it will be relatively close.
I'd agree with that.
I've lost faith in Space Station. I think I said this yesterday.
You did.
I've lost faith in Space Station in the sense that it's just like I don't have the comfort there that I used to of them like being able to like decisively win a match anymore. I just and they're watch. I'm going to say that, and then they're going to like 7-1 Parabellum, and I'm going to be like, I'm an idiot.
I mean, it's whatever our predictions have been. It's kind of been the opposite lately. So you might be right, but you might be wrong by being right, or you might be right by being wrong. I guess we'll just find out.
What are you saying right now?
I don't know.
Makes sense.
We're going to check back in with our casters in a moment here as the map gets started. But for now, our analysts, our guests, let's find out what you think. Let's start with you, Jesse. What's your call today?
Well, Parky and Pengy are in agreement, and I think I am as well. I'm going to go Space Station for the reasons I mentioned in the pregame. I think that Space Station match up pretty well against Parabellum. I really think that their roam clearing is pretty solid against those kind of individual risky roams, and I think Parabellum do a lot of those, so I'll pick SSG.
All right.
Came down to the map choice for me and the starting side. We're seeing SSG considerably better team on defense. Usually, if we're not counting the stats from the last game on this one, usually. And we're looking at a Skyscraper map, which I also don't necessarily think Parabellum will have stratted out nearly as much, hopefully, because I'd like to think a more experienced team will have a little bit more in the back pocket for something like a Skyscraper. So it's a 49% chance, but I'm giving it to Space Station.
All right, so a lot of picks for Space Station. Joe, are you going to go the same route, or are you going to switch things up a little bit? Now, you are currently our predictions leader at 80%.
A lot of pressure.
Only one day, small sample size, but you do have that added pressure. That's true.
I will say I believe that SSG is the better foundational team. I think that the way that Parabellum plays with their style and identity is actually holding them back in terms of fundamentals. Okay. So I would love to see Parabellum prove me wrong here. I have to go with SSG because they are the more sound team fundamentally, and I believe that they will close out these rounds a lot cleaner than Parabellum will.
All right, so another one for Space Station. Let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be Parabellum heads. Space Station will be tails as per the graphic, as per usual.
This is looking bad. We really...
Whoa!
It's really bad
Wait,
now.
you've only dropped the coin once before.
This is...
Should I reflip it, or should we just go what's on the ground?
What happened last time?
Go with what's on the ground.
What happened last time
Go
you
with what's
dropped
on the
coin?
ground? Are you sure?
Yeah, caught on the ground.
Can we do that? Well, can we zoom in? I don't think
Your
we can
coin.
zoom
I
in.
think you can
All
do
right,
that.
If you touch it, is
I
it
will
cursed?
pick this up. Oh, this is hard with a knee injury. It's a bad time to drop it. All right, well, it's heads. You can verify if you zoomed in at home. It's heads. So the coin says Parabellum.
This means something different when he doesn't catch it. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's an omen, good or bad, who knows. Let's see what the community has to say, Space Station or Parabellum. They're going to say Space Station as well. All right, I mean, the thing is, we know that the curse happens when everyone, including the coin, picks a team. Then they always lose. But when everyone picks it except for one, then usually it's the majority. So we'll see what happens there. We've got our community poll to take a look at, too. What's the question going to be? Who's more likely to bounce back into top 4, Parabellum or Space Station? That's kind of just
What
like...
was the last time Parabellum was in top 4?
Stage 1
been a
on
little
last
while.
year, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they make top 4?
Yeah. No,
Mirage did.
Mirage did. Parabellum wasn't in the league last year.
There you go.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Lots to talk about, lots to think about.
Got him.
As we get ready, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, the first match of the day begins. Don't go anywhere. The Rainbow Six North American League returns in just a few.
Welcome, everybody, to our very first matchup of the day. I'm Intero, joined by Pengu. Pengy and Parky, as the desk called us. And we're starting things off with the Canadian organization of Parabellum versus the American organization of Spacestation.
That we are.
It should be a good one.
The red against the orange/yellow.
Yellow.
It's yellow?
It's not orange.
The red against the yellow.
Red against the yellow.
Yes.
I don't know what you're trying to do. Is there some kind of red versus yellow debate that there's usually at play there? I don't know. I mean, we say red, but Parabellum have changed up their colors quite a lot. They've got some really nice jerseys. We praised them on the broadcast a couple weeks ago, actually, about how nice their new jerseys look. I'm not talking about the state.
Sure.
New Jersey.
Sure.
Was just an anecdote before we get into this. I remember how confusing it was. New Jersey has a team in the NHL, and they debuted a New Jersey, and it was the New Jersey jersey.
Oh my God.
Or the New Jersey jersey.
That
New Jersey was what it was. But anyway, we're going to have something that we haven't had on our screen. Skyscraper has not appeared yet in Stage 2 at all. We're going to break that streak. Why not? And go to Japan, the location of Skyscraper. If you are newish to our broadcast, they've been Skyscraper, along with Border and Theme Park, re-added to the map pool. Skyscraper's pick rate, though, has maintained a very low percentage, teams sticking with all reliable, which could speak to just the fact that it is a 9-map map pool and is a best-of-1 series, so you can ban out the maps you don't know very well. But Skyscraper does offer a lot of flexibility. We see teams go to all 4 bomb sites quite routinely. Operator bans are coming in as we start underway. Parabellum on attack, SSG on defense. Banning Ying against SSG and banning Lion against SSG, that's what we tend to see from these teams. They don't like the cheekiness that Spacestation brings with those 2 operators.
No, they don't. I mean, with the Maverick being banned out, it makes sense to ban the Kaid as well to answer, because those walls can be so hard to get through otherwise, because those kite claws can be put in positions. You can't just grenade from below, which is a normal way to deal with those pieces of gadgetry. Valkyrie last operator to follow along, of course, to deny information on the side of the defenders. So we're going into like a pretty quote-unquote normal Skyscraper in terms of the operator bans. Of course, the Ying is a target ban, as you mentioned, against SSG. It's something that most teams just have to respect and say, this is too big of a problem for us. We don't want that trouble. And it's one of the reasons why having a strong flex player like SSG has Hot and Cold, who can bring out those operators, is such a big value card for them. You know, if you can play the Munty or the Glass, the Ying, the Lion, etc., you're just forcing out different operator bans for free practically, giving you so much more space in your own operator ban selection whenever you get into those matchups.
So we'll take you through the bomb sites here on this map, but we don't have any data. Or data, depending on how you choose to pronounce it. Data or data. How do you say it, by the way?
I think because I'm foreign, I kind of use both. Like Garage and Garage, I say both, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean, Garage is just flat out incorrect, so that's fine.
That's great.
That's Garage. Okay. Garage is just incorrect, just like we don't call the first floor a basement. That said, because Skyscraper has no overall numbers, we can't reference stage number 2, but if we really wanted to, we could very easily go back to the last real opportunity to get to pull data from Skyscraper, which is the Charlotte Major. That was the last LAN event that we had. DarkZero won that. You've heard us talk about it on the broadcast a lot. It was also highlighted in the pre-show, and we'll reference those numbers because it isn't uncommon to see all 4 of the bomb sites show up on this map, though, as you come to expect, there are 3 that will appear more frequently. 30 seconds into the round, and there's your very first exothermic charge. If you look at the lineup from Parabellum, nothing really that unusual. Thatcher remains open because it's a Mav and a Ying ban, so the Heart Breachers will be enabled in a strong way. A Bandit pick, because Kaid is banned, is a bit unorthodox, but we've seen Bandit before on Skyscraper to fulfill that role that Kaid is no longer able to do because he is banned out.
Yeah, you're not trying to force out pieces of utility from the attacker, so by just pre-placing down those bandit batteries, you either force out the EMPs or grenades below or any sort of soft destruction from downstairs, and that's essentially what you have to do, because if the attackers have 4 grenades they can just toss around for kills, odds are at least 1 or 2 defenders will fall early on in the round, so by directing those grenades to the soft destruction floor for the bandit batteries instead, you're basically ensuring that the players themselves will remain safer for longer. It's also why it's not uncommon to see both the Jaeger and the Wamai, or in this case the Aruni and the Wamai, to deny those projectiles. SSG, they're holding the bomb site itself, they've extended over to Drum and Dragon area with shields and magnets to stall the attack and lineup of Parabellum and give them a bit of a problem to solve here.
Playing behind the shield is Rampy, still looking for first contact between these teams past the halfway point. Gunnar sits in what is usually one of the most common bomb sites played out, which is T, and a long reload on that LMG will give him some pause. Rampy still the main impediment for Parabellum, as he has all these magnets to toss out while playing behind the deployable shield. And a swing, but unable to connect onto the Finka, and actually loses the gunfight to Gunnar. Gunnar had a great game yesterday. Another strong performance from him would boost the chances of Parabellum against Spacestation.
That it would. I mean, it's always hard to fight the finger on those angles, but Rampy said that he had faith in that gunfight. Unfortunately for him, it did not go in his favor, and now it leaves the SSG in a bit of a tough place.
That's a second kill for Parabellum now as well, as Fultz was the one who seemed to be flirting with it. Penguin walks in, takes out both the gate. Oh no, oh no, hot and cold! He's got great patience, but gets red immediately and trades off, as he seemed to fly under the radar, and it leaves Skies to die alone in the bomb site as Parabellum storms through round number 1 very quickly.
I mean, Hot and Cold had the chance to make a huge hero play for his team, but when you're flying with the DMR, it can get really ugly extremely quickly with that low fire rate, and you gotta hit the head if anything. And I mean, sure, he got the first, you see it here, but they were moving around so much that the one-tap headshot could not come through, and too many bullets, too much time just meant that the rest of Parabellum could turn around and ensure that Hot and Cold would not find all 3 of the members there. Tough round for SSG, and it's almost rough to watch because when Rampy swung the Finka, it's one of those, I would not call that a 50-50 gunfight for the defending Wamai. Whenever you're fighting a Finka who is boosted up, who's got the LMG, even if you're on a deployable shield, I feel like you're always going to be at a disadvantage as a defender, and once the first line falls, everything else becomes much, much harder after that because the pieces slowly they fall apart. So unless Hot and Cold got that flank off, I just don't see how that round was going to go any differently. And now we're going to see SSG try something else here, utilizing those mirror windows. And it's a very common way of using them, where instead of using them on the exterior wall to the outside, you put it on the wall next to it. So on this bar, desk, or half wall you have here, the mirror window will overlook the soft wall to the exterior of the outside, and therefore give you a little bit more map control. Then that second mirror window will be put in the bomb site itself, or watching the red stairs, and of course the drum area, limiting where the attackers can come from.
Let's go back to those Charlotte Major stats for Skyscraper, because that's the only thing we can really talk about. I mean, we can look at Skyscraper's pick rate in other regions, but I don't necessarily think that'll give us the best look at it. That office and exhibition bomb site that SSG went to first actually had the was tied with Master and Bathroom as the best win rate for the defenders. So that might be why teams decided to go over there. T and Karaoke had by far and away the highest pick rate of all the bomb sites, and because it was played so frequently, it suffered a little bit. Only 43 to 73 in favor of the defense. So
that's not too bad, actually.
I mean, it's not terrible. Skyscraper overall was 49% rounds won by the defense, 51% rounds won by the attack. So that is as even as you can get other than 50-50. Oh my goodness. First kill goes out to Rampy, and Penguin Blind takes one to Hot and Cold. Unfortunate timing for Hot, and as the flash is just a little bit too late and maybe could have stopped Penguin from capitalizing. It's ultimately a trade, but with Gunnar going down, he was the carry yesterday for Parabellum, and also playing that Osa, that's a shield that has so much value on this bomb site. You tend to see that shield get applied over in Geisha or even at the top of backstairs. It's not really going to be possible unless Gunnar's already put down that Talon shield. That's a lot of utility that's gone, and a huge part of an execute that won't be available for Parabellum.
I fully agree. I mean, you can even go as far and say it's also the smoke grenades. The only set of smokes you had was on the OSA itself, and now with that being gone, those mirror windows are harder to deal with. See what they can do instead, of course. SSG, they're kind of sitting ducks on the bomb site itself with not a whole lot of places to go. One C4 in the pocket of Skies, but Rampy and Falls are both so low in HP that once Parabellum executes with that finger boost especially, well, the numbers and the odds are not in favor of the defenders at all.
Well, 1 minute left. Kool-Aid takes down Skies. Skies was the last man standing for Space Station. Won't live to see the end of this round at all. Bosco rotates as Rampy gets one of his own for Space Station. Adrenal Surge goes out. Blaz knocking on the door of the A-bomb site inside of Drum. There's a rotate that leads into Karaoke. Sees the head of the Jaeger. Down goes Fultz. Swung, and a nice flick from Blaz, and he collapses under Rampy. The next one up is Bosco, still inside of Geisha. Close enough. Parabellum seconds away from getting the diffuser down, and it gives even a more troubling prospect for Bosco. Oh, through the wall and read so well. Bosco, a nice shot on the Blaz. 2 more to be found. Jiggle peeking around the door frame and then a vault on over, but he's in a precarious position. Sees the A-bomb site in front of him. He's got to tackle the diffuser and the 2 of the attackers who have now scampered out of the bomb site. Bosco retakes. Can he long arm it? That's the real question. Doesn't have a lot of intel. Sound Q will come out. A smoke goes down, and it will do some damage to the ace of Penguin. A long arm now as well from Bosco to try and drag out the smoke. He does it, but it's Sqonis on the sledge to do the damage at the end. And that's it. Parabellum up 2-0.
Bosco actually played that 1v2 extremely smart and well because he basically predicted both of the positions of the attackers, smoked out the one angle, held it in case he swung, forcing Penguin to jump out the window and gave Bosco that 1v1 against Sqonis that could potentially have been a round-winning moment or potential round-winning moment at that. But PB, that a good post-up position, of course, far away with the diffuser planted, meaning that even if everything had gone perfectly for Bosco there, it's still a tall task in front of him. And this means we're just going to go through the bomb sides one by one, from office to T, now downstairs to kitchen barbecue instead, because nothing's really working for SSG. And while the rounds are relatively close in the late stages, it's especially that early, you know, first minute and a half into the round where Parabellum, they find 2 kills, they find momentum, and then they just start knocking on the bomb side doors. You know, SSG as well, maybe start considering playing some healing operators. Almost every single round so far in the first 2 rounds, they found themselves so low on HP so that when the execute comes through, 1 or 2 bullets will take down their players, and it's so hard to fight back. And when you're fighting against the Finka every single round, well, the attackers have twice the health that you do.
I'm actually a little struck by how passive Space Station's defenses have been. There is no real extended roam. There is no off-site presence that is stifling the attackers when they try to enter the building. Yes, Space Station has assembled some of their forces away from the walls of the bomb site, but they're not really contesting much when Parabellum walks in. They're giving so much map control away to PB with very limited effort. And again,
you see it here.
Parabellum are taking full advantage of this. The entire office side of this second floor is wide open, and PB have opened it up. They're scouting it. They're discovering that there's nobody from Space Station in that area, and have now dropped down to the main floor as well. We're 45 seconds into the round, and half of the map is already in control of PB.
I fully agree. It's a good observation because, I mean, ideally, you want to start on office all the way to the entry point of the attackers, kill a few drones and fall back 1 room at a time. Because look at this, 9 drones left for Parabellum, half the map in control as you mentioned, only a minute into the round. SSG, they haven't gotten anything. Now they're going to start walking forward and try and get these drones, but they've lost so much already. So ideally, start aggressive, then fall back afterwards. Maybe Bosco can find a cheeky kill here, but other than that, there's no other real hero on the table for SSG.
Oh, a nitro cell from Bosco actually works out. All right. Gunnar was a little bit too slow on that one, decided to take the engagement. Maybe it was the right call, maybe it wasn't, who knows. But Space Station do something that they have not been able to accomplish so far. I mean, technically last round it was a trade, but they get the first blood. And they've bought themselves a little bit of time. Talk about off-site play, as this is one of those kitchen barbecue defenses for them. Blaz and Penguin shoulder to shoulder over towards Drum. Next thing to tackle is while Parabellum were able to grab that entire portion of the map by office, this is where it gets harder.
It is. Now you gotta hold on if you're SSG because you can't give them all this map control for free. So vertically speaking, you gotta hold on for another 20 or 30 seconds on a kill or 2, then you're solid on the bomb side. But if you just fall back immediately, I'm afraid of your chances now as a defender.
Oh, there's another kill from Space Station coming in. Things looking mighty fine on this bomb site, which is a far cry from what we had seen in the first 2 rounds. And they don't really need to be as aggressive off-site, it seems. Maybe hold things closer to kitchen, hold things closer towards barbecue component, and you'll be in great shape. That seems to be it for Space Station. Still holding aggressively from above. The sledge of Sqo will collide with Rampy in a second, and Sqo wins the gunfight. You need a good performance from Sqo. He didn't have a great one yesterday. Nobody from Parabellum having a great performance in this round. Rampy, the only casualty for Space Station. That leaves the one operator designed to clutch the best left, but it doesn't matter because they're met with a shotgun blast to the chest. Nothing from Blaz on that Finka at all. Space Station win their very first round. Still a lead for Parabellum, though, up 2-1.
Yep. Not looking too sloppy. I mean, that round was played a lot better from SSG, but also Gunnar again being singled out very early on in the round. You know, he's been the open casualty for Parabellum all 3 rounds now. And Gunnar yesterday, you spoke about, had a phenomenal game and had a really, really fantastic performance. Today, he's playing extremely alone, away from the team, usually dying first. Maybe it's time to, you know, because you're up against SSG, it's a different matchup, it's a different kind of scenario, to play more together, get Gunnar in the free free of the fight, together with somebody who can drone for him or refrag him, so that when he goes in, you won't just die for nothing. Who's more likely to bounce back into top 4? You said 43% Parabellum, 57% SSG. Very close. I thought it was going to be a lot further than that, actually, so that's pretty good.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I do wonder if there's a large number of this community who've also lost faith in Space Station. When you look at SSG's results, when they make it to LANs, they struggle to break that top 8 placing, which, again, you have to set your expectations accordingly, because if you're a team making it to LAN and you are consistently in the top 8 best teams in Siege in the world, that's a hell of an accomplishment.
It's pretty good.
But for a team that's won a world championship, and you have world champions from other rosters in Bosco and Skies as well on it, they know what it's like to win. They want to win more. Top 8 for Space Station is not good enough. I think with the results that they've had in the NAL and how competitive NAL has been, top 8 would be a pretty good result for them right now. But they've been struggling domestically, which is the opposite of what we used to see from them. And I think that the community is responding accordingly when we see polls like that.
They missed both of their grenades, so they didn't get the jammer or the bandit battery, which means now they either can't open up the wall or they gotta rotate another set of grenades from Gunner to try and get that done. And this is why the mute and the bandit are so important, with even though the Thatcher is open, because right now the Thatcher is not in play, and 4 grenades have been spent now trying to get a single mute jammer, and finally the wall is opened up.
It's a bit of a misplay from Parabellum, and utility that could have been applied somewhere else. Unfortunate for them. They'll have to drone out Samurai, and the good news is that while they've used these nades, they still have plenty of information. I don't know if Rampy intended for that one to go there, by the way. Sometimes we see players mess up their Kiba barriers, and that's because it depends entirely on where you throw it as to how it propagates. It could maybe spread in a different direction if you hit a different corner of a banister.
Still a learning process. I mean, with Asami being banned as much as she is as well, it's not an operator you can necessarily play every single day in practice or in scrims, because it's not really necessarily realistic you can play it on game day.
And some surfaces are not consistent either. You might think that you're hitting an angle that's proper and it ends up turning out the opposite way. There we go. I think this is what the intention was for Rampy. First kill goes to Penguin. Talking about how Kibas don't work out, we saw that yesterday. Melted in the Mirage match was not, had some struggles. There's another kill coming in for Parabellum. They are cleaning up and whisking their way through. Rampy off site. He's got 2 different players from Parabellum to focus on. First kill for Space Station comes in, but goodness gracious, the round is over. PB just slaughter Space Station inside of the bomb site and off in the manner of 30 seconds. That's it. That's all she wrote. PB regained their lead of 2 rounds. They're up 3-1.
That they are, and now we gotta start talking about those tactical timeouts. I mean, when does Lycan pull that out? I think it's too early right now. I don't think it's gonna come out, but if they lose this following round, they go 1-4, that's when you gotta start thinking, okay, gotta get some numbers on the board here, because if, 5-1 split would not be ideal if you're on the defending side of Skyscraper, and you can maybe argue that SSG are a lot better on their attacks and their defenses on this particular map. That is possible, but what if Parabellum 2 are also great on their defenses like they are on their attacks? Then you're not going to be in a very great position at all. Operator lineup-wise, pretty similar story from both teams. It's going to be the same couple of operators being brought out. Gunner doing the most flex work together with Blast, kind of sharing that finger back and forth. Gunner played the Nomad, the OSA, and then the finger. Now back on that shield operator, because we are finding ourselves on this karaoke T bomb site instead. Mind you, last time, Gunner died early, so no shields were really used, no smoke grenades were had. I do think that the big importance right now for this round, if you're Parabellum, is to keep Gunner alive, to get to use his utility with the OSA operator and see kind of what happens. Whereas an SSG early extension onto the office samurai area, like we see right now from Hot and Cold and the Bandit, is exactly what they need. And here we see nades being forced out, that gets the battery. A second nade has to follow up, otherwise you get juggled. Second nade not coming through. There it is. Second nade comes through. And now Thermite could open up the wall, but there's a risk of a third battery, and now you have no more grenades.
Well, they're trying to shoot through. It looks like they're trying to shoot through the ground, maybe, or through the floor to take care of it, but not the case. You got cooked by Super on Twitch the other day. I don't know if you saw this.
Oh, for the Kali.
For the Kali thing, yeah.
Kali would have been great here.
Kali is an operator that is just dreadful right now in the meta and is not brought by anybody. And Super's
She's not dreadful.
Super's like, just go below and throw a nade up. And you're like, but bring the Kali. And he goes, that's exactly why you're from EU.
I haven't seen that. I saw there was a clip, I didn't see the clip. I think Kali's a great operator given the right player.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of great Kali players, to be fair.
We have not.
Either way, after all of that energy was expended, ooh, a run out from Fultz takes out Penguin, but Penguin gets the last laugh. His Claymore ends up taking Fultz out after the kill happens, so it is a perfect trade, literally. I was going to say, after all that utility was expended, onto the single panel wall at the top of the stairs, it gets opened up. So now they're in for Parabellum, but you got to go to the next steps, and that's pressure the actual bomb site, which is that karaoke and T-bomb site that we've talked about multiple times.
If you look at the trade, it's Fultz on Jaeger, who's already put down all his barbed wire and ADSs, versus Penguin, the only heart breacher that's left in the roster for Parabellum, because both exothermic charges were spent trying to open up that single panel wall. Now PP has no real way into the bomb site if there's a hard wall in front of them, so now they have to rely on Gunner's utility, the smokes and the shields, to get anywhere in, because, well, actually, the wall is opened up by SSG, so that's a bit better, but this is not great.
Eska's got 3 targets to hit. 2 are players, 1's a cam. He goes for the cam. Maybe a misprioritization on his part. 2 kills from SSG answered back by a single from Parabellum. Now it's Kool-Aid to take the engagement. He wins it out. Space Station throwing bodies at the problem, but the problem is now that they've lost a body. So Space Station sits at 2 to Parabellum's 2. That OSA, the pivotal operator on this bomb site that we highlighted all the way back in round number 2 that died early, is still upright, and both of those shields are available. One currently in the hands of Gunner. Do you use it to escort your teammate into the bomb site? How are you going to play this one out? Hot and Cold has already used the Nitro Cell. There's no impacts to take care of this. And nicely read by Gunner, who abandons the shield and picks off Houghton. It's Skies to the rescue, but guess what? You can't go through the shield, so you run for it. Gunner's shield is a great bait as he picks up those 2 kills while both players from Space Station are distracted. And suddenly it's 4-1 in favor of Parabellum.
And this is why the OSA is so important, right? Because when something isn't going the right way, you have another tool to use to get that plan down. And Hot and Cold had a C4 20 seconds early in that round, but he spent it. Had he kept that in his pocket, sure, Gunner does have a second deployable shield he can use after that fact, but still, it gives you something to work with. Maestro not having any impact grenades in his pocket as well just means that that shield is going to stay up, they can force plant in front of you, and Gunner just has to do the duty of covering the angles, which he did with great success. And that is essentially what is going to be our last round on this first half. Round 6 is underway, and we're going back to the office bomb site. This is not a position where SSG has found any real success in the past. They have 1 victory so far, as you can tell, and that 1 victory came on the kitchen bomb site in round number 3. So if we were to repeat what's been happening so far, it's going to be a stomp from Parabellum. They walk through from across the map, they roam clear, and then they got one thing to deal with. That is the setup in Dragon, where Rampy is playing, and once they get past that, normally it's a done deal. So SSG, you gotta do something else. Aggression, try and hold them on those injury points or fall further back onto the bomb site, because when it comes to office, we haven't really seen the bomb site itself be a very important area of the map, because every single time we get there, it's a 1 versus 5. Let's see if the Nate duty can be done better this time around, because we don't want to spend more than 2 grenades.
You okay there?
I was struggling. The Nate duty.
I heard that one. Is that a spawn peek onto Gunner? Did Gunner just decide to get in a little bit too quickly? But I don't know if you know the story of Icarus, but he flies too close to the sun and he burns his wings off. And that seems to be Gunner, who's either responsible for the first kill for his team or is getting killed first. That's I know that we oversay the phrase feast or famine, but that is the style of play that Gunner seems to thrive off of. 19 kills. Oh, no! 19 kills, I think, is how much Gunner got yesterday, and it seems, unless he really picks things up, he's not going to be able to match that tally as he's 4 and 5. A nice run out from Bosco as Penguin had missed an opportunity to pick off one of the defenders. Oh, Blaz, that is not great. But look at the HP of Skies, very limited. Space Station taking some damage from that, but Parabellum walk away at a significant disadvantage. No timeout has been burned yet. It's another attempt, the 3rd for Space Station on this office exhibition bomb site. They are 0 for 2, but they've got themselves a great start halfway through the round, and Space Station sits at a 5v3.
I want to say there's no way Parabellum can win this round, but I don't want to say that either because anything is possible. But I will say this, SSG are in a great position, but Sky's missteps and so does Bosco, both taken off the board now in a 3v3, and that advantage is completely gone. And we're back to an even ground, and Kool-Aid is planting.
Oh, how is Kool-Aid in the middle of the bomb site right now? Blaz is trying to isolate the players. It's a double swing from Spacestation, but Rampy has no intel. The diffuser's down, and suddenly Parabellum has coverage of the bomb site. It's forcing Spacestation to retake, and the thing with Parabellum is they don't have a lot of coverage. The walls are opened up. A Pokeball from Rampy dusts Kool-Aid off, and now Eska falls too. Spacestation on a remarkable retake. It could have been 5-1 for PB. It certainly seemed like that was the case, but the seesaw of the final 30 seconds of that round lands with Spacestation being on top.
That's much better. 4-2 split. Anything is still on the table for the taking. And the side swap now, we'll have to see if SSG can heat up on their attacking side with that Ying being banned out, because that is normally their go-to operator if things are not working out. That is gone from this match. PB has already dealt with that in the banning phase of the operators. And now we'll have to see what they can do instead. Boss got a nice run out to punish the enemies not really paying attention. And while PB did try and claw a few kills back and get the plant down successfully, it was not enough to get the round. PB starts on Kitchen. That is where SSG found their own success in their own very first round in round number 3, and they're bringing that dynamic sort of lineup. They bring in, not the Asami unfortunately, but they are bringing the castle to kind of deny angles and shape the map differently. They're bringing multiple shotguns on both the castle, the smoke, and the alibi. MP5K on mute so that Kool-Aid himself can fight back on those long ranges of combat. And of course you bring the Jaeger to keep everybody safe from those grenades. On the side of SSG, similar story like that of Parabellum. Double Heartbreaks to deal with any wall that comes your way, Thatcher to make the walls easy to open up, and 2 sets of grenades, essentially of course for that soft destruction, deny of bandit battery tricking, and of course just to get some kills.
Well, let's do the tail of the tapes of the first half as we're now underway with the action phase here in round 7. Through the first half, no team broke their timeouts. That's great shape. There's parachute is still there. The safety net ripcord can still be pulled, whatever you want to use. The one bomb site that did not show up was master bedroom and bathroom on the first floor. The rotation for Space Station went to office 3 times, karaoke and tea twice, and kitchen barbecue once. In terms of bomb sites won, it was the kitchen barbecue bomb site that was won by SSG. They did not go back there, which I think was very interesting because it was opened up. They could have gone back to defend a second time. The third attempt at office exhibition went in favor of SSG, but again, as you saw in that very final round before the side swap, it was quite close, and Parabellum had a great opportunity to make it 3-0 on that site. In terms of opening duels, Space Station claimed 2 of them. There were 2 trades and then 2 opening duels in favor of Parabellum, so pretty even when it comes to the slaughter at the start.
Absolutely. SSG doing a bit of a different attack here, focusing Geisha first, opening up that wall, of course. It's Eska inside of that room trying to hold it down with Penguin rather, doing some holding of angles from downstairs with the shotgun, of course. Now the thing is, it's hard to clear Eska from this position in Geisha unless you get grenades or something that going from downstairs, but that's what the bomb site is. It's a kitchen bomb site defense, which means you can't go below. You have to attack horizontally up above. Wall gets opened up into gold. That's going to be your line of sight, but Gunnar finds the opening kill for Parabellum.
Parabellum needs more of these opening duels to break in their favor, and we'll see if they're as aggressive as we hope, because Space Station did have more of that shallow defense. Another kill comes in, it's on to Gunnar, so Space Station, right now, in the driver's seat. They can hunt down these final 3 players from Parabellum. 2 toxic canisters in the pocket of Penguin. That's all that's left for plant denial. No C4s, no other gadgetry available. So Parabellum will have to win this solely based off of gunfights. For Space Station, they don't have a ton of utility either, if we're being frank. They've got an exothermic charge, they've got some of those EMPs, but not much else. Kool-Aid, you see that Claymore, thank goodness. Creeping up the back stairs, and, well, that could have been an explosive demise for Kool-Aid, but fails at it, and then decides to go back down. 40 seconds remaining as sledging from above. SSG want to get things in good working order before escorting the diffuser in. In their matchup yesterday, Bosco had 5 plants. Space Station likes to play the objective. Will they be able to escort the diffuser in? That is the question to be answered. Right now, they have that advantage. but Bosco is on low HP, so there's a high likelihood he could die when that diffuser goes down. Still droning with just 15 seconds to go. Suddenly, Spacestation seems to be taking their sweet time, and it might not be to their benefit. Fultz on the back, a flank goes in, and it leaves just Blaz upright for Parabellum. Up above, takes out the sledge. They'll need to stop Bosco from planting, and look at that, look at the time! Oh no! Fultz gets a kill at the last second. I don't know if Bosco was in the midst of planting or not, but the clock was just about 0. Maybe some patience from Parabellum would have paid off. In this instance, it's just hypothetical. That's 2 in a row from SSG.
It is, and it's extremely close on both sides there. I mean, the flank upstairs was great. No flank was really being had from SSG, but 1 second off, and, well, that's going to cost you the round. You found the person holding down the vertical control on the sledge, but you could not find the planter, and therefore the cover was there. Plant was indeed going down that last final second, and SSG, they were in a good position to clutch out that round, because once you got to drop that hatch as a defender, you're more likely to die mid-fall than you are to arrive at your final destination, that is the ground, to take the gunfight itself. Kitchen did not work out. We're going to go upstairs instead, so we can hold in a similar fashion, but this time you are holding for the bomb site itself. It is T karaoke once more. First time for Parabellum. We got the Asami being played from Gunner, of course, to extend out most likely and hold these angles in the drum and dragon area, because again, you cannot just sit on the bomb site. Actually on Skyscraper, the bomb site itself is not really the strongest position in the map, but you have some key power positions you can use. Either you can extend all the way to office we see right now, some jammers being put down, or you can do what SSG did, which is that drum and dragon area that are just like a really nice bunker. And we do see a shield here with 2 ADSs, kind of fortifying the idea that this is indeed a stronghold for them.
Well spoken about your stronghold, by the way. A fortress, if we want to call it that. A fortress. I am curious as to if Parabellum will roam more aggressively. This is a team that likes to be cheeky. Joe said this yesterday off stream, is that Parabellum is a team that loves gimmicks.
Yeah.
Gimmicks being the way to describe a lot of their plays, and I don't think that's said with any negative connotation to it. I think that there are teams that like to be cheeky and like to come up with pocket strats. You know, the old FaZe clan used to be very similar to that when they had that roster with like Cameraman and Astro and Mav and Yuna and all that. They love to be cheeky as well, and Fnatic would regularly do that too in APAC, and it worked. Teams would qualify for lands off of it, so I don't think it's a bad thing. But when you look at the way that teams can roam, this is a very typical operator lineup for Parabellum. You don't have that same ability to be as cheeky and to have as many gimmicks on defense unless you want to really run out a, a trap-heavy set of operators or bring Tachanka, which seems to be, in many ways, teams like to bring Tachanka to be quite cheeky because all of the destruction that comes from the LMG, and then, of course, the bank ability of that Shumika launcher, the Molotovs can really go in and do some damage. In terms of gimmicks, though, look at this lineup from Spacestation. They're going to bring the heat real quickly with this Monty.
Yeah, we've seen this before actually in North America, where you take the Monty, you walk either up the black stairs to Fultz's right, or you walk into this door. You can now start forcing out these toxic babes, force out C4's utility, and look how much panic on the side of Parabellum is right now. This jammer is going to stop any Claymore from killing you, but you're not going to get the kill.
That is very, very sloppy. A jump out from Eska is a bit too nervous, and Penguin, rather, a jump out from him as well. He ends up eating a lot of damage from Eska because of that friendly fire. So Spacestation have walked right in. They know that 2 players are over towards Dragon, and they can isolate them quite easily. Hotten's going to do that. He's got both kills for Spacestation so far. Not a single kill to be found for Parabellum at this moment, and they've still got to confront that Monty. A hop over from Rampy, and then a nade goes in. Blaz finds the only kill for Parabellum so far. Fultz with the shield on his back goes for the plant, but he doesn't need to get it off because the final player from Spacestation is, or rather the final player from Parabellum, found and caught out by Spacestation. SSG firing things up. It's a tie game, 4 rounds apiece.
I love that attack from Spacestation. It's a very, very textbook kind of strat where when you look at it from a top-down view, the defenders can't really do a whole lot of things against you because the Monty just gives you the option to walk into the bomb site, start planting the diffuser. Unless you have a C4 from down below with some information like a Valkyrie or a Pulse or something like that, there just aren't many tools you have at your disposal to deal with the Monty itself. I will say from Parabellum, while they're taking their tactical timeout, they rotated a jammer so that they could jump out the window because the jammer will stop any Claymore from exploding or a Nomad air jab if there were to be one out there. And that element of the strat was really, really well thought out. But then they jumped out, they whiffed a lot of shots, a second guy followed, and it was hot and cold, almost getting both of those kills while still staying alive. So while the idea was good, the execution wasn't, and that really was a problem for them. But timeout forced from PB, now as things are tied up 4-4.
We talked about gimmicks. I like the rotated mute jammer. I like the jump out from Dragon, and especially when you're outside on that balcony and your primary entry point is the doorway at the top of back stairs. A vault out from that Dragon window, a vault out from the Samurai window, whatever teams want to call it, is extremely useful. You can do an awful lot of damage from that position. And Parabellum, frankly, could have done some real damage, but they missed. And I know, again, that sometimes it seems so simple to just pinpoint a missed gunfight as the first domino that caused this whole thing to come crashing down. But if that jump out from Penguin, if that jump out from Eska, if either of them had have found a single kill, that would have defanged some of the push from Space Station. It would have taken one of the pieces off of the board for them, and you wouldn't have had as strong of an execute coming through that doorway. And they missed. They missed, and then when both of them vaulted out, you get information that there are 2 players inside of Samurai. Suddenly you realize, at worst, if we've pinpointed another player that's off-site, there's 2 players sitting on the bomb site. That's it. We can very easily abuse the Montaigne, push in, make your life miserable. You got smokes, you got a Fink on the board, you got nades, you can do some serious damage. SSG played that flawlessly after Parabellum whiffed the run out and whiffed those shots, and they end up winning the round. I don't know what Parabellum's going to talk about on this timeout, but they are not exactly in the best shape when it comes to Skyscraper, and it seems like the match yesterday, Parabellum had a lead, they lost, Beastcoast stormed back, now it's Space Station's turn to do the same thing.
It's hard in the mental for sure, especially after yesterday's game where a similar thing happened. So as PP start losing these rounds and start falling behind, you have to wonder about their mental going forward. And it's very important to stay in it every single round, time and time again. And speaking of being in it, Force is back on the Monty, looking to get active on the map as well. Claymore coming up from Hot and Cold. Now they will know about the mute trick if that were to happen again. But of course, there's no mute being brought out from PP, so we can assume that that is not going to be the case. And it looks to be that SSG is going for a very similar attack because it's a very, very simple, straightforward way to attack. PP needs to get active somewhere on the map. Either go for an aggressive flank, take a confrontation. Sure, they got the Goyo, so if time goes down, they can, force out that stall. But there's a minute and 30 seconds left, and SSG are about 20 seconds away from pressing that execute go button. And once they do that, that's going to get very, very dire for the defenders. Hot and Cold already posted on that B window rappel. Skies below can throw out grenades. And of course, Force himself with Bosco on the balcony as well can start opening up this wall, and then the execute can just start going through. You have Toxic Babes, 3 remaining. You have 1 C4 and Penguin. And that's all you have to work with a whole minute to go.
Nades from down below, that should clear out the shield. There it goes in the midst of the bomb site. That small cubby, gold as they call it, no longer able to sit there, but we know that there's no players in that position. Instead, there's one not too far off, but still, again, with that rotate, not actually in the midst of the bomb site. A second crack here at Karaoke. All right. What are they able to accomplish? Skies has been downed. Kool-Aid is on low HP. That's where we stand right now with only 30 seconds to go. It's been a bit of a quiet round. Now Bosco's been down. Skies retrieved. Gunner the very first kill. Space Station trickling on in. Nice shot from Blaz onto the stairs. Eska there for support. Parabellum looking much sharper on this particular defense. Same bomb site. 15 seconds to go. Space Station struggling to get into the building. The fire from the Goyo shield will continue with a Goyo explosion. Yamai tries to get back to the bomb site, and he does so quite successfully. Eska gets in and picks up 2 kills on the way to a flawless round for Parabellum. And the timeout works wonders. PB 2 rounds away from a massive W. And Space Station still has their timeout available. They can use it. But for Parabellum, there's signs of life on their defense.
Yep, that's the one defense on the board, but we need more to go to keep this going. And I mean, the Goyo was nice to stall for time and buy Parabellum a little bit of space in the map. I like the proactive flank they had. 2 members worked together to escort Eska all the way to that back stairway, and he won his own gunfight and brought it down to that flawless round with Monty being the last man standing. SSG this time didn't really get to hit that go button. Once they got the wall open up to the bomb site, they walked through and they stalled out for a while. And while they stalled out, that is when Parabellum found their ground. It's when they took the fights while members of SSG were exposed. And honestly, 2 gunfights going in favor of Parabellum just kind of seals the deal there. Bosso getting found out from that deep angle all the way back from that geisha hallway really plays a big part because that's the only person covering the Monty as well as covering the hallway itself. Huge loss there from Spacestation. And now, because the bomb site is a different one, they will also go to different set of operators. Volt's now flexing onto Lion. You said in the very beginning, Parker, that Lion and Ying are two operators that SSG likes bringing out on multiple maps, and that's going to be the same story here. The Lion will help you whenever you're going for those mini executes. You get 3 of those scanners that makes defenders have to stand still or get pinged out. That is 3 opportunities where you can find kills, gain map control, or take a gunfight 2 versus 1 where defenders can't really just walk up and help you without getting spotted out. So SSG will have to play around this now, just like they played around the Monty previously. Fultz is right now the team enabler, if you will, for SSG.
Not that Lion is an abnormal pick, so to speak, but
not
certainly
every team
doesn't
plays him.
Absolutely, and certainly doesn't have the same prominence that he used to in the meta. Jammers go down, no Vector in the hands of Vulture, that Vector variant. Instead, it's going to be the DMR, which does significant damage. And on land, DMRs do tend to pack a significant punch. You hit somebody with a DMR one time, there goes 75% of their HP. That said, Mute Jammers will, for the moment, cause SSG some issues. Thatcher remains unbanned. We saw Parabellum run Thatcher a couple times on a bomb site like this. Thatcher could be quite strong, but there's a grenade from below to take care of the Mute Jammer, and off goes the exothermic charge, keeping everybody in their same positions. There goes the Lion charge, and Hotten's just walking right in. Suddenly, Parabellum in trouble with a big 2-piece from Hot and Cold. Holding this position by Bar, he's got a long sight towards Office. Eska isolated. Diffuser going down from Bosco, but nobody can seem to see it. Eska can't do too much. Fultz and Houghton finds a third, and there's Fultz again. Call it a full house. Goodness. 3 kills from Houghton, 2 from Fultz. Spacestation are in the building, and then the round is over within 20 seconds.
That's a line right there. I mean, when you do those, well, I say mini executes, but it also works for a full-on execute. It gives you that countdown that every single team should be doing. 3, 2, 1, let's go, guys. With the Lion Scanner giving you that automated countdown message, everyone committing together. It looked really sloppy because Hot and Cold punched the barricade once, then he missed the second melee, and it looked like he wasn't gonna do it. He jumped on through, he just ate the gate, walked in, gets 2 kills into a reload and a third. And while that's going on, every other member as well pushed to that exothermic charge breach, got the plant down successfully, and it was basically a flawless round from Space Station, even though they lost the member. Good push, nice rush, 5-5. SSG still has their timeout available as well if they need it, so they're really in a great spot for this one. And Parabellum are going to take us back to where their defense started, back when that side swap came around, down into Kitchen Barbecue, where it was SSG who came out victorious in that 1 versus 2 situation. Parabellum, they could not hold the top floor. They gave it up way too early, lost way too many members. SSG did a really good job at roam clearing out the map. So that has to be where Parabellum's focus relies on. Once you lose Geisha control, as well as TN Party, the bomb set itself becomes unplayable because of the hatch being opened up and all that soft destruction available from like Sophia, breaching charges, etc. It just makes life way too hard.
It's, you know why Parabellum is struggling right now and why that was such a good round from SSG?
Why?
Houghton has the birthday buff.
Oh, it's the birthday
He's
buff.
got the birthday buff. We have 2 players in the NAL whose birthdays are today. Drip on Beastcoast will be playing later. He's got a birthday today. I didn't know that he and Hot and Cold were born on the same day. That's fascinating to know. Slevin's birthday too. Slevin, of course, the superpower player, used to compete on Sonic's roster back in the day. He's now escaped to Europe.
Returned to Europe.
Well, I mean, yeah. Sunk. Sunk to Europe.
Oh, no.
But no, happy birthday Hot and happy birthday Drip. Happy birthday Slebin as well.
And if any viewers also, you know,
yeah,
have a birthday.
Is it your birthday today? Happy birthday if it is. Happy birthday. You know, somebody has a birthday every day.
Yep, true.
I don't know if you really ever knew that, Nick, but every day somebody has a birthday. That said. Space Station again, but running on attack, and now confronting a different bomb site. So, what are they going to do on this karaoke, or on this barbecue? Karaoke and tea? Kitchen barbecue? Kitchen barbecue.
Kitchen barbecue. It's worth noting that Eska died really early last time, and that was a huge issue for them, but this time he seems to be more passive. That's a nice grenade toss bounce off this lamp, if you will. It doesn't really do any damage to Eska. He falls away safely, but now the question comes. What is it called? It's like a circle lamp thing.
It's like a light fixture.
Okay.
You don't hang lamps from the ceiling. Lamps are on the ground.
That's actually...
Could be a chandelier of some kind, maybe. A light fixture is what I would call it, but that's not a sexy thing. You don't.
No, it's not.
Nobody's going to be like, look at that light fixture. Who knows? You were talking, by the way.
It's a nice bounce. That was all I was going to say. Eska stays alive. Eska finds a kill onto Faults. So that Geisha control stays. Thatcher off the board. This is the big difference maker from the previous time Parabellum defended Kitchen. This time PP, they get to hold the ground.
Eska still surviving in this area upstairs of Geisha. Very limited HP, so a single bullet will take him out, but the longer that he can exist, the bigger and more painful a thorn he will be in the side of SSG, and this is a very shrewd angle that he's playing off of as well. Nicely played on Nod, and the birthday buff has apparently worn off at this point.
This is the case.
20 seconds left, though, and Gunnar finds one for Parabellum. It looks like match point for PB, and there it is, a flawless round to answer back. Wow, okay, Parabellum just greet SSG's entry point time and time again. They win it. And they find themselves at least picking up 1 point, which is big for where Parabellum is right now, which is the basement of the NAL. Sitting in 9th, they at least will increase their standing by 1.
It's always a good time. Now the question comes, can they finish in regulation and take all 3? Or will we have to go all the way to OT and fight for 2 and 1 respectively? If you win in regulation, 3 points. If you lose in OT, you get 1. If you win in OT, you get 2. So there's different outcomes here, and both teams kind of need this for the Berlin Major. You can almost argue that SSG needs it more than Parabellum, but the story is that both teams, of course, are in dire, dire need. Back to Karaoke T. The last 2 times rather, SSG brought out the Monty. That was their entire / very big win condition they were playing around. It worked the first time, it failed the second, and by the looks of it, they're not gonna go back just yet because of that. And I think it's a wise choice because the more you do the same strategy, the more readable you become. And they attacked Kitchen the same way twice, it worked the first, failed the second. They attacked this bomb site twice, worked the first, failed the second. So now, of course, we're changing up the plan because Parabellum are adapting well to what SSG is trying to do, at least the previous time they came around. So no Monty, there is no smoke grenades being played, no Osa. SSG are going for a very, very standard, simple lineup. There's no real gimmicks here. There's no real way to force into the bomb site. There's no real engagement operators when it comes to the execute. So it comes down to those 5v5 gunfights and how you can clear out the maps with drones and, of course, gunplay.
Is this about to be a vault out? Is there a Claymore there?
Oh.
If there is, which is a very common spot, but no, Eska's a little bit too behind the ball on that one. A nice run out, but nobody even close to the vicinity of him. Instead, focus is over towards Office. And you'll open up some of that wall with the exothermic charge in hand. Bosco scouting through. Very similar to what we saw when Space Station was defending, is that this entire side of the map is completely vacant. No defenders whatsoever. The closest right now playing inside of Dragon. It looks to be Kool-Aid in that position, but he'll head back for greener pastures.
That he will. Still good pace from both teams. No one has gone too fast or too slow. I will say if SG keeps up this right now, depending on how fast they can clear out this shield position inside of top Dragon, they will be in a great position in terms of time spent, because without a very heavy roam presence in Office, you're going to start knocking down that bomb site door extremely quickly. So 2 shields right now is all that's between Parabellum and SSG in the bomb site.
Penguin taking the fight towards the players from Space Station. Over by Dragon. There goes the ADSs, but Rampy's gun just simply has more bullets. And when it comes to a vector on defense of Goyo versus the Finka LMG is going to win pretty much every single time. Parabellum squander an advantage that they could have had. They don't get anything from that first engagement. Instead, Space Station can roll through now with a minute left on the clock and a 5v4 at their hands. Overtime on the board if Space Station prevails.
Not a huge fan of that swing from Penguin. It seemed like he swung, but everybody else fell backwards, and now we're just throwing bodies for free, and sure, Penguin can now coordinate his troops from the grave as the in-game leader for his team, but you're down a gun, you're down a member, and SSG now, a great position to take this bomb site control.
Fultz has an angle into the bomb site himself. Eska on the ground, watching the drone hole. Gunner down for the count. That's Geisha control from Space Station. Hot and Cold gets the birthday buff yet again and can now vault on over. The numbers dwindling for Parabellum, and it goes from bad to worse. This time it's a nade to hit its mark. At some point, Kool-Aid is going to need to pop that shield from Goyo, but instead is not doing that. The canister still remains. Blast taking damage down below. He'll have to retake from the main stairs. This is dire straits. Could it be another flawless round? Kool-Aid as the shotgun out denies a flawless, but that seems that all he can get for the moment is that 1 kill. Trapped at backstairs, diffuser goes down. Another nice shot from Kool-Aid. 3 more to be found to pull off an absolutely remarkable clutch. But they know exactly where he is. and he's effectively trapped at this point. Damage from inside of the B bomb site where the diffuser has been planted, and Kool-Aid needs to pick his targets well, but there's way too many angles for him to cover. And a walk past the A bomb site will almost certainly be his undoing, as Space Station have established that crossfire. Tough position for Kool-Aid to be in, not much for you to do, and not really any place for you to go. Space Station put a punctuation mark at the tail end of that round, and we have overtime between these two teams.
We did say it was going to be close in our predictions, and OT is as close as it gets. Now the question is who comes out with 2 points and who comes out with 1. Let's see the sides first here. We got PP starting defense and SSG starting attack. So where you start, you will get 2 rounds because you'll get there twice, at most at least. You're not going to get there a third. That is just not how that works. In overtime, you basically play a best of 3 rounds. So if you win 2, you're good to go. If you only win a single or 0, unfortunately that you get to lose instead. Kitchen is where PP takes their first and possible only defense in OT. We'll see what they can do with this time around, because the numbers, they're not looking too good for the defenders right now on Skyscraper. Both teams having much better time on their attack. Very, very even. 4-2 split. Both teams getting down a couple of plans, but nothing really saying that one team is significant over the other.
5 seconds remaining.
No, I mean, objective play for Space Station was their focus yesterday. It fell off a little bit, even though they took 4 rounds. Still, ultimately, a little bit behind in those 2 diffusers being planted for Parabellum. They also were able to get diffusers down as well, albeit just, well, 3 diffusers down, I think, from Parabellum, based on the numbers. But either way, a valiant effort from both teams. Again, close. And this is why when we did our predictions today, we talked about it. I do not have faith in Space Station to win any game overwhelmingly. If Space Station wins, it's gonna be tight and their fans are gonna have a heart attack. This is what DZ was in like a year ago, where it's just like, whoa, to be a DZ fan, you're gonna enjoy the closest games of your life. And yeah, you're gonna win, but they're really gonna test how much patience you have for this team in the process. Anywho.
Trust the process, right?
That's what TSM said.
That is it. And what happened? They won the 6 rotationals title.
They absolutely did. So, Kitchen Barbecue down below in terms of win rate of this bomb site. Again, we can't really draw from any statistics because this is the first time that Skyscraper has been played this stage. If we go back to the Charlotte Major and you look at the win rate for Kitchen Barbecue, it was 45% of the time it was won by the defenders. Good start for the attackers, though, to continue with that trend line. That means that the attackers have an advantage on this bomb site, and Rampy gives his team, who's on attack, an advantage by picking off Gunner. Again, Gunner involved in almost every single early skirmish that we are seeing. Sometimes he wins, but more often than not, he's been losing, and that's not great for his team because Parabellum is almost consistently down somebody.
No, you're right. Doesn't bode well. Escan on the fire from that grenade down below as well inside of Geisha. This again is the big area that SSG cares so much about. If they can get this under control, usually they win the round, and there is the kill into Eska. 5 versus 3 now, and they got exactly what they want. So we can storm in on up top. Now Blast has to be a hero with his alibi, otherwise Bombs is going to fall very shortly after. Hibana pellets coming out with those X-Kairos to open up the hatch and the floor, but Kool-Aid falls as well in a 5v2 now.
Oh, Parabellum continues to find themselves on the wrong side of these engagements, and you talked about Blaz on that alibi holding true. He's just by bar, finds 1 kill. Again, it's another flawless round denied by Parabellum, but Space Station are getting as close as you can without outright getting it. Space Station got a flawless round back in round number 10. They got flawless in round number 11. Then in round 12, it was only a single death for Space Station, and in round 13, another single death. So Space Station are just pummeling Parabellum, and what is most amazing to me is with Space Station up, they've called their timeout, and this is actually going to allow Parabellum to talk to themselves too. So for Space Station, they've made a gamble here.
Yeah, this is something that Lycan and SSG doesn't do very often, where they tend to hold their timeouts a lot, but also I don't think I've really seen them do this particular instance of taking a timeout when you're in the lead, but this is Lycan wanting something either very specific or they're preparing for something expectations-wise based on the different bomb sites. This could be a strategical thing, such as saying, okay, Monty, no Monty. It can be about doing a rush. They probably have a pocket strat that they're going to consider doing if they see certain things in the drone phase, and that they will act upon. But as you mentioned, Parabellum 2 now has a full minute to talk to their coach about what they think they should be doing on this defensive round. I will say, looking at defending callouts and then or timeouts and attacker timeouts, I always feel like the attackers have a slight advantage because you can do so much more with the attacker repick, and you can discuss every single variable outcome like kitchen bomb site, C karaoke bomb site, and office bomb site, and say, okay, for this bomb site, Monty, for that bomb site, no Monty, and then just scout out during the drone phase, make your decision based off your conversation, and then just act it out. Whereas, you know, if you're defending, you gotta do the opposite. It is Parabellum now with the side swap on the attacking side, so that's why it's kind of funky that SSG would take this timeout, but it seems that we might have a rehost real quick with a tech pause.
Oh, wow. All right.
Unfortunate timing. But yeah, I'm curious as to why SSG would take the timeout when they're in the defense, because normally you would want to, you know, strat something out on the attacking side for the pocket strats. But of course, you can also do that on defense. It's just the orbital lineup from SSG was quite basic. They didn't go in like the 4th bomb set of Master Bedroom, so everything seemed to be pretty stable for them.
Parabellum, unfortunately, has a drone bug happen to them as they're staring down match point, so we will get everything back in working order, and everybody will re-emerge into the lobby in just a couple moments. When we talk about the difference between the pauses, by the way, a timeout allows the coach to talk to the teams, a tech pause does not. So the teams can continue to strategize, and that is especially helpful if you have a strong IGL, but you do not have that insight from your coach available. And of course, a coach standing behind you, able to see all 5 of the monitors in a quick glance, while also understanding what your opponents are doing, if that's what they're focused on, that's just a 6th pair of eyes that can be extremely helpful. In this case, we're almost back in the lobby, so we'll keep you updated as to what exactly happened. On that very first overtime round, Parabellum on defense, they went downstairs to Barbecue Kitchen. Things did not work out well for them. They mustered up a single kill. That was it. Spacestation won the round. Over the last 4 rounds, Spacestation have only lost 6 players. And to be fair, 5 of those came in the flawless round, in round number 11. If you look past that, the last 3 rounds that Spacestation have won, flawless, 1 death, 1 death. That is a lopsided victory 3 times. And it seems like they've really settled into attack. The good news for SSG fans is that even if you lose this round, you got 1 more opportunity on attack. That'll be the 15th and final round.
Yep.
Either way, both teams will emerge from this contest with a single point. Again, for these teams, that's actually quite a large win, because there are only 4 points separating 9th place from 1st place. So things are the margins between these teams are razor thin, real close. Because Parabellum are in 9th, picking up 1 point will put them up into 7th place. That is much more significant than you'd think. If Parabellum get all 3 points, they jump up to 9, just as SSG would. We'll see. Either way.
Very close.
Or 2 points.
Stage 2 of NAL. Very, very, very
close. It's early.
It is early.
It's early, and I haven't finished drinking all of my bean juice yet, which is what awakens the brain.
Oh my god.
It awakens the brain.
You're addicted to bean juice? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not addicted to coffee. I can stop whenever I want, but not today.
But not today.
But not today. I can stop whenever I want. Not now, maybe later.
He made me order his coffee for him as well.
That is
accurate.
Correct. That is accurate.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is accurate. I did. I forced you to do that.
And
I appreciate it.
And then you got mad at me for not asking every other person in the room what they wanted as well.
I mean, chat, you can help me out here. Is it not a courtesy if you're going to get coffee and you're in a place of work to maybe inquire if some of your coworkers, even some, not even all of them.
I agree, but it wasn't.
Some of your coworkers.
But it was you who
like
wanted coffee, not me. You wanted me to order you coffee because you'd ordered food and you can't order twice. So it was you who should have asked. Pete.
That's correct.
Thank you.
No, that's correct that I ordered food, so I couldn't order the coffee. It's incorrect that I should have asked. I take no responsibility for this whatsoever. You should have had the foresight.
Next time I will be better.
I appreciate that.
Look at
you know who will appreciate it the most?
The colleagues.
Our colleagues who didn't get coffee.
Yep. They looked at me and they're like, they saw the bag of food and they're
there
like,
were tears.
Yeah.
There were literal tears.
Literal tears of disappointment.
Crying.
I
They
will
were very
do
upset.
better.
Man of the people, not today. Anyway.
Speaking of doing better.
Parabellum.
And SSG on their defense. So SSG on the defense, gotta do better. PB right now in general needs to do better. They've had a rough last couple of rounds. They got a quote-unquote spicy lineup appearing right here. The Nuke on Eska, the Monty and Penguin. this speaks to a similar attack of that SSG was doing, where you should assume that, you know, they got a good grasp on how to counter it, what the weaknesses are, because they've done it themselves. SSG, as I said, pretty basic lineup when we saw their tactical timeout. I was expecting something else, but they are bringing the Thorn for those, a little bit of information, maybe a little bit of damage can be done, or a kill if you're lucky. Then, of course, pretty cookie cutter lineup other than that. Got some Molten Eye, Protection, and Bosco on the smoke. You got shields for those fortifiable positions of Dragon and Drum. So I really think that right now this is all up to Parabellum. They got a good set of tools to deal with this situation. They got a good operator lineup. The nuke here could actually be a very big factor. You can creep up a staircase middle of the round, and if you're lucky with timing, if you got good information to work with, can get a free kill and then, you know, open up the round for your team.
This is the same bomb site as well that Spacestation brought out a similar looking lineup, which is over towards Karaoke and T, and will be spearheaded by the Monty, and they get the first pick too with it from Parabellum. One of the Razor Blooms go off, and then Penguin sustains quite a bit of damage from a toxic canister, but yet still PB take down Skies. No way for the Thorn to be able to come back. So while the Razor Blooms will continue to hang around their locations, you've lost a very capable operator. And it was to Eska, who plays that Nook and is able to fly under the radar. More damage being done to Penguin from the smoke. Wow, that was well tossed. Look at the Monty. Just HP being chipped away at. It requires an Adrenal Surge to top the Monty back up.
It does. Remember, if you are under an effect of Adrenal Surge, you do take more smoke damage, so you gotta time it correctly, unless a third Toxic Bait might take you out. But there it is. Third one is gone, nothing more left in the pocket. Now it's hard for SSG.
And while the first two were so successful, that third Toxic Canister from Bosco does no damage to Penguin whatsoever. It was a risk, it was a gamble. They take it, doesn't pay off, but you still take it nonetheless. A banked nade goes off, doesn't do any damage to Space Station. Eska from below still has one in his back pocket as the Nook engaging the cloak, and now still sitting inside a barbecue. Will be watched quite intently. Nice flick, Parabellum coming alive, Bosco and Fultzfall. PB in a 5v2. The Monty still troubling Hot and Cold, who's not too far away. He could do some damage. Looks towards the Finka, can't do much at all. Rampy next one in, and guess what? It's another flawless round. What the hell is going on?
Happening?
We are watching all of these rounds being so decisive. Round number 10, flawless for Space Station. Round number 11, flawless for Parabellum. Round 12, one death for Space Station. Round 13, one death for Space Station. Round number 14, flawless for Parabellum. These rounds are so decisive. They are in you're either winning them or you're losing them. That's it. They're not close. There's no debate. You're slaughtering your opponent or you're being slaughtered. That's it.
Final round, 7-7 overtime match point, and please don't be a stump for one side. Let this be chaotic, let this be bloody, let this be messy. We are going to Karaoke T one more time. The very clear favor for both of these teams on their defensive side, both of which are not finding the most success. So, we've seen both teams do the Monty strat, we've seen both teams do a regular strat. Last time SSG went for a regular angle, and well, we all saw what happened. This time, it looks to be a same fashion for them. No Goyo on the board for Parabellum. That's one of the saving graces last time they were here. They got the Bandit, they got the Asami, the rest is all the same. One difference with SSG right now is Skies went from Sledge to Sophia. Not a huge difference there. You get soft destruction. You arguably get one more LMG, which I'm sure you're gonna love that if you're the attacking side. And Skies, who fell early last round on the Thorn, who was the opening death, surely wants to get more active in this round and get a few gunfights of his own. Let's see early aggression from defenders. Let's see them hold on and stopping SSG from entering the building. Let's see if Eska on this Bandit can do some damage out of the C4 or with the gun. Prep C4. Ready and loaded for a good position jump in from SSG, a very likely point of entry for them.
All right. Far more focus from Parabellum onto the office and exhibition side of things, pulling off these Bandit batteries. Eska takes damage in the process, but still seems to get away just fine. Cam spotted out. This is going to be, I imagine, a very slow round. Yep. Teams tend to tighten these things up when they get really close in terms of round count, in terms of...
I like this, actually.
You raised your finger. You were going to say something.
I was going to say, Eska prepped the C4, but ran back to side to Bandit trick, so Penguin is playing here instead, giving vocal information for that C4. They blow it a little bit early, but they do it rather safe than sorry. They fall back towards the bomb side, and this right now is one of the first successful early extension for the defenders on this map.
Still holding exhibition, still holding office, being droned in. Penguin will be first in line of sight for Rampy, playing behind this deployable shield. halfway point, and again, not a lethargic entry from Spacestation. They're still in the discovery phase, but they need to make sure that they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's. Early smoke canister tossed out. This nade should bank, but Penguin gets away just in the nick of time. He can drop on down, still holding this position. Shield is gone. Drone work needs to come out from Spacestation to assess that they've got control of that part of the map and then can continue to push through, but they're not doing it just yet. Down goes one of those Kiba barriers. That's something that we haven't talked about either, the Azami setup. And with 1 minute to go, those could be a huge pain in the backside for Spacestation if they don't have the necessary utility. And Gunnar starts things off well. We talk about how he's been the first step for his team far too frequently well. He makes good use of that roam. Down goes hot and cold. The ace, no more.
And Penguin is still hiding on top of drama area, so like they have a massive value here, impacting the round. On this boost spot, they have no idea. They're using Toxic Babes to stall.
Oh my, Penguin has the angle. Penguin has the angle. 30 seconds to go. The Finka not too far off. You have to control that gun. That's all you got to do. Nobody pressuring him from drum. The moment that Rampy steps up, Penguin should be able to shut him down. 20 seconds for SSG to escort Bosco in. There goes the Adrenal Surge. That'll be information once again to Penguin. Do they know he's there? Bosco gets shut down! Penguin hasn't been spotted at all! And all of a sudden, SSG are falling by the wayside. An unfortunate team kill leaves Fultz in a 1v3 to pick up the diffuser, fetch it, retrieve it, get into the bomb site, get it down, but he gets shut down by Blaz. Parabellum on a scramble in the final moments. They take it. It wasn't a perfect round, but by God, it works. That's take a deep breath and let it all out. That is an absolute slaughter in the final moments by Parabellum, and they outmuscle Spacestation to win at 8-7.
In a way, both teams can be happy with what happened here, it being so close. In another way, I think both teams can be a little bit sad because there were a lot of weaknesses being showed from both sides. And I would argue that both teams could have won in regulation, but they had to go all the way to OT to find a victor. And it's Parabellum this time around. And again, I want to emphasize that early roam presence from Eska and Penguin to slow down the attacking side, to show that early aggression and make them question where they might be, really ended up paying off for them.
Well, again, I said it, Parabellum passes the eye test. They don't look like a bad team. Their games are so scrappy and are usually quite close no matter who they're playing against. This match against Spacestation was absolutely no exception. They walk away with a victory. Spacestation still gets a point because they made it to overtime, but doesn't ultimately help their overall standings. That's it for matchup number 1. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Sit tight.
through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut.
All right, now that was an exciting match. An 8-7 victory for Parabellum over Spacestation Gaming. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Doa, Jesse, Jacob, Joe here with you. And over in Vegas, we have Penguin from Parabellum waiting to chat with us a little bit about that series. Penguin, that one went down to the wire. That was close. You pulled it off. Congrats on the win. Tell me what comms were like in that last round.
I mean, comms overall was pretty calm today. I think a lot of our decisions were made pretty calculated. Obviously, we didn't have a flawless game, but the mistakes we made were corrected. So that round we were pretty calm. I was hiding on a little balcony.
Yeah.
And I said I was trying don't worry, just focus Geisha, and they said okay. I mean, they trusted me to hold it down. And then they just held Geisha and won the picks there. But I mean, overall, our comms were really calm today. So we were happy with our play today.
Nice.
Definitely a rat play from you to end things out. But you play Skyscraper. It was your first time. It was Space Station's first time. Was this the map that you were anticipating to go to? Was this the game that you wanted to debut your Skyscraper on?
I mean, I wouldn't say it would be there's a day that we'd want to debut a map.
Mm-hmm.
We're okay to play the maps against any team. Some teams more than others. So, we've been okay with playing Sky for a long time. Even last stage, we didn't ban it a couple times. But I mean, for the most part, we were fine with playing it against SSG. Obviously, our philosophy is if our map, we're confident and comfortable on a map, then it doesn't matter what the other team's stats are on that. If we have faith that we'll be a better team, and be able to make the correct adaptations. Sometimes it doesn't always work out for us, obviously. But I mean, we were comfortable going Sky today.
Yeah, so Penguin, I have to ask, you guys over the course of this stage have had some really big moments on stage where you're really animated, and then you come back on. How was today different in terms of the mentality, and how did you keep that level throughout the game?
So a big thing for us was focusing on our mid round. Our mid rounds would fall apart on us very quickly a lot of the time, and I think that's what allowed these comebacks to happen. And we weren't making the correct changes or committing on the changes. I think we are still a new team. Obviously we've only been playing with Gunnar and Blaz together for a month now, compared to some of these teams that have been together for years. So we're still figuring some things out and figuring out what changes we want to make. But the thing for us is making a decision and committing to it. We felt that against DZ and Beastcoast, we were just running our stuff, and hopefully it worked. Instead of making the correct adaptations and changes that we were making against SSG, Astralis, and XG and XSET. So for us, it's focusing on our mid round and just staying calm and making the decisions. So I'm sure we will see us more animated, especially if we do win a big game. But for now, it's just calm down and just let's make the changes that we need to make.
Okay, so this one's in two parts. First, how close are we to seeing VBM actually get his visa situation sorted so we can be with you guys? And second, how impactful has it been for Smitty to finally be with you as a coach?
Yeah, so Veeb has been approved for his visa.
Yes.
But he's waiting for he has to go visit the U.S. consulate building in India. So that's kind of backed up right now, and that's what's taking so long. But he has been approved, so we're saying stage 3 is looking good for Veeb. And then having Smitty has been huge. For us, Smitty was been brought on to do analyst work and be a coach behind us. But at the end of the day, he is an analyst, so he is still learning, and Veeb's showing him the ropes and getting Smitty up to speed to be able to call timeouts. But it's a group effort more so now without Veeb being able to call timeouts for us. So Smitty's involved, and all the players are equally involved in making sure our timeouts are good until he gets here. And then having Smitty's been like really big for the vibes. Like Smitty's like a very big vibe guy, you know, really brings up the team. So for us, like that's what he's been brought on to do, give us like the analyst work, you know, coach as well. But for us, like vibes have been like a huge thing. And I think one of the reasons, like, you know, we were really animated in our first couple games.
All right, that's cool. So then compare Smitty to having Kirby behind you like you did in stage number 1. Like, what's the big difference you've noticed there? What do you miss from having Kirby back there?
I mean, the thing is, Kirby doesn't talk, so I'd say that's probably the biggest difference. But yeah, I don't know. Like having Kirby there was just a morale thing. So we're now with Smitty. There's tangible stuff. So
there you go. That works. The tangibility is always nice. The talking helps too. Well,
yeah.
Congrats on the win today. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us, and good luck in your prep for next week.
Thank you. Have a great day, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, there it is. Penguin from Parabellum giving us all sorts of great information. That was great. Those are some great answers. Getting to hear about.
How can Penguins always like
game.
that, man?
Yeah, exactly. The comms, them in game, the value of Smitty. You know, missing Kirby a little bit, but you know, of course, Smitation is going to be a little bit more helpful than the stuffed animated.
Sacrifices must be made.
That is true. That is true. Well, here's some stats here, and man, this one was close, 8-7. And I think it's really important for Parabellum that they were able to clutch this out. This, I think, was a very defining game this stage for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was one that we really needed them to win. We said if you get 0 points here, the major's looking very, very tough.
Yeah.
SSG scrape away with 1, Parabellum with 2. That's not really great for either of them. They both would have liked to take home the 3, obviously. But ultimately, I do thought we saw both teams playing relatively well towards the end of the game. We saw, I think, Rampy actually have a pretty solid start. Those 4 opening kills I thought were really important. He's a player that we've highlighted in the past as not really being able to win a lot of those gunfights when he's roaming out on defense, getting caught off guard by the LMGs quite often. It happened in the very first round, and I was worried after I saw that. But then after that, he managed to bring it back in round 2, round 6 as well. Managed to get another one of those opening picks. So I was happy to see a decent start from him. Of course, SSG didn't follow that up necessarily, and Parabellum ultimately the victors.
Not gonna lie, like as good of a game as it might have been, it was also kind of a difficult one to watch because when we look at the Spacestation team still falling off the ladder from where they usually are, and a Parabellum team that had 3 flawless rounds in a row. Is that the most, I think, in terms, like, obviously not 3 back-to-back-to-back, like 4, 5, 6 rounds, but still 3 consecutive attacking wins and they didn't drop a single, or defensive wins and didn't drop a single man. That's a problem if you're Spacestation. If either of these teams were to go to Berlin in their current states, I think they get group staged. I don't look at, even though this field is this close, thinking that they'd be able to do anything substantial. They had a very tenacious game. They stuck in there. It was a long game. They were able to adapt around each other's mistakes. But beyond that, I still don't think they would have really gone anywhere if this was an international game.
Interesting. We'll have to see how the rest of the stage plays out to see if they even make it. But let's talk about some individual rounds. For now, let's talk about round number 5. We got a telestration, so we can send Jesse over there to get that telestration started. Round number 5, it's a bit of a clutch from Parabellum, but there's a lot that was going into that as the round was sort of taking shape. Isn't that right?
That is exactly right. Doa, we've got the round 5 coming forward now to take a look at this. And it starts off at a 4v4. It's going to disappear from this very, very quickly. So I'm going to fast forward just a moment, and we'll see a couple of kills go down. There's 1, there's 2. Right down below, nice little one from Hot and Cold. So Hot and Cold's cleaned up the bottom floor pressure from the attackers, and we see once we go to the top floor, right before disaster strikes, we're managing to take a look at this top floor where we saw Rampy get the first kill on the Eska. This is Rampy right here by the staircase, and he got Eska down in the drum. Now that's great, but look at the positions that Spacestation are taking right now. They're really, really committing to take down the second player of Kool-Aid. They're already in an advantage in this point. They don't necessarily need to get this second kill. They've gotten 1, Hot and cleaned up 1 below, so the fact that they're not just falling back here is a little bit rough for them. And although they've got 2 players here, so they should at least get the trade, as we see, Kool-Aid pops off, and that doesn't quite end up happening. So Kool-Aid gets both of these kills, beautifully done by him, and as he's doing this, what you've noticed is Hot and Cold has just used the only explosive that they have left in this game. He's just tossed his C4, and from below, he threw it right about here. He threw it in the drum, and this ends up being a crucial mistake for them because it's the only bit of hard explosives that they have, and there's still an Osa with 2 shields left on the board for him. It was almost like a panic throw to really try to claim this kill on Kool-Aid because they'd already committed 2 players to try to get that kill. So he's like, please, can I get this? Now, he didn't detonate it, but as you'll be able to see going forward here, it doesn't necessarily matter. What Parabellum do that is really smart to mitigate that C4, they probably didn't know it was there, but what they end up doing anyways that makes that C4 irrelevant is they're going to rotate up around to the north side, and they're going to try to push this in through the north part of T-Room to get in here. So you'll see them now. There they both are. Coming in with the Osa shield, they're going to set it up nice and easy. At this point, Hot and Cold as well has rotated up these black stairs. So he's going to be in a good position to try to stop this. But with the Osa shield, it's so difficult. You can see they've got the drone in now. Hotten's going to sprint on past and unfortunately get caught on the second doorway as he's running through. Beautiful cover there from Gunnar, who put down the shield, let Kool-Aid plant, and then we see Sky's trying to go for this kill, but of course with the Osa shield down, he's not going to be able to fire through that, and it doesn't end up happening. If Hot and Cold had still had that C4, maybe he'd be able to throw it down and be able to destroy that Osa shield. Maybe they clutch the round. Couple of big mistakes from Spacestation in that round. I thought Parabellum capitalized on it beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, it really was interesting, right, Jacob, where we saw so many rounds where Parabellum would play really well, would have really great stuff like that. Spacestation would be a little bit off. Then we would see the exact opposite the very next round. Do you think it's just inconsistency from both teams, or do you think it's just both teams playing each other really closely?
It's inconsistency from Spacestation because I feel like all of them are clicking at the same time and they probably win way more rounds than they have in this stage by itself.
Sure.
But for Parabellum, I still call it a maturity problem. I still think there are moments you don't have to swing, or times where we very clearly saw an advantage immediately swing in Spacestation's way before Parabellum had a chance to really stop an attack in its tracks. You don't need Penguin to swing a corner. You don't need Gunnar to get aggressive. Sometimes it's a matter of understanding the timing. So both teams have their own individual problem in this case to fix, but for Spacestation, I'd call that more of a really rooted issue to fix. Parabellum's a young team. They're going to be this way for a long time, and it probably won't change for a bit. But for Spacestation, you're way more experienced, so you need to clean this up quick.
Yeah, fair enough. So let's take a look at round 8 as well. Now, this was a brighter moment for Spacestation, and this was off everybody's favorite operator, Montaigne, right? Everyone loves when the Monty comes in. I've been told. He's everyone's favorite to play against. He's certainly my favorite to watch. Let's check it out.
Monty's such a good operator for this bomb site because you can push in through the black stairs and you can get a really good angle pushing in through to Karaoke. And what they do at the start here is from SSG is exactly that. They try to, but this is the second time PB are trying to run this, and you can see they're going to be able to like double reinforce off this wall, which is huge because they're able to open this up anyways with the can opener, get in and make this plant happen.
Yeah, to build off of this, like the adaptations just from PB this game, and again, the mid-round shot calling, like Penguin said, was super impressive, and a lot of growth was displayed here. So I want to see them continue this throughout the rest of the season.
Well, there you go. Montaigne, again. Pick him in your rank games. Pick him every single time. Nobody minds.
Just on this site.
I don't know about that.
Not as good on any of the
success rate? Because we also saw Geo clutch
very good.
Not important, not important. It's about the journey, not the destination, Jacob. You know.
I didn't say anything.
Of course. Well, there you go. Well, on that note, what a way to start the day. An 8-7 victory for Parabellum over Spacestation, keeping their hopes alive to go to that Berlin Major. But oh no, we are not done yet. We've got none other than DarkZero taking on TSM when we get back. Don't go anywhere. The Rainbow Six North American League returns in just a few.
Don't give up on me, yeah. 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 Don't give up on me.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Everybody, Joey, your host here, along with Jesse, Jacob, and our special guest, Joe. As we get started for our second map of the day, it's going to be DarkZero versus TSM. And guess what? Bummer. TSM's own Geometrics is out because he's not feeling the greatest, apparently, and that means that Coach Gotcha is in. So while this is kind of devastating for TSM as they've been doing so well this stage, this is kind of a bit of a golden gift given to DarkZero, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, Gotcha's no stranger to playing in the server. He did play in Challenger League last year. He didn't have the best results with it, but hey, he's the lowest rated player in the league.
Don't have to be so polite about it, Jesse.
But, you know, he has that experience, right? I think there are worse coaches to have playing for you in the server. No offense.
Oh, wow.
Gotcha's
Wow.
Listen, I've played ranked with Joe, okay? We know how things go.
That's fine. That's fine.
There's a reason God is his own team, right?
Absolutely.
But yeah, this will definitely be a hindrance for TSM.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, just looking at like Gotcha filling in for Geo in this situation. Geo right now is the top performer in wins on attack. So right now, Geo is 20-1 on attack with an 87% kill participation in wins. So huge impact, and he had that amazing clutch yesterday. So like looking at Geo here, he's kind of irreplaceable. So Gotcha can fill that role, but how is he going to get the impact?
I don't really think it's going to happen to the extent TSM need. That's the problem. Sure, Gotcha's in the team, he understands the role, but you're replacing your best player at a moment you really can't afford to lose him, and you have some pretty significant holes on defense that you have to shore up too. So unless you get a really favorable map or something in this ban phase, then DarkZero might have just found their way to get out of where they currently sit in 9th place.
Yeah, well, here's our tail of the tape. As you can see, TSM with a pretty good start so far this stage. Coming into this one, DarkZero was 8th in the standings, TSM was 3rd, but I mean, TSM, one of our 3 teams at 10 points. A win here could propel them to a spot where they're almost certainly going to Berlin, but a loss here throws everything back into kind of the mystery zone, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, although there is a player substitution on the side of TSM, you can't forget that before yesterday, they were looking unbeatable throughout the NAL. They looked so good, by far the #1 team. Lost to XSET, I think made a couple of dumb mistakes that they won't repeat today. And DarkZero's history has been definitely shakier. They've had some good games, nobody's going to deny that. They've also had a lot of games where it didn't really feel like they were finding those entries on attack. It felt like they were really being read by their opponents. And so I don't think this is like as cut and dry as, oh, TSM have only 4 of their core players, they're definitely going to lose. Because historically, TSM do look like the better team heading into this.
Yeah, they did, for sure. Let's talk about DarkZero a little bit, though. DarkZero is obviously a team that has been struggling a little bit here. They lost to Astralis yesterday. Astralis, of course, though, looking, I would say, probably better than ever yesterday, honestly, with Iconic finally stepping up here. So DarkZero...
It took 2 weeks, but...
I mean, yeah, but better late than never, I guess. But the question is, speaking of better late than never, is DarkZero going to be able to come around in time to get to Berlin? And that is a very tough question to answer right now.
I mean, I'd certainly hope so. Right now, they sit at 6 points, which puts them, funnily enough, down currently in 9th place, only above Mirage, which is a tough spot to be in, especially considering that they've had 3 losses. None of them have managed to go to overtime. And we talk about this team being a very different squad from how we saw them last year. We talked about DarkZero syndrome, how they were very slow on attacks, and then they picked that up for the Charlotte Major, but they've yet to find that same level of consistency on the attacking half thus far. Right now, they are so far down when it comes to that, and when they start games, it's also incredibly slow right now.
So this is a little graphic I wanted to prepare for you guys. I want to show the first round win that DarkZero has had in every game through 5 matches that they've played so far in the NAL. And what you'll notice is they are almost never, in fact, they are literally never starting off with a win. They always lose round 1. Twice they were able to bounce back in round number 2, but then in 3 of their games, they didn't find a round on the board until round 4 or later. DarkZero have been having slow starts, and Doa, you've said this time and time on the desk. We've actually got numbers to back it up now. DarkZero take time to get going, and in the major, when they could play best of 3s, that was okay. They could talk to each other. Troy could hype up this team, but in a best of 1 format, losing just 1 or 2 rounds at the very start of the game can be a death sentence.
Yeah, they're Super Saiyans, basically. They don't start out super strong, right? They need time to ramp up. They need time to get angry, to power up, right? And in a best of 1 format, like we've said so many times, that can be very punishing. And I agree. I think it's been no better illustrated than this stage in particular.
Yeah, and looking at last stage even too, like it took them all the way to the very last game to finally be able to make the majors. So I'm looking at these standings again, I'm wondering if the same thing will happen with DZ. Will they just take the longest time possible to finally sneak in and then maybe perform a miracle at the major again?
You never know.
That's the problem with DarkZero, though. They've never been that kind of a dominant team domestically, aside from the one time they won one of the online majors almost 2 years ago. But find me another time where even then they weren't like a 3rd place team in the NAL or in regional competition at best, which is a very weird thing to say about a team that is a major champion. But obviously the way that they're able to win in a best of 3 format against teams that they have considerable, like way more or different kinds of prep for, you're not focused on 9 different opponents in the NAL as you are in a major where you have 4 and then another 3 at most in a completely different format. It's just interesting seeing how this DarkZero team, as lauded as they are in some aspects, when they get back into NAL stuff, it's just not the same team sometimes.
Yeah, and again, this stage has been so competitive too. So you can't slip out at all right now in NAL because there's so many other good teams that are ready to jump in and take that spot. Some of those teams are even teams that won the International, say, back in February possibly. Let's talk about TSM a little bit. Now, obviously today the big story for TSM is that Gio is out feeling under the weather. That means their coach Gotcha is in. Now, coaches, if I remember correctly, are 1-1 so far in stage 2.
Right.
We had Call Out getting a win in week 1, and then we had Gara not quite getting a win with that Mirage match. So the question is, will Gotcha be able to push the coaches into the winning column here with this one?
I mean, I'm not going to say coaches don't have their benefit, especially when they play in a system like TSM's.
Sure.
If you're right there and you decide, let's do something like Gotcha as a performance coach has been able to kind of drag something else out of this TSM team. When he came onto that roster initially, they said he was finding gaps and weaknesses and things that they needed to clean up with their current strategies and make them a more effective team. According to the team, he was a massive reason why they won the Sixth Invitational in the first place. Nice boon to have, and if you can use that mid-round, then fantastic. But the guy that you're losing out on is your top-rated player, your secondary hard breach operator, and the guy who has the highest cost on the team, usually meaning he has the most impact. So we look at this, and I don't like the fact that it's Geo coming out and Gotcha coming in. Maybe if Gotcha was coming in for Chala, it might be a different scenario because that's the role that he plays, but it's still a massive blow for TSM's chances today.
Yeah, I mean, in football, you take out the running back and you put in the running back coach. You're not going to get the same results.
Right.
Some stats for Gotcha from when he played in Challenger League back in Stage 3 last year. 34 and 56 overall, the worst KD ratio in the league. 15 survival rate means he was dying 85% of the time. 48 cost, having below 50 there is very, very bad. And he was on soft breach. Now, I think it's highly unlikely that he's going to be on soft breach today because when Achieve's on your roster, you let him take Sledge.
Yep.
But, you know, even with him coming in on a support position, this is going to be a role change for him. It's not something that he played with recently. So even that is kind of working against Gotcha in this game.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what map they want to go to here because with a sub coming in, do you want to go to a map that is aggressive for attack and slot Gotcha into that role, or do you want to play something more defensive and let him play comfortably somewhere, maybe in a death spot? So, like, how does TSM evaluate how they want to have Gotcha play is really important.
Well, let's find out. The bans are in, so it's time to figure out what map we're going to. And I would imagine with TSM, it's probably not going to be theme park, but let's see.
All the way to,
to
Villa.
There it is.
Is what it's saying.
All right, we're moving right along.
Is this?
Okay, we go to Villa then.
All right then, which is interesting for at least compared to how we've seen Villa already played out over the course of this stage already. I like the fact that we see a couple of very obvious bans off the board. You don't want to see DZ ever take a TSM to Cafe. So it's more a matter of TSM taking their permabans off the board to start with, and then DZ taking off a couple of maps they already understand TSM is very good at. But at least as far as Villa's concerned, I mean, Joe, does that help with your assessment on where Gotcha might get sliced in here?
Well, see, with Villa yesterday, I was really looking to see TSM be dominant on attack, and XSET completely shut them down. So being able to, go back to Villa again, I'm not so sure.
Villa, a map that DarkZero have 2 plays in the NAL, and they just lost to Astralis the day of the finals. 8-7 was that scoreline. TSM on Villa dominated back at the 6th Invitational. 2 plays this year, both losses. First to Astralis and the second one to XSET.
Well, we know where we're going. The question is, apparently we're actually going to a different map. That was
what?
Well, thank
wrong
goodness.
Okay. We'll figure it out. So I loved all your analysis.
Yeah.
I felt like I learned a lot. Even if we're not going there. Even if we're not going there, I felt like that was still educational.
Yeah.
Wow.
No time wasted. I feel enriched. But we're going to find out in a moment where we're actually going for this one, apparently. So
TSM said you can swap a player. Okay, cool. DarkZero can then pick the map they want to go to.
Yeah, this is the Uno reverse card of map bans. So,
any predictions, Joe, Jacob?
If we're not going to Villa, where are we going?
Yeah.
Well, I want a map that TSM can start on defense, so that way Gotcha's not thrust into the attacking fire immediately, given the amount of impact that he's had or that Geo's had on this team. So I'd look for something. I don't know. What's something that they haven't banned very frequently? Like a chalet, a cafe is something that they obviously would love to go to, but it's never going to get played there.
I don't mind a clubhouse.
Would you go back to theme park at this point?
No.
No.
Ever?
Nope, don't touch it with a 6
Ever?
Curse. Theme park is the curse map for TSM
I think
this year.
with clubs specifically for TSM, yes, that's a good attacking map for them. But again, Geo is a huge part of those attacks.
Right.
So Gotcha slotting in wouldn't be as 1-to-1. I don't want to see Chalet because I feel like that really favors DZ. So maybe I don't know, like an Oregon, I guess, maybe. Oregon is very comfortable for defenders, so Gotcha slotting in there wouldn't be the worst. And then if they started defense, he'd have time to ramp up.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, we're just waiting to get that map graphic up and running to find out where it is we're going. And, you know, how much do you think DarkZero will be able to capitalize on Geo not being in there? Well, never mind. We're going to Chalet. We'll mull that one over a little bit later.
All right, so welcome to a map that DarkZero themselves have been rearing and ready to play. Haven't banned it a single time this stage. They're very much looking like at some point we were going to go to something like this. And TSM were the ones that get to choose starting side because DarkZero got to pick between Clubhouse and Chalet. And they go attack first.
Couple of streaks on this map. DarkZero, a 3-game winning streak. TSM were on a 5-game winning streak, and then they lost to the Sonics playing with their coach. LOL.
Yep. I mean, it'll be a good time either way. But, you know, to a certain extent, if you're TSM, you're in this position too. Do you maybe just, set yourself up to play a map that you don't have as much experience in, but you kind of wanted to get a bit of experience in? Is it even valuable with a coach in that particular case? So I wonder where TSM is at with this one. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, let's find out what the predictions are going to be. And honestly, is this one a little bit tough? Let's talk to our casters first. Pengu and Intero are waiting to give us their knowledge with that one. But of course, TSM, we would imagine, are going to be a little bit unfavored in this one. But at the same time, DarkZero has been very up and down this stage. So is it really an easy DarkZero pick? Or do you think TSM might be able to still pull it off? Our casters, what do you got to say?
It's a great question, Eric. To be frank with you, I was coming into this match thinking, okay, TSM have the upper hand for sure.
Yeah, naturally.
Not that Gotcha is not, not a bad player, but
he's not a player.
He's not a player, right? And I mean, despite the fact that he's tried to be a couple times, it's never really worked out super well for his teams when he's been on the actual battlefield. That said, DarkZero has not inspired much confidence in me so far this season. So when I look at the results over the first 5 play days, I still, even with Gotcha playing, am not entirely sold. I'm going to give the edge to DZ, but I don't think that TSM is going to get stomped in this matchup. I think it will still be quite close.
I'm in a similar mind where if TSM was in full force, TSM takes it. It's pretty simple.
Yes, I agree.
But I get to be happy today because I can predict DarkZero. So all is good in the world. And I can do that without being biased because Geo isn't here. So I think it's going to be close. I'm thinking 7-5. I'm thinking DC victory.
Nick's over here finding an out just to let him pick DarkZero without feeling guilty about it.
You got it.
He's got one. Yeah. I think the reasons are there.
Feel them back at the DZ HQ, just like holding the pen over the over the check, and they're like, "He better say us." This is DarkZero. They sign it. They're like,
doesn't get signed unless you pick him. We'll check back in with our casters in a moment. Thanks, guys. So, DarkZero or TSM, our analysts, what do you have to say? How big is the lack of Geo going to be in this one?
Pretty big.
Yeah.
I'd say 7-5 DarkZero.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I still think it'll be close, but
even the number prediction.
You'll even if it was anybody other than Geo, I say maybe there's a chance, but no, this is bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with DZ here. For me, I'm full Pamba party time. So in wins, he's super influential as well, and he's the huge contributor. Take it.
Don't worry, Joe. I got a hot take for you. I'm going TSM.
Overwhelming.
Listen, I think that you're replacing a support player. You can shift more of that weight to the more fragging heavy players on TSM. Chiefs had a great game or a great stage. So is Merc. So I'm excited for TSM. I think they can come out on top. Didn't love what I saw from DZ yesterday.
I think it'd be cool to see. Well, again, this is a big thing for coaches in the NAL as well. As many paths to pro. You either play the game really well, or maybe slip some laxatives in somebody's coffee in the morning. Like, oh, now I get to play on the stage.
Is that what you
Gotcha would never.
What do you know? I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just saying, think about it. Let's flip the coin. DarkZero heads, TSM tails. I'm not going to drop this one. Oh, nailed it. It is heads. DarkZero. The coin does not believe in the coaches, sadly. Sorry. Well, there you go. The community poll. What do they say?
I'll have one on my side. I'll have one of you on my side.
Yep, there it is.
It's going to be TSM. The fans don't care. Fans don't care. They're just going to click on TSM. We found this out yesterday.
That was really funny.
Yeah. Community poll. Let's find out what the question is going into our second map of the day. Who is going to be louder? Is it going to be Canadian or is it going to be Achieved?
I don't feel like Achieved gets up and rowdy nearly as much as he used to.
I was going to say, I feel like I've seen Canadian do that kind of thing a lot more, but then maybe it's just a quiet stage for TSM Stage 1. Maybe this is the moment. We'll see. In the meantime, time to take a quick break. And when we come back, the SI champions take on the Charlotte Major champions. Even though we got a coach in, it'll still be a fun map. You don't want to miss it. It'll happen in just a few right here. Don't go anywhere.
Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Boring on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through dripping Aquafina. I'm 715, kept a weapon on me. Flow make bitches, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac.
I am Pamasi, and this is the NAO.
Everybody, it's time for our second matchup of the day. DarkZero versus the slightly less prepared TSM, announcing at the last minute that Geonidas, aka Sleepy Geo, aka Senpai Geo, aka Geometrics, is not going to be playing. Instead, it will be another G player. Gotcha.
Gotcha player. Yeah.
Gotcha will be stepping in.
Yep. GU out.
Possibly boosting DZ's chances of prevailing in this matchup. We're going to go to Chalet. So a wonderful winter map. DZ's been itching to play it. The devs said that themselves.
Yes, they did. And it makes sense because DC, they are very efficient at playing Chalet. It's a map that they don't ban themselves almost ever, if ever. And it's also a map that kind of plays into that heavy gunplay aggression that TSM on a normal day could easily match DarkZero on. But with Gotcha, the question comes to mind where it's like, is this going to be more of like a 4 versus 5 situation? But with that being said, when Sqonis had to play with their coach, of Goddess put on Jaeger on Chalet, and she was just gunning it out, holding down the fort, getting 5 or 6 kills on the defense. On attack was doing the plant duty. If TSM can successfully get Gotcha in a similar position where he's comfortable playing and he can get a little bit of value every single round, I don't think it's going to be too bad for TSM. I think it's going to be a close game, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Goddess stepping in and playing well. Chalet can be a bit of a hectic map.
It can.
With the results from our very first match of the day, not trying to spoil it for you, but with the results being what they were, DarkZero now finds themselves in 9th place.
Ew.
This is the TSM special. TSM wins SI, and then they immediately plummet to the bottom of the North American League. Same with the Sonics. After they become NAL champions, they also plummet to the bottom. The championship hangover, as we talked about, and have said many, many times, is very real. Not for you, though. Not for your teams. You seem to win, and you never stopped winning. As for DZ, they are in the basement. They're going up against a TSM team that entered the day in 3rd place. 3 wins to their name, 1 overtime loss, 1 loss in general, tied with XSET and OXG at the top of the North American League with 10 points. A victory here for TSM would significantly boost their chances of going to the Berlin Major with just 3 play days left. We'll see if Gotcha can rise to the occasion as we get underway with DarkZero versus TSM on Chalet. Operator bans coming in first. The 2 attackers removed from play, Hibana and Finka.
I like to think about a lot from TSM to reduce the lethality from DarkZero, although TSM themselves do stop the attack inside. As Samini stays kind of like a Mirror, a Valkyrie, or a Thatcher, we can expect this operator to be banned or played almost every single match, and in this one it will be a ban, not a play. And then DarkZero opting for a bit of some funky bans here. Hibana and Frost on all maps like Chalet. We know that Gio and Chala, they like playing the Frost on maps like Clubhouse, like Chalet, so it makes sense given the circumstance. The Hibana is a bit of a rare thing to see on Chalet, but it speaks to ADS clearing if you play Wamai and Jaeger or Wamai and Aruni, and it makes the attacking job a little bit more difficult as you just have less projectiles overall. And you can, of course, substitute those on other operators, like, for example, Gacha is playing the Nomad, but, of course, you get less lethality in the lineup if you do that.
You love that word, lethality.
Lethality. That's the word of today. Just today.
Used across a multitude of esports titles, Chalet has been played once so far in the North American League. That's it. It was all the way back on Playday number 3, Spacestation Gaming versus Beastcoast. Beastcoast prevailed 7-4 in that bout. And if you look at the stats for Chalet, well, there were 11 rounds played, obviously. It was a very attacker-favored Chalet. Only 36% of the rounds went in favor of the defense. By my count, that's what? That means that it was 7 rounds, 8 rounds that were won by the attack. You never do math on broadcast, and I am certainly not a math major. I'm not a numbers guy, let's put it that way. Don't know what kind of guy I am. I guess I'm like a English guy.
You're not an
English guy. Arts guy.
Canadian.
Arts guy.
You're not an arts guy either.
Okay, anyway. In terms of bomb sites, kitchen and dining was played the most. We can go back again to the Charlotte Major, just as we referenced for Skyscraper in our very first match of the day. It had not been played at all in the NAL for Stage 2, so we had to go all the way back to the LAN that happened 2 months ago, in order, well, a month and a half ago, in order to get proper assessment. We might reference those numbers, but for now, let's just focus on what we see in front of our eyes as we get underway with round number 1.
I think you'd be the guy like a debate guy, like debate class.
Okay.
That's what you do.
You know that. Yeah, anyway. Oh, nice shot by Merc. Starts things off, and this is the thing with TSM is yes, they don't have Geo on the board for them. They have Gacha playing instead. But the strength of TSM's players are so strong that even having Gacha in more of a support role is not terrible. You've still got Bolo achieved in Merc, the 3 points of that spear, as we've talked about time and time again, to do a lot of work for the team, especially Merc. If Merc has a good game, frankly, the supporting cast around him is a little bit immaterial because he can carry on his own. So first pick on Hyper, that's good. Nades going down from below to try and shake off some of the denial on that wall as DarkZero is holding towards main lobby and now have fallen off a little bit. This is that bomb site that we talked about upstairs of Master and Office, which was not won a single time by the defenders when it was played in that Beastcoast SSG match.
I know this wall being opened up, the mirror window next to that wall breach as well is like basically useless at this point for the defenders. There is a second mirror window down below and a C4 is also follow it up, I believe, from Canadian, who's now working his way upstairs for a flank. Nice kill to Bolo. No one watching it apparently. A jump out from Pampus who finds nobody, but this is now TSM pushing that go button on the side.
And they have a flank watch operator in the Nomad, and that's Gacha in hand, but those air jabs have gone somewhere, and none of them have found Canadian. Still, it's Pambazoo and NJR for DZ. That's it. A minute to go for TSM to scout out the bomb site. They find Gacha, and NJR picks up the kill for DarkZero. Numbers evening out a little bit more, but still, at the moment, favoring TSM. Down goes Pambazoo. It's a second kill for Merc through the open mirror window. NJR tries his best, but a 3K from Merc seals the deal for round number 1.
Bit of a weird round number 1. Like a lot of things just like happened that shouldn't have. Like how did Canadian flying against multiple drones and an air jab? It looks like Gacha was apologizing to Bolo, and Bolo was the person who did die to the flank. So it might have been like either a mispositioned air jab or something like that along those lines. It's all good. It's all smiles from TSM, and Bolo said, "You know what? That's all right, Gacha. We got the round."
Well, Bar Gaming, the second attempt for DarkZero. DZ are not a team that will go back to the same bomb site within short order of one another, so we might have a rehost. There appears to be a drone bug being called out by Gacha, and yeah, Mint, we know that feeling. The look on his face, but for a second, as there will be a rehost allowing the teams to talk. For DZ, that actually might be quite beneficial as they discuss their setup on that bomb site. I don't know if TSM were aware of where they were attacking before the rehost was called, which again, might not allow them time to strategize to the bomb site.
It's true. And I mean, yeah, arguably favors DC in this scenario, but you can only do so much. You can talk about what you're going to be doing, but also talk about what went wrong in that previous round. Hyper falling off really early from the board, dying very isolated on that top of blue stairs with no real support. That's a bit of a concern. Normally on Chalet, you want to be roaming in a pair like a duo, so you have two people that can play off one another, not just have an isolated member, because that can be taken advantage of very easily by the attackers. And Gan just bringing a lot of smiles to the lineup today. Oh my, him and Jason are having a great old time on that corner of the table.
Jason is Bolo.
Bolo, by the way.
I can call him that because we're friends. That's how it works.
Yep.
I do appreciate that while everybody brings ways to like dry off their hands or keep their hands warm, Bolo looks like he has like a kitchen, one of those
towel.
kitchen towel. And you know what? Hard pressed to find a towel more absorbent than one that you find in the kitchen. So I'm with him on that one. We're gonna get underway now with Chalet. Thank you so much for the patience. Back into the action we go. Stats will be scrubbed from the server, but if you're curious, Merc had a large 3K to start things off with. And again, while Gio is not playing for TSM due to an undisclosed / mystery medical illness, maybe he's just too good looking. We don't know what the real reason is for why Gio is away, but Gotcha filling in his place. If Merc can have a good game, enabled by his teammates, of course, Gotcha will have a benefit that's outside of just potentially fragging well. But if Merc can have a huge game, if Achieved can have a huge game, for TSM, sometimes that's enough. And with the woes that DZ have had so far this stage, that certainly could be enough for TSM to get the victory, even with a stand-in play.
You're right. And I mean, I saw Reddit right before the game started, and they raised the question, why is Gotcha the one playing and not Pojo? And I mean, Gotcha did play more recently as a player, and I feel like Pojo was very happy about retirement onto that coaching role, whereas we all know that Gotcha wanted to be a player, you know, even when he was coaching. So it seems to make the most sense, and I also think Gotcha's relationship with the guys, you know, coaching them through the SI victory, etc., understanding what it's like to be in the server under terrible circumstances, it might just be the better fit. Either way, they got their 5th player, even though it's a coach, and we've seen Gotcha do good before, and on that first round, well, nothing much happened of it, but we got many more rounds to come.
You hear the telltale sign of Glaz. His gun is so distinct that the moment you hear it, you know that it's out there, and, well, there's no doubt about it. DZ will peek windows potentially to their demise. Air jab goes off, Canadian immediately takes care of that and then repositions. Inside a trophy, nobody from DZ remains.
Achieved always hovers Glass during the attacker repick phase, but never really sticks it, so this time he did, with the Capitao as well. Got a couple of smokes going on. Could be a bit of a aggressive situation in about a minute from now, depending on how Achieved wants to approach this round.
Real action just yet. 1 minute off of the clock. Lots of smokes, lots of killing utility for TSM. So they look to try to crack this this bar gaming take that they're right now figuring out. Bolo gains a lot of information off of this, by the way, but Canadians still capitalize off of it. 3 players spotted by Bolo on that single Gemini, so well done and good utility from TSM. Unfortunately, they still give up that first death. Merc will be of no value for this round. Those Twitch drones will be idle for the remaining 90 seconds.
Yeah, and that's gonna cost you, because like if you had those Twitch drones alive now, like we really hand you to clear out those magnets and those ADSs, especially because you got the glass, so limited utility on the board, as you want those smokes to be used, not to be burnt on utility.
Good patience. Hyper follows up. DZ pick up kill number 2. TSM seemingly floundering right now. They got all that intel off of Bolo's scouting and then didn't really use much with it. Their focus has been over towards Library. Glaz is still up as well. With the smokes going out from Capitao, Achieved can do some serious damage here if he finds his mark, but there's nobody from DZ that are presenting themselves. Instead, DZ have scampered off over towards the Library, leaving just NJR to hold against the hordes of TSM. No drones seem to be coming in, so a nice shot from NJR will net Achieved, and immediately a fall off from the top floor. TSM's entry not working out very well. Canadian in the basement catches Gotcha off guard. Once teammates, that's always a funny thing to see. Leaves Chala upstairs with 30 seconds left. A flawless round for DZ in the works, unless Chala can get a single kill or more. Clutch factor is there, but not accomplished. DZ take round number 2.
And it's flawless as well. Very easy round for them, just 1 versus 1s going in DC's favor, and NGR sure almost got injured by the glass of Achieved, but not quite. He did stay alive, so a flawless does count. 1-1 so far as round number 3 is underway. See the bomb side, kitchen, dining being chosen from DarkZero, so we're going master bedroom, bar into kitchen. No basement as of yet. It's funny because basement in ranked play is typically like the starting bomb set that most teams go to, but in competitive play, it's often deemed very hard to defend just because you got those exterior walls that the attackers can abuse and open up very early on. You don't get to play with much of the map control, where when you go kitchen, you got a whole floor above to work with. When you go bar, you got a whole floor above to work with. When you go basement, you can try and do a soft roam, but you're typically stuck in the basement itself. That's typically why you don't see it as frequently in professional play as you normally would in ranked.
Actually quite surprised with how TSM goes from looking so formidable in round number 1 to looking like a shell of themselves in the span of 3 minutes.
It was that rehost, you know?
Yeah,
it crushed them.
Absolute mental boom, as you want to call it. TSM have trotted out Sens before. How do you use Sens? Well, you use them by being very slow, because Sens is a 3 armor, not exactly the fastest operator in the game. But the tricky thing with the ROU gadget, which is that little disc that sends up the beams of light, the wall of light, is that it can have a bit of a mind of its own. You can't control it. It's not like a drone that makes the smoke for you. Still, synergizes very well with the glass. It's Bolo's turn on the Russian operator to see through the smoke. TSM have brought out Sens before. If you recall back, they had a bank matchup where Sens was brought out just once, but they weren't particularly effective despite TSM winning the round. I'm curious as to how the experiment will be this time, as Sens is being brought for a take on a kitchen.
Yeah. So the way it's coded is that it works the same way as a Candela. If you bounce it off a wall, it'll like go in a certain direction trajectory-wise. So once you learn the lineups with Sens, you get a lot more value similar to Ying. But it's an operator that just takes a lot of time and experience. So if Merc plays Sens now, it's very likely that Merc will keep playing the operator for, you know, extended duration of time throughout the next couple of months and seasons, because it's one of those you need to be good at using the utility to get much value out of it.
Speaking of value, Rotero drones right now paying off quite well up from above. Just wanted to say how that utility from TSM is just absolutely tearing through what DZ had.
Absolutely right. Wall getting opened up, this right now is going to start that fun zone for us, because this is now where Merc on Sens can get active, right? You can essentially smoke wall the entirety of the bomb side, split it in half. Bolo on the glass can see right through it. We see Canadian in the basement looking for a flank during this moment.
Here comes the ROU across the wall, leading this smoke, as you can see, and it's almost a perfect lineup, but it's answered back by a Pokeball from Canadian. Toxic Canister goes off, and NJR. Suddenly, DZ have found a lot of killing, and Canadian is down below, again on a flank. He likes this. ROU dissipates. They lose access to it. It hit a mute jammer and stopped working, so just like that. Not exactly the success that they want. Achieved has been put on flanked watch to try and stop Canadian from getting back, all the while his teammates dying well above. Merc engaged, and that's 1 kill for TSM, but a lot more to be found is now Achieved, forced off of flank watch. And guess who's going to benefit from that? Old Canadian. Down goes NJR, a nice shot from Achieved. 30 seconds left, and again, Canadian lies in wait. Sitting downstairs amidst the recycling, amidst the trash. At a moment's notice, he can come back up. Thriving in his lane, flourishing, as they want to call it. Achieved will actually be able to get this. Not a lot of information. And there's Canadian, dead. Down for the count, no way to be returned back to form. TSM have been a very scrappy late round, but they still got 2 more kills to go, and look at the Kingmaker above, Hyper. ROU goes out, but he'll be able to net at least 1 kill. And he waits, there's 1, a second could follow up as Merc is in, looking to the right, and there's 1 to the left. Eclipse seals the deal, and DZ take the lead off of that round.
That to do, and TSM really gambled everything on a simple use of gadgetry. The smoke wall with the glass, they just like, that's going to be an easy one. They stopped planting, and honestly, it was very close to working, but NGR found the kill through the smoke with a bit of luck and shut down the plant from TSM, and after that, they didn't have anything else going for them. It was a good situation. We got in the flank. Canadian got shut down by Achieved. That didn't work out for them, but the bomb has to go down those scenarios. Otherwise, you're not going to be winning as an attacker because your entire lineup depended on it. So it's one of those, it didn't really work out that well. It's a very simple approach. Now, because you've shown the glass twice and you've shown the sense, you're going to start seeing stuff like NGR and the Warden happening a lot more frequently in case that were to be repeated in the future.
Well, who's going to be louder? What's the answer here? I mean, I think Canadian probably, and there you go, 68% to 32%. I'd say that's about accurate. Hard pressed to find somebody louder on the stage than Canadian when he just fully goes off. You could hear it rooms away. The times that I've been at a LAN event and he has gotten mighty, mighty loud, and I can hear him literally down the hall, clear as day.
Yep.
Countless.
Charlotte Majors, a few moments where we're casting in front of them and you can like hear them through the headset, just like screaming stuff. We're like, God damn. I would say Canadian these days, as he's gotten older, as we all have, he's not getting loud every single game, every single round, but he still has his moments when it's like a very tight game that matters a lot, or when it's certain matchups, of course, of rivalry.
Well, look at what it is. It's a downstairs defense for DarkZero, and through 4 rounds, they've gone to every single bomb site now, so kudos to them for that.
Bingo!
Again, not a lot to glean from the Chalet match between SSG and Beastcoast that we saw on Playday number 3. Only 11 rounds of data for us to go off of. But the general rule for Chalet is that it tends to be quite friendly to the attackers, and if that number really does hold, then that's terrible for TSM because they've already forfeited 2 rounds, and they forfeited the first kill as it's DZ to take out Merc again. Merc dies early on. He had a superb first round, but after that, it's been quite lackluster. Even though he played more utility in the previous round, he still wasn't able to do much in terms of the scoreboard.
And it's a Jackal as well. It's going to help you with the roam game that you need so desperately now, because there are roamers from DarkZero up on the top floor, despite this being a basement defense. And Achievement, a nice vertical kill onto Eclipse, but they need more than just this. With Geo being out, there's a little bit less gunfire on this lineup, so Merc is a crucial member together with Achieved and Bolo to find these openings. See if they can get some more. Canadian roaming around across the entire map every single round.
And he's been quite successful too, if we want to talk about it. He's been the master of disguise as he's managed to take many, many shapes on a variety of operators. Again, it's commonplace to see Canadian fulfilling that 6th pick role, as a lot of people call it, that flex pick role, where he can just go wherever he wants. That's a holdover from the 6 pick days, but point being, he can be as cheeky as he wants to be. That's a kill for him. A nice one from Hyper, too. TSM is just getting fed to the wood chipper at this point. Panbazoo, a missed opportunity. That is uncharacteristic of Panbazoo's abilities. Usually he doesn't miss those. Picked apart by TSM. It's a 2v2. So DZ's early gambit and the advantage that they had in terms of numbers has now been cut down, and it's an even ball game.
And it is 2v2, 40 seconds left. So this is an interesting position because it doesn't really favor the attackers or the defenders. Whoever gets the first kill for that 2v1 is going to be in a great position. TSM has a hard time getting inside the bomb site, but once they get in, it's even fair game.
Nades ready, but Blue has already escaped at that point. Achieved, shouldering some damage from NJR deep inside of Wine. Canadian now poised to strike again off site, but he's going to test the reflexes of Achala. Achala can't do too much. He'll throw in some utility, walk through the breach, maybe to his undoing. But we'll see. Both players from DarkZero side by side. Chala beheaded by NJR, leaving Achieved to try to clutch out. He can't even connect on to Canadian as the captain from DarkZero is the one to net the final kill. It's 3-1 in favor of DarkZero as they are running up the score on a Chalet defense.
That they are. It's looking good, but I mean, the common factor here is just that TSM falls early on. Merc dying early in the first minute is really costing them. I will say, Bolin Achieved did a good job at trading each other out onto Hyper later on. Then a second kill came from Chala onto Panbazoo as well, who missed a lot of his bullets. But if that was an even 5 versus 5 round, well, TSM finds himself in a 3 versus 2 rather than a 2 versus 2 in that situation. And that is a much more favorable position because you can actually plant in that moment. Bar Gaming is up next. Same, similar lineup from both sides. No shenanigans this time, no funky playstyles. Gotcha right now actually doing the most flexibility for TSM sides, doing both the Nomad, the Heart-Breaching, the Flores. Now this time gets to play the Ace. Chala goes from Thermite onto the Dokeabi. This of course also helps you with finding the roamers and of course gaining control of those bulletproof cameras if you are lucky enough to get an early kill and hack a phone. That's when Dokeabi is the most lethal or the most successful. If you don't get that early kill, you just get to ring the phones and you get smoke grenades if you choose that, which is still decent, or flashbangs, but ultimately you want that early kill to get some information.
Well, after going upstairs to an unlikely bomb site that had not been won by the defense just yet and then was won by TSM, there's no attempt at the bedroom and office site. Second time's a charm for Bar Gaming. This is where DZ won their very first round and started that perfect rotation that we see them go through with Bar Gaming and then Kitchen and Garage to follow. All things really working out for DZ. 3 first bloods in a row, and they've won all the rounds to boot. TSM's entry was good on round number 1, but then after that, quite subpar, and they've really struggled to pin down the roam. I wonder if, because Geo isn't there to do flank watch, if DZ's game plan is, okay, we know that Gotcha's not going to fit in, we know that we might be able to push this. They don't have their typical flank watcher. Let's flank. Let's roam more aggressively. This is going to be a major sore spot for TSM. If that was a deliberate decision by DZ, it seems to be working out quite well, because it does seem like that's a sore spot for TSM, given the success that both NJR and Canadian have had on the roam.
Absolutely agree. And if it doesn't get punished, you gotta keep doing it until it does, because it's 3 rounds, 3 picks, and that grenade is so close, but just misses because Hyper walks around the corner. He stays alive. Good amounts of utility here being spent from TSM, but not really a whole lot to be gained so far. And more magnets will be loading up with time, so TSM, they're working against the clock right now with only half the round to go.
Merc made his way in round number 1 and got droned in for a second, but then picked up that 3K on top of the first kill, and it's the only time that we've seen a first blood for TSM, and look what he's done again! Merc, as I say his name, walks in, takes out Hyper. But TSM assess that the bomb site is open, and there's for the taking a second kill from Merc. Bolo slaughters Panbazoo. Chala's in the corner waiting for a drop from above, but Merc picks up a third again! Merc is killer through these mid-rounds, leaving just NJR to retake from lobby, and how about a 4K from Merc? He really does it all in that round, and it gives TSM their second win on attack.
Yep, when Merc is online and activated, TSM gets the round. That is how it goes right now. But it also means that it's a 2-3 scoreline, which means, well, TSM, they really want this third round, try and even things back up and get that nice side swap preference. So where will the final bomb site take us? To Master Bedroom by the looks of it. And all we just need here is Merc to stay on Iana on that ARX. Very strong weapon to be in a preferable position to get those kills. NJR bring out the mirror, same fashion as last time, and looks to be in the same exact positions. One here on the wall to Ivy, and then one mirror down below in the dining to oversee the fireplace lobby area, as you can easily see for below. It's an interesting mirror window position. I say interesting because the moment that wall gets opened up, the mirror window's gone. It's practically useless. But another way, it gives you an angle from piano in towards the breach as well. That kind of favors the defenders as you can hold the crossfire. It might be that might be the reason as to why it's positioned there. Of course, the Chief goes away from glass onto Sledge because that is always what he does, except for that one time. And I spoke to a Chief about this, or to Bolo rather, about it. And I said, Bolo, how come a Chief is always hovering glass in the attacker repick phase? And Bolo said, well, it's an operator that nobody really is going to play. So if he picks the Sledge, we can pick our operators. And then at the the last 10 seconds, a Chief can pick the operator that he wants to play and needs to play. And he doesn't like clash anybody else. So that seems to be the reasoning as to why that's happening.
Look at this site rotation from DarkZero, and depending on if they win or lose, I would be curious to know as to what the thought process is behind this. Because this bedroom bomb site upstairs, bedroom office, that was where they went first, and they lost to TSM quite decisively, which is another word of the day I think that we can use given what we saw between Parabellum and SSG. Yet they go back there. DZ won Kitchen. They're not going to go back there a second time. They won Garage. Okay, it's locked. You can't go there, but you still have other options, and this is where you choose to go. They like it more than Kitchen, even though they weren't successful. Merc gets a nice kill. I didn't know the target range was inside of Chalet, because down goes Panbazoo, no fight back whatsoever. Hyper will retake, might catch Merc off guard, but Merc is seemingly powered up. Since the rehost, Panbazoo has not been able to find the scoreboard, and that is not a great position to find himself in for DZ.
It's not. I mean, now it's hard because now you got a Hyper all alone with no help to be found. Nate comes out, injures him on the staircase, and now it's a 3v5 effectively, as no one from DC can really help him out. NJR trying to make a hero play, maybe get a kill for his own money, but no, he runs away and gets shot in the back instead.
Well, and down goes NJR. It's another double kill for Merc. This is 3 rounds where Merc has gotten more than 1 kill. How about a triple? Not too bad at all. 8 kills to Merc's name, plus the 3 from before the rehost sits him at 11 kills through 6 rounds, and there's still more to go. These multi-kills from Merc are huge, and again, will be a major contributor to a win by TSM, should it come out. Canadian last alive, and it's a flawless round from TSM. What a performance of their own. First half in the books, both teams get a flawless round. I think they'll take it. Nothing really gained, 3 rounds apiece. We go to the second half.
That we do, and now you're going to see DC in action on their attacking side, and something that they like to bring that TSM didn't is the Nuke, so I'm curious to see if they're going to bring that out early, or if they will do that later on. See the upper lineup right now. No Nuke in sight, but of course the attack a repeat that can change, and TSM are starting to go to the basement, which was DarkZero's 4th option, so to speak.
2 things of note as we now get into the second half. The ban on defense from DarkZero was Frost. If you've watched any of TSM's matches on Chalet, you know that Frost is a critical operator in their lineup for this map. It's usually played by Chala.
Yep.
Chala's going to have to flex to another role on a number of these sites because his usual operator, Old Faithful, is not available. But because Gotcha is playing in place of Geo, that also allows them to switch up roles if they want. Maybe put Chala on a safer role, he'll play Smoke now for this first defense, and put Gotcha on another one of those flex, roam-style roles. Not entirely sure, we'll watch it. As we get underway in round number 7, prep phase is done, into live action we go. 3 First Bloods for TSM, they won all 3 of those rounds. 3 First Bloods for DarkZero, they won all 3 of those rounds. And both teams got a flawless round. DZ got it in round number 2, TSM got it in round number 6. No timeouts used, every single bomb site played by DarkZero as well, to varying success rates.
A lot of things have happened, a lot to unpack. Right now we can look at the attacking lineup and say that both the Dokebi and the Jackal speaks to the early aggression from DarkZero, clearly playing around that opening pick and early kill advantage that you mentioned has a 100% win rate so far. Whoever gets the first kill has gotten around, so those are great operators to have at your disposal should you need it. Of course, you see Canadian flexing around many different operators in both this match and the previous ones because he is the flex player of DarkZero, and often he'll find himself going alone inside the building, taking an area in control, and sitting and waiting for his team to make the first move. Merc, similar playstyle, that lone wolf kind of player on the defense, roams extremely aggressive, sometimes to TSM's demise, but usually he finds success, or at least a kill, in almost every single round when he does it.
Merc gets droned out, and then a logic bomb comes in, nicely caught by Hyper. That was rhythmic by DarkZero, well calculated, and it puts TSM in a bad spot. Merc, who has 3 multi-kill rounds to his name, will be no more. Next one up is Chala. Canadian has been sitting on this Dokebi role quite a lot for his team, and he'll be able to hack the cams off of the dead Merc as well. Pamba, next one up. Upstairs in Solarium, logic bomb goes off, that's achieved, and his feet will be spotted too by the Jackal, so a bit more pressure will be put on. The good news with having a DMR in your hands is the ability to destroy walls very quickly. It gives him a line of sight to the bottom of those Solarium stairs. Now it's Pambazu's turn to collapse onto the Aruni. Will do that. Down goes achieved. Next one up. Who is it? DZ are just storming through this TSM defense. Gotcha and Chala are the only ones left. Gotcha still searching for his very first kill. Scrambling right now. Inside a back bar, and well, he's the only one left up. Can he do anything? No, he can. It's a flawless round from DZ, answering TSM's. What are we witnessing in these matches? Realistically, they should not be so one-sided, and yet here we are. TSM, a flawless. DZ answers up with a flawless of their own, and DZ regain the lead because of it.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. I mean, we just saw Parabellum SSG, and there's like so many flawless rounds, and now in just 7 rounds, it's our 3rd flawless in this matchup as well. And it's weird because we don't see flawless rounds very often. Normally, like someone always dies or something goes wrong or whichever, but it just has been very decisive rounds so far today. And we are only on game 2, of course, but this could just trend throughout the entirety of this Playday.
Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't make sense?
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, we saw it yesterday. We didn't really have any blowouts yesterday. Even in the games where they were quite lopsided in terms of, yeah, teams at the top of the NAL, teams at the bottom of the NAL. Most of that doesn't really matter because if you look at it, it's so close, right?
Very close.
9th place team was 4 points away from 1st place. That's a win and a single point. That's it.
Yeah.
That's really close. A single win could completely upheave the results in the NAL.
Yeah, essentially a 1 week, aka 2 play days, can completely shift who's on top and who's at the bottom. At the very least, scramble the points even closer together. Now we'll see the bar defense coming out from TSM, bringing the mirror of their own, and of course Merc now on the Valkyrie. So arguably a little bit more of a passive lineup, as you can play around utility and information, instead of just taking those gunfight and confrontations. So let's see Merc play with his teammates and play those 2v2s or 2v1s, because if you're just running around solo bolo, like, it comes down to a 50-50 gunfight, and there are so many easy ways for attackers to cut their rotations on this map, right? We see it with the windows and library, the window and master bedroom, the Solarium windows, etc. So many different avenues attackers can use. It's also why we see Canadian always being alone, just trying to catch people in rotation. And look here, he might have a person on the wasteman stairs about to walk down into his crossfire.
A lot of people were very critical of the way that Canadian was used on DarkZero when he joined that roster, and well, I gotta say, they won a major championship off of his play, but also he's been on a much more free-flowing role, not necessarily on hard breach, back to some of those old reliables that we've talked about time and time again, and he's really succeeding for this DZ squad. The problem with that is that you haven't had the best and most consistent performances from people like Hyper and NJR. Panbazoo has been pretty consistent, one of the most consistent players in all of North America, despite the fact that he's having a pretty lackluster game here on Chalet. That point aside, DZ are liking their roles, and there is that flexibility there. TSM is another team that likes their roles and has tons of flexibility, and have been doing much better in this stage since they seem to have figured things out after having a sluggish and poor performance in stage 1.
It's always hard to gauge if you got the right roles or not, because if you judge it too fast, you're going to sub off before you make it work. And DarkZero, it looked weird at first, but they stuck it for a whole season and for the major, and it finally looks like they figured things out around the Charlotte time. And of course, that's also a big part of why they won the major and why they've been doing so well. And Canadian himself finding much more success on the flex role nowadays than when they first implemented that strategy.
First pick goes to Panbazoo, said that he wasn't having the best start here in this matchup, and he goes and proves me wrong, so a start to this round is pretty good, but the start comes with just 50 seconds left. An answer back from TSM now. Both teams losing one. Mr. Appreciation Post himself taking on NJR and winning in that fight. Merc still alive. He's the difference maker for TSM and has proven that consistently. If Merc gets a multi-kill, they win the round. And in fact, all 3 rounds that TSM have won have come with Merc getting a multi-kill. This round, not the case though. He swings and he gets punished for it, but Chala has a multi-kill of his own. Chala with 3 kills suddenly, but he's punished by Eclipse, and there will be no more. As Merc bleeds out, it's achieved in a 1v2. A secure by Eclipse as the diffuser was getting planted, but they don't know where achieved is. He lies in wait. From above, a drop from Hyper. He looks like Spider-Man as he hits the ground. DZ have now taken 2 in a row, and TSM do not have an answer to DZ at all. It prompts TSM to take their time out.
Oh my god. So Eclipse was about to plant, but then they figured out that there was no cover really being had, so he stopped, held the angle, but Hyper just drops the hatch and domes the last member of Achieve on TSM and finds that final kill. Tactical timeout. Both coaches can talk to their team and their players and figure out what's going on. And TSM, well, they kind of got 2 coaches right now, so hopefully there's not going to be any clashes between, you know, ideologies of how to play the game. Whereas DC, well, they kind of have Troy, who's like a semi-coach, but they only have one real supporting staff behind them. That is Mint.
I mean, you've also got other people who work behind the scenes at DarkZero. That's quite a large organization.
But they're not behind them right now. Whereas Gotcha's both on the headset, and you got Pojo on the headset.
Yeah, but I don't think Gotcha's gotten a single kill in this match yet. So, I mean, what he might bring in terms of leadership is definitely not being made up for in the way that he's playing. And I don't know what's going on with Gio. We wish him well and hope that he's okay. Obviously, being forced to sit out a game at the NAL is not ideal and suggests that something is wrong, quite wrong.
Yeah, it does. So hopefully he'll be back. I think they said actually he'll be back next week already. So
yes, TSM's official account said that this was just for 1 match.
So we can deduct from that it's not something ridiculously bad, but of course, hoping for a good recovery for his side.
All the best, Gio.
All the best.
All the best. Wish him well. As always, if you want to tweet at Gio on Twitter, go ahead and do that. Just wish him well. At Gio. Hope you're feeling better, champ. There you go. There's a good tweet, LOL.
We miss you. We needed you. You weren't here. Screw you. Come back next week. Hard. Something like that.
No, not like that at all.
It's pretty accurate.
Learn how to talk to people.
I'm sorry.
I beg you.
I beg and plead.
This is an upstairs defense now as you go over to bedroom and office. This was the bomb site that, again, has been won by the attack both times and does not have a successful defense yet in stage 2. This is the 5th time that this bomb site has been played, and it is 0 for 4 for the defenders. DZ see a potentially wounded TSM not playing to their full potential, but TSM took a timeout and then deliberately went to this bomb site. So clearly, they have something that they feel confident in, or else they would have gone to the kitchen bomb site if they felt that that was a better opportunity. Chala's already been downed, by the way, so maybe this isn't the best entry point for TSM to get themselves back into the match. But Bolo does get the first kill. Chala hasn't been finished off. Canadian is close enough, and almost a missed opportunity. Canadian could get more than one. He gets the secure. Look at all those bullets! Canadian's a fire hose of damage, and TSM are taken out one by one by one. Suddenly it's achieved in a 1v4 with still 2 minutes to go on the clock, and it's Eclipse to catch him on the rotate back to the bomb site. DZ storms to match point.
And that's Troy getting loud right there. He saw the woo coming out from him on the on the camera. And I hope we get a microphone replay of that at some point. But oh my god, look at that LMG go rat-tat-tat-tat. 150 bullets, finds one. Finds the second, confirms the kill, so no injury or no revival comes out. Finds the third on Bolo and almost gets the fourth as well, but it's Hyper instead that got it.
I go back to that video of Canadian on Skyscraper playing as Ella when she had like 50 bullets, and he's just pre-firing everywhere and then kills somebody on the stairs and goes, "I'm Ella." And now he is playing Ella's sister in Zofia and does it with 150 bullets. Wow. Wow, wow. What a performance that was.
It's always fun.
Hey, you can have boomer reflexes and boomer aim like Canadian does, and because you've got such a huge buffer, you can continue to fire. With all that gunfire that we saw, he still had 81 bullets left at the tail end of that clip. Really remarkable stuff. Timeout for TSM evidently does not work. They go to a bomb site that is now 0 for 5 this stage.
Yep.
Not a single successful defense of the bedroom and office bomb site upstairs. Not the position that you want to find yourself in. So where does TSM go? They're going to go downstairs to Garage. They've been unsuccessful across all of the defense. They had some good showings on attack, but TSM really struggling without Geo. Gotcha still searching for his very first kill. And that's not the position you want to find yourself in.
Yeah. It's funny because TSM was showing a lot of new stuff in the first couple of rounds, and then when that wasn't working, they said, you know what, let's go back to the good old reliable, the things that we know and the things that we can execute on more accurately. And their attacks, they got better towards the half end there, or the last remaining half. But now the defense, that's kind of where things get scrappy because you gotta now play the map dynamically, right? You gotta hold onto the ground with confidence, take the correct gunfights, make the right decisions, and when you're playing without your main player, that is just so much more difficult. I want to see if Gotcha now on the Jaeger can find a bit more success, but it's Bolo instead who gets taken off early from Panbazoo on the piano window.
We talked about how Panbazoo was a little bit slow to start. Gets the first kill in 2 rounds in a row. Now Gotcha walks right into the waiting arms of NJR, as does Achieved. 2 for the price of 1 on that entry point. 2 minutes to go. DZ are speed running their attacks at the moment.
Yep.
And now Merc will watch from far enough back, gets droned out and misses that opportunity. This must be a frustrating one from TSM. With how close the North American League is in standings and how much TSM want to be able to avenge their poor performance in Stage 1, this error that's being committed by not having Geo, not great. Down goes yet another. Merc is the last one standing. He takes out 2, and there's a third lined up as well. Playing off of the kitchen. It's a game of Ring Around the Rosie. A potential pocket full of Posey, who knows? Diffuser getting planted by Eclipse. Merc's attention is elsewhere. He's got Panbazoo watching, but he's nowhere near the bomb site either. Successful diffuser planted. Hard pressed to think how TSM is going to make themselves win this one. Merc heads back to the bomb site. And there's one watching right in front of him. Panbazoo swings. That's it for the ball game. 7-3 in what was closer in the first half. But as we say, Chalet's attacker favored. And DZ proves it. 4 rounds in a row for DarkZero on attack. Yep. That was a fast matchup. TSM hurting by not having Geo. Gotcha not the stand-in that was enough for them to keep it close. The whole team seemed to suffer. And as good as DZ was, put a little asterisk next to this matchup because it wasn't teams at their best.
Certainly, I mean, this is a matchup that we thought was going to be extremely exciting and very close, of course, given that both teams showed up at full force. A win is a win.
On paper, I had this as my match of the day.
I think that'd be pretty accurate, actually.
And then
this happened.
And then Gotcha comes in. And not that Gotcha's bad again. He could be a great coach, but Gotcha's days as a player are well behind him. And it was a rough performance for them.
It was. I mean, it also just speaks to how much impact one player can have on a team, because when one element is missing, it affects every other piece in that puzzle, unless you can make a one-to-one transition from coach to player, which just isn't feasible, not realistic. So, yeah, you gotta work around what you can. TSM did their best. It wasn't enough. Maybe next time.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, TSM not at full force. That happens. Sometimes there's an act of God. Sometimes there's an unknown medical illness that hits you at the last moment. I know that more than anybody, but at that time, you know, you get Gotcha to stand in. I do wonder if Pojo would have maybe been a better substitute, because the team, when they had Pojo on the roster, actually performed quite well. These are questions that we don't have answers to, frankly. But DarkZero pick up huge 3 points. They were in 9th place coming into this matchup, and they were just gifted, essentially, a free win. That's it for Nick and I today. Blue and Stokes are going to take you the rest of the way. But before we get into our third matchup of the day, a short break. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doe and Jesse Jacob. Joe, here with you at the desk. And over in Vegas is none other than DarkZero's own Pambazoo. That's right, they got the big win over TSM. It was a close first half, Pambazoo, but you managed to take it in the end. So a win's got to feel good at this point. DarkZero, you know, some much needed points there. After coming in as major champions in Charlotte, to then, at this point, having it be a little bit of a tougher road for stage number 2. How's it been getting to this point? Do you feel like things are kind of starting to come together on the team? Sounds like we're having some audio issues there. There you go.
I don't know if he was hearing us.
I don't think so. I don't think he was. If I had to guess,
I don't think he knew it was on camera.
I wouldn't need to flip a coin for that. I think I probably can guess that. But hey, what do you know? So, I thought I'd just go through it, go for it anyway. We'll see what happens.
There's a chance.
Yeah, I had to try. You just try to go through things smoothly when you can, but sometimes you can't. That's just the beauty of live television. That's how it works. Hey, you know what? DarkZero, you and I were talking about this a little bit. It was a fun first half, wasn't it?
I thought so. I mean, I didn't think this game was like a disaster for TSM at the start. Obviously, when they moved onto defense, things started going really, really poorly. But I thought that Merc had a lot of impact at the start of this game. I thought that, there was some really cool, creative stuff as well. There was a Sens play. There's a lot of Glads play being brought out from TSM on their attacks as well. So I like that they were at least trying some stuff. I know they were switching Gotcha around to a couple different roles as well. He started on that Nomad, that flank watch, was put onto hard breach. I don't think he ever went for planting. So I like they were trying some different stuff on attack. Ultimately, didn't do enough to get them the win, but still I thought that was pretty cool.
True enough. All right, now I've been told that we do have Pambazoo standing by in Las Vegas. And so, Pambazoo, DarkZero getting some much needed points there. Had to feel good to pick up the win. Stage 2 has been a little bit of an up and down struggle. But do you think that things are starting to come together on the team, or what do you think needs some working on yet? Give me sort of a general state of DarkZero right now at the end of this week.
Yeah, like you said, it was a much needed 3 points. We definitely had a few rough games, and we try not to let it affect us. I think that the biggest issue was just the map pool and the maps we were picking. And we've been talking about that as a team, and I'd say we fix those issues, but obviously we won't see till next week. But I'm feeling confident for the rest of the stage, for sure.
All right, great.
Pamba, every single game so far in the NAL, you guys have lost the very first round. Now, is there something that you think just hinders you guys at the start of games? And how do you take these games that start off kind of poorly for you guys and always or very often transition it into an actual successful game?
Yeah, so we're actually very aware of that issue. I'm not, well, I mean, I guess there's a lot of reasons why, but I'd say it kind of just takes us a little bit to get into it, realize what's actually happening, get our comms up, just know how the enemy team's going to play for the rest of the match. Obviously we got to overcome that, but I'd say we do a good job staying together, we keep our heads high, and it's been working out. So, it worked out today.
Yeah. So my question for you, Pamba, is you're a contributor for wins very heavily. You have a lot of kills and very few deaths in those rounds. Who is your core enabler on the team to find those kills?
Probably Troy. I think in a lot of my spots, I usually work most with Troy for sure. Either he'll drone me or he'll see something on his own and he'll call me over. I don't really work as much with the other guys, I wouldn't say, on our attacks. So 100% Troy.
So run me through this real quick. There's, within the top 15 or 20 players currently in the North American League, about, I'd say, 70% of them play Finca. Your Newers, your Gunners, you specifically, your Grixers, your Sweaters, your Spirits, all of those guys. Amongst all of the Finca players, where do you see yourself in the list of all of those names of people who play the same op?
The best.
Nice. I like it.
Okay, then.
I like
a trophy to prove that,
Nothing
too.
more needs to be said. Yeah. All right. Yep. So looking ahead to the end of the stage, obviously, Charlotte was a big deal. DarkZero kind of coming in at the very end, right, getting that spot in the major in the last game of the stage. Going on to win the major there. Then sort of the struggles here in stage 2. Obviously, you want to get back to another major, but since you've already won one this year, what would getting back to a major, what would getting to Berlin mean to you?
I think teaming with Troy kind of makes you realize that cool, we won a major, but at the end of the day, who cares if we can't qualify to the next? If we get smoked, it doesn't really matter. Try not to really think about the past. You got to look at every other event as something brand new. You should have the goal for every single event. You cannot get complacent. So it's cool that we won, but if we don't make the major, who cares?
It's like he said, I think right on stage right after you won, it's a win only lasts a day. So cool to hear the fire, cool to see you get the win today. Good luck with your practice for next week, and I'm sure we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
All right, so Pambazoo from DarkZero, like he said, picking up some much needed points, able to do it without a ton of effort once kind of the early few rounds were over. 7-3 victor over TSM, obviously is rough for TSM with Gotcha in, but these things happen right now. In any sport, whether it is E or otherwise, you're going to have replacements once in a while.
Sure, I'll put it this way, though. I feel like if the possibility for Pojo to have played in this game had come up, I feel like they put the wrong guy in. I feel like Gotcha probably wasn't the answer in this case. We already have a documented track record of Pojo subbing in for Geo in instances like this. He was out with the visa issues like around the Mexico Major, wasn't able to come back in time for most of those games, and they had a pretty decent game plan going into it. You obviously face an issue with this was less than a 24-hour turnaround from understanding that you won't have Geo to now not being able to play with him and have to find a way through it. But I will vouch very strongly for the notion that TSM put the wrong person in to substitute for them.
Yeah, I know Pojo has spoken in the past about how like he doesn't want to be a player, he likes being a coach, he doesn't want to be jumping in when he has to, and maybe that's something like part of the reason why they wanted to pick up Gotcha and get him on the squad. I agree that I think Pojo probably would have performed better. But this is the choice they made. The very first round, Gotcha got a kill, and I was like, okay, he's in. He's firing back. And then there was a rehost, and he didn't get a single kill after that. So that kind of tempered off pretty quick.
You're playing flank watch and roam, that's a problem.
Yeah, and with Poj playing too, usually Bolo powers up. So in this game,
true.
Just wasn't there.
Interesting. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, right? So I mean, maybe they'll look back to this. Hopefully, we'll have, hopefully we'll have the full squad playing next week. But if they don't, maybe they'll make a swap there. Because I mean, I think TSM is in a position where you can kind of give one of these up. They're still doing pretty well points-wise overall. Merc, though, was really kind of the linchpin of whether they won or lost a given round, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, Merc had a fantastic attacking half. It went 11-3 through the first 6 rounds. And you can notice as well, 3 opening kills, 2 opening deaths. There's only 6 rounds and a half. So that means 5 out of 6 rounds he was involved in that opening pick. And the rounds that he was getting the opening death, both of them, he ended up losing with the team. They lost both of those rounds. It felt like every single time he was either the first one down or he was having a huge impact, getting big 3Ks, 4Ks, running around on the Yana. I love that he was being able to play that. You saw TSM ban out the Finka, and I actually asked for that earlier yesterday on the desk because I said, listen, TSM, I thought they played a pretty good game when their opponents, Astralis, I believe it was, banned Finka against them. Merc had a really good time on Yana. They did it themselves. They brought out Yana. I thought Merc had a great time. Did not translate at all when we got onto the defensive half of things. We'll bring up his stats here, 2-4. No real opening kills for him, 1 opening death. Was trying to run around on the Oryx, run around on the Valkyrie, but never found success.
Yeah, at least on the attack, that's what you want to see out of your entry. But on defense, he's got to play that more like denial entry role, and just wasn't able to translate.
Yeah, unfortunately for TSM, I mean, there were those moments of brilliance. It was a 3-3 half like we talked about. But in the end, not having Geo in was just too much of a detriment for them to kind of overcome. And, like I said, I feel like this is a very close stage. You don't want to give up any points, but if any team is in the position to kind of like do that and still be okay, TSM is probably one of those teams, but we'll see how the rest of the stage goes at this point. But for now, let's zero in on a couple rounds in particular from this last map. The first one we're going to look at is actually going to be round number 3. Jobro is going to take us through that one. We're going to get to see a little bit of play after a Sens wall is used. Obviously, Sens, one of the newest operator, and making their gadgets sort of like work in favor of your team has been a bit of a challenge. It's very different in terms of gadgets we've had in the game in the past.
Absolutely, and we're not going to just zero in on this round. There's no zero in play, but we have a Sans instead. And looking at Merc here, he walls off the dining side here so that Chala can come in and plant. But Chala, you notice, just plants in the default spot, which doesn't take advantage of the Sans wall as much because Chala can plant anywhere in that room now. But instead he plants default, there's a smoke that comes out. I believe NJR pre-fires him and he dies on the wall for free. And I believe this round closes out without TSM being able to do much.
Yeah, after this as well, they did try another Sens wall later on, and the exact same thing happened. He threw the Sens wall, then we saw another player go in, pick up the kit, plant in a relative, I think it was right on bomb chest or something, and again, a pre-fire through the Sens wall killed the planter. So it's like, man, if they'd gotten a little creative with that, maybe they would have had something, but not using it correctly.
I don't mind it when new ops try to get used, especially for somebody as seemingly very useless in pro play as Sens has been so far, but I don't think either time that we've seen TSM use it has been very impressive at all.
Definitely strikes me as one of those operators that's going to take some practice. I think a lot of people have been saying that too. I mean, there seems to be, like you said, the opportunity to plant in different places.
Give them frag grenades. That'll solve it.
Or
There's
you
some
could just do
creativity
that.
there too with the glass, and
never
just
know.
didn't take advantage of it.
Exactly, yeah. Well, let's look at round number 9 now. This was a bright spot for DarkZero, obviously Canadian, able to frag out once in a while, and it's just fun to watch. What can I say?
Listen, Canadian's a great player, and I don't want to take that away from him, but LMGs are so broken, man. This is a crazy play from Canadian. Watch him start firing. Now here he goes. And he stops firing, give it a moment, give it a moment, give it a moment. 81 bullets still in the clip.
Just never
He
ends.
literally could have done that twice, and he's still able to shred through everybody. 65 now. We are in such a meta right now where players can run through and you get some crazy plays like that, you get some highlight moments, but man, oh man, on the receiving end, that is so painful for TSM.
Problem is, he was taking advantage of knowing somebody was down at that moment, and there
For
was
sure,
no
for
one
sure.
to stop him on his way to killing the down Chala, finding somebody on the double door, whipping back to Jaeger inside the closet. The situational awareness from TSM to actually put a stop to the LMG menace was also considerably lackluster. Like, setting the weapon aside, TSM have some things to shore up on that defense specifically.
Yeah, fair enough. So there you have it. Second map done and dusted. It's going to be a DarkZero win over TSM, but we are going to look ahead to our third matchup of the day. It is going to be Sqonis taking on XSET. I'm sure one of the people on the desk has a lot to say about that one. It's going to be fun. Don't miss it. We'll be back here on the Rainbow Six North American League in just a bit.
Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Big, big papa, word to G, baby, look. Lab till I'm finished, had a handful of limits through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket, talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma, gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it, know this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not the peace. You been king, I'm regal. Got it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NAL. Your host, Doa, here, along with Caliber, Jacob, Jesse, J, Chick, and Joe Bro, on loan from the Sqonis organization. He's going to have a lot to say, because we're going to go into Sqonis versus XSET in just a moment. But before we do that, let's take a look at the current standings as they, well, stand after 2 maps in day 2 of the week here. Let's see how it looks. Now, XSET coming into this one, number 1. Sqonis coming into this one, number 4. Sqonis obviously been on an upward trend, but they gotta keep the momentum going.
It's so close, man.
It is.
Still
This is like
so
ridiculous.
It's crazy. 2 points between 9th and 1st.
Like, okay, there was a point today where we had teams that had 6, and now both of them don't have 6 anymore. Like, we're raising the bar, like the minimum for what this is intended to be, to a point where, yes, TSM didn't get a single point today, so they're not safe. Neither are XSET and OXG. Like, somehow if the 2 of them managed to lose their games, then we could see a team that was within the top 3, like, all throughout the stage so far, suddenly plummet down to like 4th if the Sqonis were to win today.
Yeah, it's amazing how competitive this stage is, and is really a testament to how North America has grown as a region.
And looking at these teams, we get XSET Sqonis coming up right now. That means one of those 2 teams, whoever wins, is going to be in first, and they're not going to be tied on points. 11 points minimum for the victor of today.
Yeah, that's right. Even an overtime victory gives you that 2 points, so that would rocket Sqonis up to 11 if they got it. Obviously, Joe Bro, you're kind of hoping they can take it in regulation. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Let's look at the tail of the tape between these 2 teams as we start to discuss it. But yeah, Sqonis, upward trajectory, got the win yesterday over Spacestation Gaming. Did happen in overtime, it was 8-6. Meanwhile, XSET taking down TSM 7-4 yesterday. Both teams coming in on a win. But what does Sqonis need to do today, Joe, to win this one?
I'm looking at the number 1 attack rank right now, because going into any map, you want to feel comfortable on attack, and Sqonis are planting the bomb more often than not in these rounds, so that's going to be huge. 7th defensive rank, like I'd like to see us go to like a defensive-sided map and see how we fare there, but starting attack on any map is really good for us.
Now, that said, XSET's currently 2nd in the league on defense right now, so that is potentially a tough matchup. So do you feel like it really is on Sqonis to do well on the attacking half? Would you want to be the attacking team first in order to kind of get that that lead that you're hoping to develop to then kind of survive a less strong defense per se?
Yeah, I think based on the success yesterday, the mental resilience of coming back from being down 1-5, going on to attack, winning 5-6, going to overtime and winning the 2 there. I think if you're Sqonis, for me personally, I'd be really excited to go on attack here and continue that trend.
Makes sense. I mean, Sqonis on a 3-game win streak too, so getting a 4 would be pretty good. But let's ask our objective analysts though what they think, right?
That's fair. Get their opinions too.
Can I get my nameplate updated with objective analyst Caliber Jacob?
I'm only a little biased, only a little bit.
It's some good insight. We appreciate it, but we got to say something for XSET too. Man, XSET has been a great team. We'll get to them in a moment. Let's zero in a little bit more on the Sqonis side of thing. I really feel it's been like Kansan and Grixer putting out the great numbers this stage, but they got to keep going.
I love Grixer so far this stage. I think he's playing fantastic. Even though he's like not first or second in any of the stats that I'm tracking, he still does show up and have so much impact in the server. We highlighted him yesterday in the pregame. I thought yesterday he did play in the server really well against Spacestation. Rocking that Finka, you know how it goes with the LMGs.
Yeah.
Did a great job on attack. On defense, it was a scary start for the Sqonis, a 5-1 split that didn't look super successful. It felt like they were playing very individually on their roams. They're getting cleaned up a lot from SSG. But when they switched it up, they were getting so many plants down. They were going for these site-focused takes. And I remember asking you, Joe, earlier today, do the Sonics like try to go for more site-focused takes than most teams? Because that seems to be what we're seeing so far in the NAL. And you told me that, yeah, like we kind of do.
Yeah, I think the site-focused attacks are really powerful right now because you have the attacker repick, and you can optimize your lineup perfectly every time to be able to attack the site and take what you want.
But answer this question for me. Yeah. If the Sonics were, in their own words, according to Super in an interview, looking at attacker repick and the multitude of new maps coming into the pool as a reason for why they weren't doing super well, how did they suddenly adopt attacker repick in a positive way where they just didn't do it at all in stage 1? Because they had to make a really big adaptation around the way the game is played now.
Yeah, coming in and for these guys, I know especially, they were super bummed not to make the major. But from that comes an opportunity to watch and learn from the best who are there. And so being able to watch the major and watch those games be played out, you kind of get the new perspective on how the attacker repick can be utilized. And then from there, we've been able to make it work this stage.
So one more question to throw at you while we talk about the Sonics, while we watch them get ready. Is I chatted with Goddess a little bit between stages, and she said one of the things that she felt really benefited the team is getting to practice against teams from other regions during scrims during the major for Charlotte. What can you kind of say? Can you speak to that and say kind of like what that brought to the team too?
Yeah, so for not making the major, you get an opportunity to scrim all of those teams, rather than if you make the major, you only get to like a subset.
Right.
And T2 practice isn't always the most constructive because of the different ideologies in T2. And so being able to scrim top teams means that you always get good practice and you can learn the most from it, and you're not making any kind of excuses in your brain automatically because the practice is lower.
I see. And a variety of styles, too.
Exactly.
You get to see stuff you don't see in NA as much. And so, speaking of people that you didn't see in NA as much until they all came to NA, well, it's been a while now. Let's talk about XSET, right?
No.
They came to NA.
No, they were already in NA.
Well, I mean,
they've been here forever. Look, they might wave Brazilian flags, but let's just, we'll say this unequivocally for the record.
I said they've been here for a while.
These guys have been here for ages. Yes,
we've claimed them at this point.
They do fly the green flag, but we look at this team, so long has been a North American squad. Their history back in Challenger League is something that, can't be disputed. That's where we were looking at both Gomez and Diaz to kind of show us what they can do at a tier 2 level. But the best part about this team is it is a team of friends, and it's worked. It's not just a coalition of guys who've been playing this game for a long time who said, screw it, let's throw a team together and then not really give it our all, which we've seen with some professional teams in the past. These guys care. They are doing a phenomenal job of rewriting the attacking pace so far, and that goes worldwide. If they had been able to go any further at the Charlotte Major, I would have been amazed to see this team cross over a major threshold of like 4th place or higher in just their first stage together as a team, but they haven't let their foot off the gas since coming back from the major, and they're still setting new trends.
It was a great game yesterday that XSET were able to play. I felt like the site play was really, really strong. Kino and Smoke had a fantastic time on Villa, just holding down those sites, using those toxic baits at the perfect moments and going for swings when he knew he could get a pick with it. Gomez and Diaz as well, I thought were great because they might play off the site at times, but then when they were in the site, the swings that they were making, when they were even in low man count situations, they were just peaking at the perfect times that caught their opponents off guard, really did build XSET up to have a really great game yesterday when they played against TSM. But then you look at the last stage as well, and they had a great game against Sonics, a 7-0, Playday 3, stage 1, dominated SQ, and I think that was the game where we really started to realize, oh, Sonics are in big trouble here in stage 1.
Yeah, that game was not the most inspiring. Sure. But I'm hoping that in this rematch, absolutely, we'd take it and go from there.
I just want to point out one very quick thing. Look at the guy who's behind them right now. Vivas is in the building. They actually have a coach. Someone's going to be able to call timeouts for them. So, hey, I'm just looking at this XSET team thinking they probably got a huge pick-me-up here.
You're absolutely right. I mean, when we talked to Kino a little while back, he was saying they'd gotten used to being able to sort of like manage things themselves, but it was a lot better having Bodega behind them. That's not an option this year, but at least they've got somebody there now. But let's find out what map these teams are going going to be battling it out on. It's not going to be a Chalet. It's not going to be Skyscraper. What else are we going to see, though?
Sonic's banning Skyscraper before Cafe. Something here is very, very wrong, Joe, and I don't know what it is, but you should probably get back in the captain's chair. I mean, there it is. What we knew was going to happen eventually. No Chalet, no bank for XSET. I'd love to see another map where they can really continue to flex their attacking strengths overall. Like, Chalet would have been a really optimal place for it to go to, but I feel like the Sonics are a little bit too well prepared for it. And no border off the board, too, which is also a little bit interesting. So we get down to, what, there's 2 new map options on the pool here. I honestly, I would have loved to have seen Villa because XSET's Villa has been fantastic this stage, but we still have a couple good options here.
These two teams have been playing a game of chicken with Theme Park. Neither team wants to play it. It's
Yes,
both
sir.
of their permabans,
There
and
it is.
XSET will bite the bullet. They give Sonics the final choice. They take out Clubhouse to go Oregon instead. So Sonics opting for the rematch, the same map that they got 7-0'd on in Stage 1. They'll play it against XSET again, hoping for at least 1 more round.
Yeah.
Ideally 7.
You can't do much worse than the first time we played it this year,
Nope.
so I'm looking forward to it.
XSET starting on defense might be rough. This map can be quite defender-sided at times.
Yeah. And here's what I'm hoping for. Again, we had a really solid attacking half last game, so I would really love to see that momentum continue into this half. Start up with a lead, go to defense, close it out there, and reg.
Well, that's hope for Joe, obviously. Where's for Sonics? Well, let's find out some predictions. Let's go to our casters first. It's Blue and Stokes. And what's it going to be? This is a difficult one to call, I think, at this point.
You would say that, but it's going to be on Oregon, and it's the Sonics, so for me, that's an easy prediction. I'm throwing mine right to the Sonics. I'm not even going to second guess that one. Also, on a more serious note, I feel like the leadership factor is still going to come into play here, considering the Super's in-game.
Okay.
Obviously, yeah, we do have a new coach standing behind XSET today, but you still have like Super kind of leading the charge for this team, where Bodega unfortunately can't do it for XSET, so I feel like Sonics are ultimately going to come out on top because of that reason.
You know, I feel like it's a great map for the Sonics, but I do feel like XSET has more potential with their roster overall. You know, Super always tends to kind of fall off when it comes to those clutch moments, and Oregon's a map where if the defense starts to get backed up, you really got to lean into those, you know, just site setup players. So I'm going to go XSET for this one just because they have been playing very, very strong, and I definitely agree with the desk wholeheartedly. I think this is a really strong, tough decision, and it can really go either way, but I'm just going to go with the new boys in red.
He said the P word.
All right.
He said potential.
He did. It's true. Potential is a dirty word in esports, but it can be fulfilled. It cannot be fulfilled. A casting duo divided, though, between Sonics and XSET. But I do think it's tough. You've got the #1 attacking team versus the #2 defending team. The defending team starting first, even. It does complicate things. Thanks for your input, Blue and Stokes. We'll check back in with you in a moment. Now let's find out what our analysts have to say. And Joe, bro. Go ahead, Joe. You can go first.
Sure.
Who's it going to
be? Yeti, my boy, get traded on the opening engagement, and we win easy. Sonics.
Wow. All right. There you go. The coaching from this desk, too.
Listen, I mean, I backed up Joe last Playday with the Sonics pick. I think I'm going to stray away this time. I think I'm going to go for XSET. I think this is the hardest game to call so far today, but I think XSET looked so good yesterday. I'm happy that they have somebody behind them finally. And I think they're also a good Oregon team. I mean, they already beat Spacestation this stage on this map, so I think XSET, they can pull this one through.
So I have to be the one that actually picks if I'm siding with Joe or not? Like,
Yes.
look,
You do.
we're totally evenly split with this. This is a pain.
It's great.
Okay, Joe, it's been fantastic to work with you so far. I really appreciate your knowledge, your insight, and what you've done for this desk over the past 2 days. You know how Super said he likes playing death spots?
Yeah.
He couldn't do that on border nearly as much yesterday. He tried, it didn't do anything, right? But this XSET team now understands where those death spots are, and they trade better than anybody, and they start on defense to start this map, which they're already kings of. So all that to say, I can't go with your boys today. It's an XSET victory.
I respect your opinion, but you're wrong.
It's turned into a little bit of like a UFC face-off, but we got the prediction done in the end. We got another one for XSET from Jacob this time. Let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be Sonics heads. It's going to be XSET tails. Let's see what the force of chance predicts. Oh, it's heads. The coin says Sonics. All right.
That's a split.
Yeah, there you go. That is a split indeed. So that brings it down to the community vote. 3-3. She was going to take the lead in terms of being predicted to win. Okay. So Twitter says XSET, but I think this is just yet another indication of how close this one is going to be. It's going to be great either way. Let's check out the community poll before we get into it. The question is, who will have the higher overall rating after this match, Kenzen or Yaga? That's another tough one because both of them have put up some pretty great numbers, so we'll see. Only you can predict, I guess.
Oh, Yaga's number 3, Kenzen's number 4. They're that close.
Yeah, it is
one
really
or the
tough
other.
to call, for sure. Well, we are going to take a short break, but do not go anywhere. When we return, map 3 begins. Sonics versus XSET. It should be an epic battle right here on the Rainbow Six North American League in just a few.
Now I run the front, call the shots, make the deals, know the deal, know what's up. Too much for the books, then I put it in a tuck. Too much for the tuck, then I give it to my love. Once I make $1 million, man, $1 million won't be enough. Watch you fake the struggle while I get it off the hush. Now it's JetBlue miles, Rolex dials, frowns turn to smiles. Summertime and then why? Now as you come to an end. Summertime and then why? Then it falls upon us. I want you to bring that summertime and then why? And run that thing back. Yeah. Until next year. Summertime and then why? Yeah. And why? Summertime and then why? Yeah. We gone.
Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Cop a Henny sour, and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power. Yeah, this time it's really ours. It's time to get the bag. Yeah, it's time to get the bag. Yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Ask for it, you receive it. Got it locked, put the key in. Got them looking, yeah, they praying.
Grixer, and this is NAL.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the NAL. Blue and Stokes here as we get ready to jump into the next matchup here. Bound to be another close one, as pretty much this entire stage has been so far inside of the season. It's going to be obviously XSET jumping up against the Sonics here, and we'll be going to Oregon home turf as far as the Sonics are concerned, but XSET is ready for the challenge. Regardless, Stokes, get your opening thoughts on this matchup as we get ready to deep dive into it in just a few minutes.
Well, it's definitely going to be one for the history books in between these two. Oregon, a map that leans itself into a lot of turtle setups, a lot of strategy that goes into it, mostly the downstairs floor, the most defendable one that we've seen in recent history, so a lot of teams more than likely will be leaning into that, but it's going to require a lot of presence from the site players here to really push back against these offenses and try and get the dirty deeds done, get those kills and force them away from the actual site to get these plants down. I think that's what both of these teams are more than likely going to struggle with. You heard Joe Bro talking about how Yeti really needs to trade himself early on and make sure that those kills go down in a proper manner, and it's going to be definitely difficult up against a team like XSET that just carries so much firepower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into it. No delay here today as we go live with the third matchup of the day. Let's get to it as the Sonics and XSET duke it out here on very much North America's home turf map as well into Oregon. Let's take a look at the bands as there'll be no surprises to start things off. At least XSET gonna throw Ying right out of the map as obviously she's still too useful, specifically for basement attacks, but we see some use come out for her on a few of the other sites as well. Habana obviously can make quick use or quick dispatchment of the hatches, so a little bit too easy there. They'll try to trick things up a little bit by getting rid of her, and then they get one more choice for the defense. More than likely a zombie will be one of the two, but we'll hold our breath for a moment. Sonics will not pick into her. They'll go for Valkyrie instead.
Could see a mirror ban here as well. Probably XSET flirting back and forth with what exactly they want to get rid of. see what it's going to be. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves before we see it, and it's going to be the Wamai instead. So that means the zombie's going to be open. You more than likely won't see her that much downstairs, but you'll definitely see her when it comes to the kids' dorms defense. Her setup is immaculate. There's so many different little crossfires and stuff that you can implement with those Kiba barriers and make it super difficult to just try and fend off a lot of the defenders' angles. So we'll see what they try and do with that later on, as we will be starting down in the basement. And once again, as we've been talking about here for a little while, XSET are going to be starting off on defense, and obviously that's the preferable side when it comes to Oregon. But I will say this, there's kind of a caveat to that. We have started to see teams kind of get on the teeter-totter when it comes to Oregon as well, and things can sometimes start leaning towards the offender side. So we will just keep our minds open and see what happens through these first couple of rounds.
All right, well, let's take a peek here at Sqonis' opening engagement. We'll see that over the next 2 minutes or so, as obviously XSET still need to set themselves up. Not really many surprises when it comes to the basement setup. Pretty straightforward here in terms of how they're going to be approaching it. A few variations in the form of Yaga, of course, going over to the Warden. That'll just allow for a bit more active contestation against any type of execute or stair play. And aside from that, Gomez has been given a little bit of freedom too, so he'll be hopping onto the Alibi, so a bit more of an aggressive tendency. Probably going to swing out at some point in this round from him, but where exactly that'll show up, we'll have to wait and see. More than likely could end up over here on the small tower side of the map, playing around the free zone security rooms, and that looks to be the exact play that at least is being set up right now by XSET.
I love the idea from the Sonics here, really putting their noggin forward for this first round and seeing what they can do with this lineup. They're gonna have the Nook come in, and if you guys didn't know, Nook's secondary gadget is actually hard breach, so you don't always have to bring those frag grenades, and that's gonna work out really well with this because they don't have to lean on having the Ying. They can just bring the Nook instead, and having that secondary hard breach is going to allow them to open these hatches if anything goes wrong with Yeti. Big thing for Sonics right now, though, is that they have to worry about the presence that XSET is holding across the map, and more specifically Yaga inside of small tower at the current moment. He's not going to have any utility to really support this. It's more or less just going to be a death situation for him. Going to be able to pick up Rex, and as he creeps into the window, just a dry peek onto that. They're really not trying to be forceful with Yaga's position, and because of that, they've given over to their Twitch.
Yaga still up and ready to fend off more challengers here as Rexon now falls with not really a whole lot to exchange out from it due to how early on in the round this player was knocked out. Ganzen will still be able to clear things out upstairs without too much of a problem, so we won't find much resistance there from XSET. Speaking of which, XSET has pulled back most of their aggressive setups, with Yaga being the one glaring exception, obviously. The rest of the team has no reason to really challenge things out at this point, given they already have the 5v4 advantage, so they're sitting nice and safely tucked away downstairs near the site.
Now, this shouldn't be too difficult for the Sonics to work through. They have all of the means to be able to get these hatches open and at least start making attempts to gather some control downstairs. For the Sonics, though, it doesn't look like they want to start working their way towards something like meeting. Instead, they're setting themselves up for the cross for construction as well as the back tower stairs. Kansan's going to adjust himself in there with Yeti as he's going to continue to hold on to this angle. XSET more than likely will be able to lean on to their info, or rather utility game here, as they do have a lot of smoke still in the back pocket of Kino, and Nitro cells abound for most of the XSET roster. So as long as they don't give up the man advantage, this is more than likely XSET starting off on the right foot. Kansan's going to apply some concussions in just see if there's an ADS, and it'll impact the panel here, the soft panel, the right-hand side of E-Box. It's going to open up a rotation, but they won't be allowed to use it just yet. As smokes continue to pour into construction, they're going to continue to add to this pile and actually get some shots off. Nothing really working out for that shotgun there. As Grixer, well, actually Keynote rather, is going to re-challenge, and now the Sonics with some very big kills, a lot coming from Kansan. The LMG getting so much done, awaiting the re-peek here from the Freezer player. It's Yaga on a singular sliver of HP, and he'll take down Kansan with the immediate refrag coming from Grixer. Super's going to go for the plant here, and Nitro out, and is actually going to get two. That might be the round. Diaz just has to await the arrival of Yeti. He'll swing the pre-fire from Diaz as he'll clutch up for XSET. It looked like they're around the whole dang time, but after that frag grenade pours in off of the XSET member trying to re-challenge Elbow, I mean, it blows the top of the entire site. The Sonics make such a quick reaction. Some beautiful kills going in there in the dying moments, but ultimately XSET able to clutch up by keeping that Nitro Cell alive.
Such a promising round for XSET too. You had mentioned it here. The execute, despite the fact that they started down from a 4v5, was nearly flawless, only losing one trade across the entire process of them getting up to their plant. But that's where the fatal mistake was made, as Stokes just mentioned, stacking a bit too closely together there and not being able to count out the Nitro Cell. Allows for Sonics to lose out the round and for XSET to give themselves a very nice clutch coming in from Diaz to set themselves up with the first round instead. They take the edge here at 1-0 and move right along to their upstairs hold.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect example of showing how much timing can affect you when it comes down to those dying moments. Yaga starting off inside a small tower and soaking up so much of that clock early made things super difficult for Sonics, even though they got so many bodies initially on their execution. Still with such little time, that Nitro Cell is able to pick up 2, and there's only 5 seconds left on the clock. If they deal with Yaga in a convincing way early on and a little bit with a quicker pace, then they more than likely have a handful of time to actually be able to clutch that up properly. So it's very unfortunate for the Sonics that they weren't able to really get the timer working in their favor, but obviously that first round is going to be a little difficult as they really don't know what XSET's overall game plan was just yet, but this one already starting to pay off swimmingly as Keno's going to go down. I don't know if they know that they have achieved this, but either way, Rexon's going to take a little damage, be able to dock himself back up just a little bit. It's going to help out his teammates as well.
Kansas Drone, I believe, is underneath Keno right now, so is not going to spot his down corpse. Might have actually seen him crawling across, though, but again, the problem is it was a little bit of a lucky strike from the Sonics and just a bad timing play from Keno, so they are ultimately going to be able to get him back up. Obviously, with a much lessened health pool here, down to only 20 now to play out the rest of the round with. But XSET resumes normal play as they managed to get their 5th back up and into the fight, but the Sonics become kind of hyper-aware of this now. They're going to leave Yeti on big window more than likely to try to counter out any aggressive swings while the rest of the team begins the process of clearing out the downstairs setup.
Really love this position here from Spirits. We've started to see this time and time again when it comes to the Dorm's defense. Slap a mute inside of security. Have them play for the window and the door with the M590 and see if you can pick up any kills as they swing in and try and clear you out. It forces the Sonics into a decision, but the decision is already working on the other end of things as Rexon takes down Keno with a frag, and they'll pick up yet another from the gun. The Sonics, they're battling back in round 2 and looking to equalize.
Still trying to use the big window, it seems, as the main access point, so they'll be held up on that for some time as Spirit's position has yet to have been compromised. The good news is the support he's been receiving is quickly diminishing, and in much reality, this is really the main part of the setup for the defense that's left standing still, as Gomez is going to try to make a nice forward play, but Kansan reads directly into it and is instead able to counter him out. One frag is going to get wasted here by Kansan as he just uses it to blow up the laser gate, so that'll be taken care of for the next 30 seconds. Diaz, though, is ready for the forward play from Rexon himself here, as he's able to get the trade against Diaz, take him down, and open up a plant opportunity now for the Sonics roster as they flood their way in, leaving only Spirits alive here with a 1vx put before him, and not a very realistic one at that. The Sonics get very quick revenge here on the second round and equalize the game at 1-1.
Extremely well done from the Sonics. I love how they manage the security player as well, because you have 2 options with that. You either throw everything at that player and hope you kill them whilst also maintaining hopefully some of your utility in the process so you can try and use it on the site players, or you completely circumnavigate them, don't use the big window, and hold onto the door and force them into one of potentially the worst situations you can be in Rainbow Six Siege, which is having the entire, well, practically the entire roster try and kill you through vertical, power, and then also have somebody holding your door so you can't leave. So it's just a really bad circumstance there for Spirits. There's really not much more he could do in that situation. I'd say he played that situation out pretty perfectly. It was really just the remaining setup that fell down around him as the Sonics took full control of the site and made his life miserable inside of security.
So as the Sonics look to surge forward, I will say that the large majority of play we've seen from them has looked incredibly promising. There's outright shut down XSET inside of this half, so it's really up to XSET right now to change up their own pacing. Yeah, it's 1-1, but we have to remember how that one got on the board for them out of a very impressive clutch from Diaz there, and a very well-placed Nitro Cell at that. The overall round, though, was still a little bit drastic for XSET, so they're going to need to show us some serious improvements here as they go for the upstairs kids defense. Again, obviously the Azami coming into play for Diaz this time as well, already going to start blocking out some trickier angles to allow him to play. Looks like on the inside of Billiards there to fend off any type of white stairs push this time.
Oh, Keno, not again. Poor guy gets tagged up from the double window, just running back and forth. I mean, he's not going to get down this time, so we'll be able to make it out with a little bit of extra HP, but, I mean, past that, definitely not a situation that you're looking to have yet again. Yaga's going to try and get aggressive here towards the main door. Nitro Cell out, not going to land on anything though. That's going to be the first 40 seconds gone here, but Sonic's mostly focusing on their info game and seeing what the setup looks like as they'll be reinserting for the top floor here. So want to make sure to clear everything out. They know Yaga's been playing some very cheeky spaces recently. Just trying to check those corners, dot those I's, cross those T's, and for the Sonics, looks like they've already got quite a bit of the heavy lifting done here. They've been able to recognize that this setup looks extremely similar to what it was the last time, and they're more than likely aware that there's going to be a player again inside of security. Let's see what the Sonics try and do with this information, though.
The Sonics still taking things very slowly, prioritizing drone intel over most other parts of the game right now here. Kansan going to be able to creep up to the area surrounding Spirits, but not obviously going to be able to deal with it directly just as of yet. We'll need a bit more time to build up team strength to be able to do so. And more importantly, we need to get some hard breach onto that to be able to potentially access him, but would be very bold to use them considering the site still sits upstairs, so we'll need to either work around him as they did in the last round or find some other method to deal with the upstairs presence. Nades are out and they deal massive damage, just deleting Gomez entirely. Kino as well from earlier, still left at about 50% of his health pool. Kansan tries to go for a second one. That one's going to be way off the mark, however, so only that first kill will be found from the utility.
This is getting quite worrisome, especially with how the Sonics are able to deliver on that last round. If they can circumvent the downstairs player again, this is looking like a quick SQ2-1. Spirits inside of security, they desperately need him as Rexon's gonna burst in towards games. He'll take down Yogg, and it's one single player on site. Kano's dead, and deja vu for round 3 as Super takes down Spirits. That's a perfect round. You sip your water, you beautiful man. What a big brain on the IGL as they dismantle XSET on the top floor.
See, my point from the beginning of the round still stands here. Most assets inside of the round, or most aspects, I should say, of the round are falling fairly handily under the control of the Sonics. A little bit of delay there in the middle of that execute, trying to figure out how to work around the setup on the inside of security, but they just did that with drones. Prioritized the drone intel over everything else, was able to use the kind of landmines from down below and their frag grenades to knock out a few players from up top, or in a worst case, push them into a kind of awkward corner to play out the rest of the round from, and then follow it through with a very smooth execute. That's been the way this has been going for the last 3 rounds. Obviously, yeah, a little bit of a slip up there on the first round, but otherwise, Sonics have been looking fantastic so far in this game.
Yeah, I think the big part to that, though, is that on that top floor, XSET really doesn't have a way to try and get ahead of the Sonics early unless they just win out one of the gunfights that the Sonics gives them. When it came to the previous round where we saw the extended hold, it's very obvious that the Sonics are going to have to work through small tower in that situation, you know what I mean? So XSET are actually able to put an obstacle in their way. When it comes to XSET's setup for that top floor, the obstacle is supposed to be Spirits downstairs, but as we've been able to notate, it really isn't happening. Spirits can't do anything from that position. The Nitro Cell isn't useful there just because Sonics aren't planting around that dorms area, and also nobody's trying to challenge the double window. They might challenge it from outside, but they're not trying to hop or do anything, you know, substantial with that windowsill. So Spirits is just simply sitting down low and really not accomplishing anything, and they're able to take out the players on site with some nice crossfire work. Nothing too crazy, you know, get some presence downstairs, maybe nade out somebody, start to get the players up top to move and take them out. A fairly straightforward affair. So for the Sonics, it's a pretty quick 2-1 now, but now they have to try and fend off this downstairs hold as they'll be beginning things here upstairs inside of Master, at least for Kansan's sake, as they'll pick back up a drone, have some drones around for the remaining Sonics members. You can also see Grixer off on the other side of the building, starting to get things going for meeting here too.
Kansan continuing to look for an opening entry option against one of the members on this XSET roster. Not going to be able to find it so easily, unfortunately. Spirits able to dodge things over there towards the top exit towards Anakin. Is going to be able to work himself down the back stairs into the basement to be able to rotate around this a little bit later on in the round here. Obviously, a bit more aggression going to be coming out from players like Yaga up to the freezer stairs, but much like before, not going to lead to a heck of a lot here. Sonics still prioritizing their drone game, are well detached from any of that defensive utility, and as such are not going to be affected by it.
The most interesting thing at the current moment is Super bringing in the Gara Hook wielding Amaru to get open these hatches instead. More than likely not going to be using the Gara Hook. This is more than likely all for the secondary utility as well as the LMG. Just a really nice set overall for the character. You know, you don't always have to use the primary utility for a character to be useful in a certain sense. So that's what Super's going for. See if he can get the plant down and try and assist his team as they've already bullied XSET back down downstairs. They're trying to hold as close to the chest as they potentially can at the current moment. Kansan will impact open this deployable shield, making Freezer a little bit more difficult to play, but they still have the ADS to at least eat up one piece of throwable utility. That could potentially be fatal. Grixer's going to open up construction now as Sqonis continues to wrap around this site, but no sense of direction on which way they truly want to go just yet. Still have a lot of options open, but it's mostly leaning towards the tower take.
Yaga continuing to wait down below. More than anything, trying to knock out this drone presence being thrown at him right now, but is not able to so easily locate that. So he'll be forced back and continue to play out things from the basement position. Sqonis seem a lot less sure of themselves this time. There's good reason behind that. XSET ready for the challenge, and as we're going to see here from Spirits, he's able to swing out and give some great support to shutting down the two players trying to move in from construction. Ultimately, though, it's left down to Rexen alone inside of a 1v2 after he trades out two more members of the XSET roster. They're playing this hyper safe on the XSET side, not even going to take a chance on giving him an individual 1v1, so they'll hold it back. Finally, Keenan will find the strength to peek out in the bitter end of it, though, take him down and end it just before we get to the 0 timer.
It's going to be 2-2 now as XSET tie things up, and if you're looking at this from an XSET perspective, I don't know if we go back upstairs. Don't think it's the best call. Instead, I think we should be going to a kitchen defense, and if it was my world that we were living in, we'd be going meeting just because Cafe never is that fun. You know, there's always a large potential that that plant goes down right under the small tower hold that you can get through that verticality, so it can get really risky to go to that side, and well, I hadn't even looked at the screen yet, John. It looks like we're going to kitchen and meeting. So really like this call from XSET. This is going to allow them to do a lot more with Oregon overall. They can play things out downstairs. They can play things upstairs. Just going to give them a lot more presence, and I think it's something that XSET has always done a really, really good job with.
Great shift here from XSET, as we saw on the first two upstairs hold. Things were fairly one-sided for the Sqonis there. Nearly flawless in a lot of respects as well. Already seen improvements on the basement, so they could obviously fall back upon that in the future, but for now it has been locked away with the 2 rounds they picked up from it. And they're going to see if they can maybe negotiate a third on the first floor holds, where they can control the pacing a little bit better with their extension up onto the third once again, as you're going to see Kino Diaz play into that. Diaz, of course, dropping down, but at least one more member will be roaming around there for at least this earlier portion of the round, while the Sqonis still take their initial positions.
Interested to see where Spirits uses these Kiba barriers as well. Still has 2 knives on him, so can just use those a little later on to seal up a door or something along those lines. That's the beauty of this character. You can use the 2 that you get in prep phase to help out your teammates or whatever, and then you get 3 throughout the round. So it's like, all right, do I want to seal a door? Do I want to seal an angle? Do I want to try and make myself a nice little setup in one portion of the map? There's so many different ways you can play things out with Azami. She's definitely one of the coolest characters we've had in Siege in quite some time. And past that, but still more on the cool page, the Sqonis have began their entry as they look in towards Garage. Kansan will hold the cross for meeting, getting a drone out for Armory. Stairs here. Nobody inside of Armory, so don't have to worry about the verticality, but they definitely have to worry about Trophy as Spirits will be occupying here.
Spirits continuing to wait things out in hopes that he might get a little peek at a headshot there, and unfortunately he's going to lose pretty much all of his utility the second he prepares himself for the battle due to a gun 6 coming in from down below. That'll delete both the shield as well as I think at least part of the Kiva barricade that was set up there, depending on how far the gun 6 spread for himself. Cans into the meanwhile here too. Should have no problem being able to open things up.
Oh, this is gross.
It's going to set up a very hard-to-work angle for the defense to try and play against, but we'll see if the attackers are able to get to the point they need to make this work in their favor, where they're able to put the case down on the ground.
Yeti is in full Solid Snake mode right now. Suppressor on the FMG9, slinking through the building, cardboard box on. Does not want to see any of these cameras. Want to make sure that they don't see him either. He's already gotten his way into shower, and he could make his way up through Z. Does have a hole inside of the door here for security, so he could hold DS's cross at least for a time, but might not really gift him anything. So we'll have to get back on board with him later on. As Spears has taken a lot of heat on this top floor. You can see the Sqonis have been able to bully him out of Trophy, and now Yeti going to be able to pick up this camera, starts working his way towards the back, but they obviously know about this. I do believe he's actually got quite a bit of his HP left, and of course he does. Sqonis all have all of their HP at the time. Except, well, actually, no, for Gomez. It was on the opposite foot this time around. Nice frag grenade from him. Quite the awkward moment at the current time is no one really going for the swing, but as soon as I say that, Yogg will come in for Cafeteria and get taken down by Yeti. The Sqonis able to get 2, and now looking for the final death nail. Gonna be able to get a hold of at least Spirits. It's gonna force Diaz back off of security. Kino up towards Split, and he'll get taken down. What a shot from him, though, as Diaz will be able to claim 2. The case is going to be on Super. The plant starts going down. I don't think he's got an angle on him either, so Diaz is going to have to run for stage. And how's this going to go? Well, we'll be able to at least get 1. That's going to be a triple on the round. Kind of a weird instance there as well, as you really only thought that was the one way he could have went, but fortunately enough for the Sonics, not the case, as he does indeed have another angle. Able to work his way through meeting. Some nice shots here, but not the death note here for DS just yet. Works his way back into meeting. The Sonics are going to play this out extremely well. They've got the shield set up here, so even if he did get an angle, he's more than likely going to die. He's going to buzz it a couple of times, but you can see the Sonics playing this out extremely patiently. Super with a fantastic spot. He'll creep into the corner, and I mean, really, the Sonics just awaiting for XSET to actually swing into those angles and get taken down, and then start going for the plant. I love the strategy from the Sonics there because it required so little heavy lifting to actually get that to work out. They put the Selmas inside a garage with Osa. You know, Selma open the single panel, set up one of Osa's shields right inside of it, and then go for the plant, hold your crosses for lobby as well as just meeting overall. Make sure that you're not really getting pressured too much from that meeting wall into kitchen, and it's a fairly straightforward affair. Really well done from the Sonics.
And so things continue to look great for the Sonics as they take control of the lead here now, moving into the final round of the half, even forcing XSET once again onto another kid's defense, because unfortunately, they don't really have an option at this point. The first floor kind of Hail Mary that they went for did not end up working out, so they had to fall back on the only other option they have now, since basement is, of course, still locked away. That's going to be upstairs, where we have seen 2 fairly straightforward rounds in the favor of the Sonics. So what is XSET going to bring to bear here? What type of regression are they going to add to the formula to throw off the game from Sonics, or otherwise try to avoid their initial clear, which has unfortunately made the late round defense nigh impossible for XSET. 2 defenses in a row.
Yeah, XSET do not have the info bank to be working around these rounds that the Sonics are throwing at them. There's really no early intel gathering to where they can try and get in front of them, and the Sonics are able to accomplish too much to where if XSET does try and challenge back, they're more than likely going to lose bodies for it. So some of these circumstances have been super difficult for them to fight through, but obviously that's just something that the Sonics are doing extremely well. So one of the things that XSET is going to have to try and operate around, and you can see they're trying to do so. Yaga's going to be back over towards Armory Stairs and looking for an initial pick, but the Sonics are aware that XSET really wants to try and fend them off early on here. So they're playing this close to the chest. They're all going to be starting over near Small Tower and using the drone game to work their way through, see if there's still a player inside of security and a couple other cheeky areas that we could see initially coming from this side of the map.
Away from that, we'll continue to see the clear from the Sonics move fairly slowly across the map here. So they also need to take their time with trying to stabilize things out. We have seen, of course, a bit of a change-up with regards to where that secondary hard breach would have been coming from if they needed. That Super will now go over towards the Lions, so also giving them that EE1D pressure against the first floor hold if there is going to be one from XSET to try and lock those players down before they can waste too much time off of the clock. That would most notably be Spirits in this situation, who's currently roaming downstairs in the basement. He's actually not going to be the only one out and about right now. Drones, though, from Super, probably going to figure out at least that someone is down here, hasn't physically seen Spirits yet, but more than likely hearing at least a few footstep cues further down the hall means that they still have some actionable intel to play off of.
Yeah, Sonic seeing if there's any potential for the roam to come through, and is it really going to matter at the end of the day? Well, probably not, since Spirits is dead, but Yeti's going to get one more on top of that, and XSET have been decimated early on into the round yet again here, and forcing themselves to try and clutch this up with the site players mostly. Kino's going to go hunting here inside of Trophy, and so will Diaz, but he swings from dorms for big window, and he'll take down Yeti. No more info out of the Yana clone, but they do still have some other options to try and use here, especially the EE1Ds from Super that could put all this together and make it difficult for XSET to try and fight back unless they want to give some very considerable info game over to SQ.
SQ pretty much with everything they need has been built up here for them to be able to work their way into the site. They just need to find the confidence to make that step forward here. We're looking for 1 or 2 players to be outside of bounds too. Super with the right read here. Doesn't want to step into Gomez's POV, so runs across it instead. And is able to avoid instant death there, but still finds it a few steps later as Gomez directly challenges the breach inside of Master. Time going to start to get a little low here for the Sonics too, and they've yet to deal with some of these setups like Diaz is on the inside of Billiards. He'll get away with 1 Rex, and so far the only one's been able to exchange anything out, so the interior site players hold on, and XSET will be able to, after all, negotiate another round for themselves and a bit of a surprise finish to what we had expected.
Very well done from XSET there. Able to slow things down and force the Sonics into some considerable decision-making. We see the initial challenge come up Armory Stairs from Super. I really don't like the re-challenge there. The prone on the floor was probably not the best idea, especially since your legs are in barbed wire and you're going to make a bunch of noise. But, you know, it is what it is. He was just trying to work the counter angle on the other side and make it to where XSET couldn't try and challenge from Trophy unless they want to try and step into the angle that he was occupying. So it was at least a good attempt, but just unfortunate for Super how it ended up breaking down. And for the remaining members of the Sonics, that they no longer have that counter angle working its way across the site and trying to hold up any of the rotations that XSET can make on that defensive end. It makes it to where they can play up against White as well as the Dorm's window, and from that moment on, it's really, really easy for XSET. Just some fairly straightforward gunfights, especially with M590 inside of that close range, and that's how we end up getting to the 3-3. Really like the opener there from the Sonics, but their failure to deliver is definitely something they're going to look back on.
So into round 7 now as the teams flip sides and XSET have their first opportunity to make impact from said side here. We're going to see them start to work their way in, bringing, again, a pretty expected lineup to be able to deal with the setup here. Pretty big emphasis on the intel game as well, at least with the line being brought in alongside the Giannis. We'll have to see how XSET are able to properly utilize that when we get into the deeper parts of this round. Sonics also bringing a pretty similar flair to what we saw from XSET to start things off here with what I assume is going to be the basement defense. I haven't been able to catch the site just yet, so I believe it's going to be there, and yeah, it is indeed.
Okay, well, looking at the XSET side of things at the current moment, they'll be bringing some hard breach of the Thermite and the Mav along for the ride. So be looking to Kino and Yogg to get these hatches open. As for the rest of them, it's a frag trio for the most part. Minus Diaz, he might not want these early engagements, at least initially. So he'll be looking to use those EE1Ds to influence a lot of XSET's engagements. They've drawn things out on this mid-floor and have seen that Sonics have left it open and ready for the taking. So XSET will begin hightailing it into the building and start breaking up some of these hatches. Looking over towards the Sonic side of things, though, they have indeed brought a zombie along for the ride, something that we haven't seen too much of downstairs. So I'm interested to see how Yeti wants to set up these Kiba barriers.
Get a better preview of that hopefully in a few moments. XSET still trying to work their way forward. Here we go for Yeti. We'll start to see a bit of aggression built up on the Fraser swing more than anything else here. He's been saving these for quite some time, trying to utilize them. A few down inside of the laundry room as well to start challenging from there. The hatches will begin to open from the POV of XSET here. The execute surely can't be too far behind. Kino will start to even peek down through those ladder stairs just to make sure there's no direct challenge waiting or a flank being set up against players like Yaga, who are still working on droning out the depths of that site defense and handing over all the intel that'll be necessary for the play down through E and the back stairs that has to show up now at some point in the next 30 seconds.
All right, Super, we were talking about how you enjoy playing these positions, these hotly contested ones where it could lead to you dying. Can he find success here now as Spirits is lined up across from him on the stairwell? Does have support from Yeti here as well. XSET, they've got to deliver soon. 40 seconds remain here. Still have some frag grenades and everything else in between to try and influence some of these earlier engagements. And Yeti, oh, actually Super to go down. Yeti won't even make the swing. It'll be Grixer instead for the trade. And XSET, they bowled over the Sonic setup. They take down Rexen and Yeti. It's only Kansan and Grixer to get something done now. And with Grixer gone, it's only the smoke. And they know exactly where he is. It's a pre-fire from DS and a hey, how you doing with the magazine after. XSET able to take the lead off of their first offense.
XSET making mincemeat of the Sonics defense there in the basement is bad news for the Sonics camp, as a lot of folks at home are probably expecting Sonics to come in here with a solid first round to be able to retake control of this lead, given the way that some of their attacks had been going. Not going to be the case. We've got a real game on our hands here, folks. XSET have surged ahead, but how long can they keep control of that lead? As the Sonics feel that it was close enough to attempt another try on the same site. They'll head back downstairs for one more shot at this before more than likely rotating away.
See, I hate having to break things down like this for these kind of moments, but, you know, if you look how the beginning of this round goes, and by beginning of this round, I mean when the execute actually happens, not the whole, oh, let's go get hatches open for 2.5 minutes thing. So when we actually start gunfighting and things along those lines, Sonics basically missed that round by the hair on their chin. I mean, if Super makes that slight adjustment and is able to win out that initial engagement on tower stairs, then all the trades more than likely equalize out, and XSET, or rather Sonics, have a really really good chance to shut down the remaining members of XSET when they go for their push finally. So it's just super unfortunate for the Sonics that the trades ended up all favoring XSET there as they went to swing, because now XSET are in a 4v2, maybe a 5v2 at that point. I do believe they got one trade. It's so easy at that moment in time. Everybody just grabs a partner and goes and tries to find these last few members of Sonics. So, you know, when it comes to those early engagements, they can mean so much to how the remaining round is going to go. So unfortunate moment there for the Sonics, but still have a lot of game left in them to be able to pull this out of the bag. And Yeti, speaking of which, he's looking to do it right now from this position in Kitchen.
Yeti with the angle, but unfortunately not lining it up correctly against some of these window players here. So not going to be able to isolate them out so early on in the round at least, but members of XSET are certainly going to be looking to hunt him down if the opportunity presents itself. Seems though Yeti ends up getting the better of the opening from this duel. Spirits will be brought down to about 50% of his HP, but the good news is they've got Gomez ready with the Finka, so that's going to be brought up to about 75 pretty quickly after the duel is taken. Yeti has fallen back, so has Rexen, and pretty much the entirety of the aggressive setup from the Sonics roster is now going to be pulled back into the basement as they felt they've done what they needed to do in this first minute.
Yeah, Sonics aren't going to be the happiest with how long they were able to hold onto that mid floor. When you're usually trying to hold extended positions and fall back later on, you're really looking for that minute-and-a-half mark. But if you can keep everybody alive, obviously that means quite a bit more when it comes down to it. You don't want the offense to be able to set up to where you just can't get back into sight in the first place. So they'll give up this top floor and allow XSET to start opening things on a pretty good timer. So we'll see what XSET can do with this minute-and-a-half that remains. Nitro Cell is going to land on deaf ears as there's not a single person home inside of meeting after Kino gets open that meeting hatch. Still have some other hatches to deal with, but instead XSET are going to be looking to the stairwell, specifically Freezer as of right now, to see if they can start applying some pressure to the site setup of the Sonics.
Kansan ready to take the challenge outside of construction, but it doesn't seem the members of XSET are ready to give it to him just yet, so he'll be forced back. Once again, it seems like the members of Sonics have been able to rebolster themselves too and are ready for the upcoming fight. Keep in mind, they have those Sqonis stations, so if XSET tries to slow roll this, that's going to leave room for the Sonics to back up, play into those Sqonis stations, and potentially rebuffer their health for a second try at peeking out against the members of XSET. Obviously, XSET has the counter to an extent in that of the Finka to be able to surge themselves up a bit more, but they need to use that at the correct time. Whereas for the defenders, it's a bit more on demand. Rexen going to be able to go for two right at the start of this engagement. Him alongside Grixer will find those. Grixer will be lost in an exchange. But now, as pushes are attempted to be made by the XSET roster, that's going to be shut down as well. Spirit's next to fall. Yaga low on HP. He does not have the confidence to move forward further into Laundry because of that. And Super more than ready for the challenge outside of construction. He shuts down one of the last bastions of hope here for the XSET push. And as a result, the Sonics take a traded round.
It's like we were talking about after the previous round. When the early engagements don't go your way and one team is able to trade out twofold, that downstairs setup is so very difficult to hold. What happened this time? Well, the Sonics actually are the one that get the two big picks instead, and XSET can no longer attack with as much firepower as they once had, and it makes it super difficult for them to clear out all of these areas that Sonics are holding, including Boiler Door where Supra's playing it. Big 2K for them here, and well, now able to tie things up off the back of that. So finally finding some successful defensive grounds down low and looking to translate that into a hold upstairs, and they're actually going to be bringing quite a bit of denial for this. Not only in the trap kind of situation that we have going on here with Grixer and the Thorns, but also in the denial that we have with the smoke and the Goyo canisters coming in. A little bit of a change up to Goyo in recent history, no longer having the deployable shields and instead having those gas canisters that delay, forget this, 20 seconds when they are activated. Quite the amount of time, but they have to be pre-placed first and shot or exploded or lasered. Just have to have something to actually ignite it. So it's not on a button or anything like that, like Smoke's utility is, but definitely has some vicious capability.
Raw timer has started ticking down now, and XSET look to work their way in. As we see here, Blitz is going to be changing things up a bit for themselves. We can expect a bit more direct play from them this time because that has been brought into the lineup. So we'll see how exactly it works. Normally we see these used in basement setups, so I'm very curious to see how well it's going to work for the upstairs assault. And so far it's being used to just brute force their way over here towards the security setup and try to clear this out. Spirit's smart though. He's got intel from his teammates that we need to see that freezer stairs area be covered, and now he's going to be able to use this operator, brute force his way into the security setup and knock out Super's position.
Unfortunately, unfortunate for the Sonics, but a fantastic play from XSET. You could even see them lining up the frag grenade to make sure that nobody challenges Spirits while he's going for that peek inside of security. So they've gotten the lead off kill, and now the Sonics are in a very similar situation to what we saw XSET in on their top floor defenses. And oh no, I think that we're actually going to end up lagging out here. Everybody's moving in place, and I do believe, that is all I needed to see was Grixer picking up his mouse and randomly firing. So it is indeed going to be a disconnect. You got to feel for XSET there, as they already had the lead-off pick, but now it's going to be a reset round.
Yep, round will be replayed as a result of that. So XSET, it is very unfortunate for them indeed, but it's the way the cookie has to crumble here. So our admins are going to work on rebooting the server as quickly as possible, folks. Just bear with us here for about 5 minutes or so while we work on getting ourselves back into the game. Either way, though, let's talk a little bit about the way the game has gone so far. The Sonics off to a booming start, especially from the first 3 rounds, but XSET kind of quick to recover and now putting up an excellent fight inside of the second half. Now they've been able to switch sides to an area where they feel a little bit more comfortable now on the defense.
Yeah, this is definitely a hotly contested series that we have on our hands right now, and I think the biggest part of this to notate is how much the frags have been playing into this. We really haven't seen too big of clutches throughout this, all except for round 1 where XSET were able to get their first round. But past that, it's whatever team we've seen really light up the kill feed is the one taking the round. It's really not coming down to the utility game or anything of the sort. They're trying to bowl over the opposition on both sides of the coin. So it's made for quite an interesting affair in between these two here on Oregon, and I think it's going to continue. Even though, Super ends up losing his position down low inside of security, and they do get the reset, so they'll more than likely see the blitz coming this time around. It's definitely something that they're still going to have to be very aware of, because just because you know it's coming doesn't mean that it can't work again. XSET played that out extremely well. They had the frag grenade for freezer stairs and everything else in between. So, XSET might have to look at this, or rather, Sonics might have to look at this and make some adjustments, some audibles to try and work their way around this XSET offense. But I think there's a lot of different ways that this could end up going down. It's really going to be the first team that makes a very considerable change to gain the advantage.
So we'll have to see now if they're going to be able to work themselves towards that, or if they'll continue to move forward with the same pacing we have been seeing throughout most of these rounds. Already seeing some more interesting strategies come out for them too. We saw some stuff like that earlier today also from Parabellum. In fact, I had a chance to talk to one of their players, and they had kind of mentioned how they use that in their SSG game today, kind of changed up the strategies, doing some more unorthodox things to be able to yield a victory, and that worked out well for them. But here in this game, XSET may need to do the very same thing. As we just saw there with the blitz play, that was probably going to lead into a really successful round as well. It's unfortunate because now the hand has also been played, so they might have to come up with something a little bit newer here to be able to deal with that security setup, as I doubt Super's going to fall victim to that 2 times in a row.
You don't have to worry about it too much, I promise you. It's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, we know the blitz is coming, but also what do we do about it? Like, do you want to line up the whole hallway?
Unless you're just going to have someone like actively contesting from the freezer stairs, and even there they could just have someone to cover for them and
frag grenade it like they did last time, or whatever else. I think really the counter there is like, I don't know, have Mute play downstairs, have Legion play in there, and then just like forcibly toss good mines at him, or something like that.
Just don't do that hold.
Yeah, the big thing with that hold is that it can delay so much time, and that's why the Sonics are doing it, because if Super's allowed to exist in there, he can hold on to that hatch and then drop off at a later date, or even play out his life, and if he gets it down to like 45 seconds, that's still a super complicated round for XSET to try and work out. So he's just trying to do his damnedest from there, but it's going to make it difficult either way you slice it, but we'll have to see as we are back into game now. So instead of theory crafting what could happen, well, we can tell you exactly what will. Obviously, both of these teams are going to have to do not exactly what their strategy was, but they will have to have the exact same operator lineups, which forces Spirit, it pigeonholes him back into playing Blitz. So he'll be back on this. They're still going to have the Reparo drones and everything else in between when it comes to that utility as well. So this should, for all intents and purposes, still be a very even round in between these two.
So, time to see if the Sonics now are going to be able to fend off the blitz play now that they're more well aware of it. And for Spirits here, he's got a bit of a tougher task in front of him. We'll need to make the same play work again while their opponents are fully aware of the potential outcome they could come to bear from it. Still going to need to set up, though, as Super will begin to commit himself to the inside of that security position. Yeti will be supporting from down below, and the rest of the team obviously waiting upstairs. The clear is going to come from a different part of the map this time, it looks like, though, at least initially, as Gomez swings his way in through construction. Spirits as well will be right behind him, supporting from a drone. Probably already has intel on the freezer player, so just going to try and hunt them down first before then trying to deal with Super up on top.
Oh, love what we're seeing downstairs right now. Spirits is going to be back on the blitz like we were talking about before. He'll be working the basement with Gomez. Yeti, he's going to go for a pretty aggressive take, but I don't think that Yeti knows what is about to be express delivered to him downstairs. And it's a bullet to the brain as Gomez takes him down off the boost box. Super's going to catch a grenade, but it's not going to be all of his HP. And this is actually going to make things extremely difficult for him now. No longer has an ability to drop off as they can just hold the hatch down here. Not necessarily going to be the best strategy for XSET. They can more than likely just bully him into just taking out Super in the first place. So we'll have to see how they go about this. Spirits is going to start working his way to the door, and there's a frag grenade from underneath, so they will end up holding the hatch, but it's just going to be for the frag instead. And Spirits will set his sights on white stairs. He'll get rid of these barbed wire setup, so we'll begin to transcend up that, and now it'll be down to the Sonics trying to use their sight setup against XSET. 2 Goyo canisters are going to go off immediately as XSET arrive on their shores, but it's definitely not going to delay long enough to try and stem the tide.
Cans and Grixer, as well as Rexen, the last 3 remaining here for the Sonics, patiently waiting for the execute to come in from XSET here, but once again, XSET need the confidence built up to be able to do that. They'll figure out the position of Rexen now by inserting that drone from Spirits directly into the back of Attic. Not going to be able to figure out, in fact, actually, Spirits might be able to see Kansan from his current POV as well, so could have gotten some intel onto him. Grixer's still going to be hidden, but however, now that he sees where Rexen is going, he can move the drone forward and get that additional intel. I don't imagine that there would be too much additional delay on the execute aside from maybe getting a few of these Rotero drones out to force players back. They would have liked for that one to go down in front of Kansan to force him back into Attic, but they're not going to be gifted everything here. Still will have to potentially challenge against him as they go for the execute, but they're going to try something else to maybe draw him back. Opening up the Attic window, maybe lure his attention away from the big window play that XSET certainly wants to execute towards here.
Starting to have flashbacks from what we saw earlier, but no, Rexen, he chooses the wrong angle, and now XSET, they fully dealt with the Sonic setup. It's a flawless round for them as they bounce back. You thought that the Sonics had a chance there just for a moment. Looked like it was building up to be a round just like we saw from XSET on their top floor defense when they were able to come back from a 3v5, but the angles, they do not work out for SQ, and XSET gather the lead yet again.
Despite the fact that we had the plan fully revealed as well in the previous attempt to play out that round, XSET are still able to make it work with some slight variations to the way that they execute upon the site. Excellently done. Now gives them control over the lead, 5-4, and only 2 rounds away from being able to close out on this matchup overall. But obviously we only have 3 rounds left inside of regulations. They need to be quick about this if they don't want to allow for a potential overtime to show up from the Sonics here.
All right, well, the Sonics are going to choose the kitchen cafeteria. IMO probably the worst site out of the 2 when it comes over to meeting, but it's definitely doable. The biggest risk when it comes to this site is how you can affect the overall site from small tower. There's quite a bit of soft destruction over part of cafeteria, so if you get a plant down in there, there's a big chance that you're more than likely going to end up winning out that round, but obviously things can go awry for the offense in that kind of situation as well. But for the Sonics, they're going to be bringing a few traps when it comes to Kansan's POV, but past that, it's going to be a lot of firepower, some slowing potential coming out from Yeti, and as well as Rexen just trying to bamboozle a few people with his clone. Super's also going to have a zombie along for the ride, so we'll be able to see those Kiba barriers used yet again here. We'll have to see what effect they can have across the board. So we're about 30 seconds in here. We're getting to it. XSET out and onto said board. Begin droning things out from this armory side and seeing if anybody's playing around trophy, and well, we know the answer to that as Rexen's patrolling the area.
Spirits and a few other members from XSET still keeping an eye on the outside for potential opportunities to peek back in. Maybe get a few opening bits of damage against the members from the Sonics. Not going to be able to find that so easily though, so things will continue to kind of devolve here. As XSET still looks for their early bit of control to start clearing out the top floor setup here, primarily from the Sonics, and then they can begin worrying about what sits down below.
Well, dislodge part of the Sonic setup here upstairs and back them off of trophy, but they're still holding inside of dorms. XSET would really appreciate getting something like Attic or even games like what Gomez has right now. Oh, he just saw the ankle of the Frost player all the way at the back. White is reinforced, so he won't be able to transition through that single panel. So has to worry about some other things, though, is Grixer's going to be holding on to White, making a lot more sense as to why this is reinforced at the current moment. But what a frag grenade from Yogg. Fantastic read, and now Rexen! Oh my! 2 quick kills out of the MX4 Storm, and XSET, they've been stunted in round 10.
XSET, though, still looking to try and close this one out, despite the disadvantage that's now been thrusted in front of them. Kino, ready to potentially take the challenge by Kids, but he's got to be worried here. There's another player creeping up against him. However, they just made a fatal mistake and dropped through the hatch down below here to try and evacuate so much time. Reminder, this is not an upstairs hold, it's a downstairs play. So much time is being wasted. This is all for the alternate hold over on the Sonics here. XSET now loses their case. The good news is the player that killed the case here does fall back down to their floors. They should be able to get it back, but with that said, look at the 2 positions. The last players on XSET, they're both on the first floor, nowhere near the case's position. It looks like they might just try to execute and frag it out to be able to find a win through that avenue, but that's going to be difficult considering they've got a 2v4 set in front of them now. Oh, what a pop though from Diaz. Swings right into the very swing from the defense, knocks out Rexen, brings us down to a much more winnable 2v3. When Spirit's going to come into the fold though, he's a little bit nervous about a swing coming out against him, and for good reason, because it ends up happening from Yeti's POV. He takes him down. Diaz is now left alone in the 1v3. Another nice snipe from Diaz, and he could get a third too, but no, we denied there. The player will back up, and Kansan is finally able to shut this one down for SQ.
Huge from the Sonics on that top floor hold, and that's going to force an XSET timeout after they get decimated for the opener there. They're able to get control of meeting, or rather trophy, as well as the top of main stairs, but that's really where it stops, as they try and transition over and take out the players when it comes to the actual dorm setup in top of White. They can't even hold a candle to the firepower of the Sonics there. Rexen decimates both XSET members so viciously, such a fast double there, and there's no one even in the same zip code for XSET to try and get that refrag. They eventually try and pick up the pieces on the top floor, but it's ill-advised as they get taken down yet again, and then they have to try and go about things in a fairly straightforward way. They set up Spirits inside of Z and try and work things around the kitchen space. Some nice kills coming through from the Yana, but that's all she wrote. Sonic's able to get it done very early on there, play with that man advantage, and do it well.
XSET going to take this as an opportunity to recenter themselves, of course, and not only that, but kind of break the momentum gain from the Sonics camp, as obviously that'll be a big win for them, be able to tie it up again 5-2 all. Now it's do or die time for both teams at this point, just as much so for the Sonics as it is for XSET, as both teams, if they want the regulation win and the 3 points that would come along with that, keep a quick reminder at how close these teams are. I mean, just look at the top of your scoreboard right now. You can see that XSET's number 1 in the league, Sonics are number 4. They have the same exact record, just to give you a picture of how close things are. So a difference between even 1 point between winning this in regulation and winning this in regulation time is going to be an absolutely massive deal as we head towards the final playdays of the stage.
Absolutely, and I think the other thing to notate about these two teams is that they're neck and neck as of right now. 5-5, there's a huge chance that this does go to overtime, and like you're saying, this could be a large story when it comes to the last couple of weeks and kind of how both of the stories of these two rosters break down. I mean, the Sonics especially, like, you got to be happy for them what they've been able to do so far with Stage 2. I was so happy for them when it came to what we were seeing last year in some of their 6 invitational games, but it just started to slow up, especially when it came to Stage 1. They just weren't looking like the same team, but it just seems like they lost themselves a little bit. Stage 2, they've been able to bounce back in a very convincing way. Been really appreciating the games that we've gotten out of them thus far, including this one. You know, it's neck and neck, like we were just talking about. It's coming down to like the little decisions, like some of the early engagements and the way that they're breaking down and how difficult both of these teams make it to actually reclaim a round once they have an advantage.
That's created a very exciting game to watch so far as XSET tries their hardest to bring it back after we saw some domination from the Sonics camp at the beginning of this game, but that has not been the way things have played out ever since then. Certainly bringing things back in their own regard, and at least for a little bit here in the second half was controlling the lead, but they've lost their edge in that department now and must send themselves back into the map only with that 5-5 lock-in. Need to be perfect from this point forward, but as you mentioned, we are on the teeter-totter, so that even that, just 2 consecutive rounds, are going to be such a tough task for either of these teams to achieve. So ending up in overtime is probably more of a possibility than us ending up in a regulation victory at this point. We'll have to wait and see, of course, especially because we'll have a bit of an extended pause here now, since we're going to be in the rehost. But either way, teams will get themselves ready, and we'll be back in just a second, folks.
If anything, I think the tech pause makes this even more interesting, because how are both of these teams going to react now? They've gotten some time to sit here and talk amongst themselves and try and make some adjustments. Obviously, there's nothing really coming from the coaches when it comes down to a tech pause. So, I mean, we could see some pretty considerable changes for both of these teams. I'm excited to see it. I really don't know what the changes are going to be, if at all. Maybe they just go with the same strategies that they have been and just try and tweak some things, whether it be on the front end or the back end of the round, and some of the decision-making they have around those moments. But we'll have to see. Unfortunately enough, not too far off from actually getting back into things. We're just going to confirm that everything is right as rain before we throw it back on your screens, folks. So don't go anywhere, as we are just moments away from jumping back into Oregon.
Yep, we'll be getting back in just a second, guys. Like Stokes said, we just want to double check that we don't have the same bug happening again. Pretty sure it was a drone bug or something like that, so we needed to hop in a game to fix that. But usually these quick resets do settle those. So back in, we'll just make sure no one needs to call for anything, and assuming we are all good.
I would say we're good. There's no one saying anything. It's been a handful of seconds.
All right, so let's get back into it, folks, and let's start focusing on the game once again. As XSET tries to clear out the basement hold from the Sonics one more time, and it would indeed potentially be the last time, as the Sonics may not want to risk a second attempt here if it goes to 6-5, and they once again are unable to hold on to it.
Okay, so Sonics, they're not going to be bringing the Azami downstairs this time. Instead, Yeti will be on the Warden. We have the Thunderbird for Grixer here. Love Thunderbird when it comes to a lot of different positions, but especially turtle setups, just because the Spear is such a good gun, but you also have the Kona stations to be able to heal yourself back up when you take the initial engagements. Run back, get back to full HP, and then go back at it again. I mean, the offense does it all the time with Finko. Why can't I? That's what I like to think. So we'll see if that works out for the Sonics. Either way, really love the idea of bringing the Kona stations here. And also the extended hold that the Sonics are going to have. It's going to force XSET to try and take some contested gunfights early on with some of the best from the Sonics, including Rex. And he's gotten to hit his mark earlier with this MX4 Storm, and we'll see if he's good for it yet again.
Kona stations are going to have kind of mixed results depending on the playstyle here for XSET, and XSET are being quite aggressive though, so I'd say there's going to be a decent opportunity for the Sonics to get some use out of these stations here, most notably for Kansan, of course, who was forced back, but Yeti now realizes just how far forward these players are, so this is going to be so awkward as Gomez is somehow able to negotiate both of them, only to get clipped by Rexen, still holding the top white stairs a second later, but that's all right, a 2-for-1 trade, even if it's the Finka, that's a W for XSET.
Nah, Gomez didn't get clipped. He clipped them, John. That's how that works. What a 2K out of Gomez. Oh my. All it needs is a Finka, and apparently Gomez is good for it. It'll take out 2 people on the complete opposite ends of the freezer hallway. Incredible stuff here. And now XSET so far ahead inside of this round, taking down Yeti as well as Kansan, but obviously the utility of Kansan will still stick around, so they'll have to deal with those Banshees at a later date, but at least some of a very serious blow dealt to Sonics. Still have an opportunity here at the end of the day. Just depends on how these initial engagements go for the actual site. Super has to make such a grand stand here. Really like this fallback strategy from him as well. Plays around Boiler there for just a moment, but then gets back in behind his shield for elbow. It's going to let him hold on to construction for some time. Now, be paying attention to what Grixer's going to do here, as well as Super. You got to be paying attention to this utility game. Super's got to delay some time here and force XSET to try and go for this plant where you hope Grixer can deliver with that Nitro Cell.
Grixer just waiting for his chance to impact here, but it's going to be quite a few seconds before he gets it. XSET themselves still building up their confidence to be able to swing into this, and Yaga so close to the contact here versus Rexen on the other side, and actually is going to end up swinging into it, accidentally not realizing that Yaga had already positioned himself so far forward. He gets the kill against him. Super tries to directly challenge, and to his credit, will succeed in picking up the frag on Diaz, but Yaga also trades him right back out. Grixer with a solid exchange. The Nitro is out, but unfortunately the impact won't be made twice this time. won't be able to deal really any damage at all to either Kino or Spirit, so that plant is going down, but here comes a flank from Grixer, working over towards it. He's got the right read on the Spirits, but not enough damage to fully impact him down. Only to about 50% of the HP. Keep in mind how low Grixer himself is as well. He's got to play this oh so careful. That explains why he's not gung-ho about the fight, but regardless, wins out another 1v1 versus Spirits to take him down. Now it's just Kino versus Grixer. One target to go, and he has case control back. He'll surge forward, get the Sqonis station to help him out as well. Why not? They're sitting on the site after all, but no, not enough, as Kino closes out for XSET instead, and they take 1 out of 2 rounds needed to lock down this game.
You have to be feeling for the Sonics there. Grixer does so much to try and claim that round that really all you can think about from the Sonics, Pav, is just imagine if anybody else got some kills there. There's such an opportunity for the Sonics to take that. So unfortunate that they just get decimated by XSET's setup. I don't think that Super was exactly ready for 2 people to be inside of Cons either. I think that he more than likely thought that they were just holding the cross for his rotations back and forth, and if he just kills the one person, then he's good as gold. But obviously not. And now the Sonics, they got some serious things to think about as they use their one and only tactical timeout, moments away from potentially the last round here in regulation.
This is going to be it for the Sonics. 1 chance to rebound here. The good news is they only need the 1 round, so it'll be a very quick rebound if they can surface it. But XSET as well, finally breaking the chain, able to pick one up for themselves yet again. Now puts themselves in a great position to shut this one down. Obviously, they'll have the tactical timeout too, so their coach once again can bring some input to the field here, and their leadership in-game can even take a step back to figure out exactly what needs to go on. It does look like we actually have to shift this over to a tech pause, so give us a moment, folks. This is going to be a little bit extended from the usual tactical pause as we fix whatever problem cropped up there.
Well, as of right now, just to kind of update you guys on the situation, the Sonics are locked into a basement defense here. And it appears that they're going to be going for, well, mostly the exact same lineup. I don't see a single thing that has changed up across the board here. So the Sonics could be feeling relatively the same as I was about this round, and the fact that, you know, if Grixer is able to kind of not recreate exactly what he did there with that huge, practically, you know, quad kill that he was able to muster there at the tail end, but, you know, if they're able to pick up some of these frags across the board, then that round is so fairly or so easy for them at the end of the day. So we'll have to see how it goes, as the early engagements are what the Sonics are going to be looking to try and fix here. XSET still with a huge, huge chance to take this inside of regulation, as still just trying to figure out exactly what we got to get done for this tech thing. It didn't look like we need an exact rehost, just more than likely a fix on, like, what I don't know, white noise machines or something like that.
Yep. XSET's still able to talk things through, of course, while this is going on, so they'll be once again able to build up a huge plethora of strategy while they work for this. We have an interesting pick potentially being flirted with here for Rexon as well. I think he might end up bringing in the cap can. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to end up coming to bear, of course. So we're still in the pause, so he's got plenty of opportunity to change it, but that could help to trip up some of these players as they try to work their way in that last 15 to 20 seconds of the round.
Okay.
Just getting an update as to what the tech issue was. Apparently, Goddess could not speak during the tactical timeout due to an issue with her mic, so they just made sure to get that fixed, and now they gave her the appropriate level of time to actually go through the tactical timeout. So that explains why we're currently on a hold, just in case anybody was curious.
Making a lot of sense there. So now we'll be back into the game after Goddess gets her appropriate timeout time, and we'll be lunged back into this basement hold. Now, the interesting pick that John was talking about during the time that you guys were just staring at players instead of the actual lineup, Capcan's worked his way in, and this is going to be extremely helpful for the Sonics because of the mid-floor clear that a lot of teams go for when it comes to their offensive side. And not only that, but some of the site setup as well, but those EE1Ds, or rather EDDs, gotta love those two names, right? EDDs back downstairs on things like the freezer door, or even like, you know, E-box and stuff like that, to where when they go for the execute, they're not exactly going to be looking about where their ankles go, but for the potential heads of enemies around the site, and they can lose their life because of that. So we'll see how it goes with the Sonics, as that'll be part of the overall strategy that they will be running. Rexon's going to be back on this top floor here, as well as he'd been previously running around with Alibi, and XSET will be out on the board.
XSET indeed on the field here on the grid as they try to knock out the Sonics players and solidify the 7-5 regulation victory. Give them a very well-needed 3 points to allow them to continue to maintain the #1 position here in the league right now. Away from that, though, gonna need to build up the confidence to do so. Sonics do have a little bit more of an out-and-about setup this time, and that includes the Capcan player. Currently being picked up by Rex in here. He's going to end up dropping down on the second floor and will be spotted out by at least one, if not two different players on drones. And in fact, the entirety of the extended setup now going to fall away from Sonics. They have a very kind of locked-in timer where it seems they're going to pull these players back, as I noticed it happening very similarly on the last basement defense too. Right around that 2-minute, 15-second mark, I think is when they call for players to move back, and there is very little variation in the strategy from that, it seems.
Yes, indeed. They want to allow the XSET roster to clear out this mid-floor, maybe get some damage off with these cap cans. Just depends on where the EDDs are, but for XSET's sake, it's been fairly easy so far. Nothing really in their way any longer, so they'll be able to clear out this mid-floor and begin working on these hatches momentarily. For Sonics, it's all a waiting game now, as XSET does indeed have quite a bit to get done before they actually try and aggress down low. Able to get at least the main hatch awaiting meeting as well here. So continue to hold on to the staircases. Want to make sure none of these Sonic members try and go for something a little squirrely that could catch them off guard.
Hatches are open. Kino ready to move down, but the rest of XSET will need to get into position first. To do that, it'll take some time to establish said position. Super now will move himself from behind the pillar over towards the construction doorway. Droning from Dios is actually not going to be able to spot him out just yet, as it was trying to go down the side construction tunnel instead. More will move in, though, and figure out that intel, giving the XSET players exactly what they need to be able to move in, but still, do they have the confidence, regardless, to get themselves into it, as there's a lot of aggression standing in the way of them here from the Sonics as they try to face off against construction.
Well, the scary thing about the situation for the Sonics is that the XSET roster knows, relatively speaking, where this setup's going to be. Frag grenades in here for the shield as well as the pre-fire out, because again, they know the setup. They know Super's going to be around this space. They're going to continue to propel themselves forward here as Yaga gets a big pick, but so will Super and Rexon as they're actually going to pull ahead. The M590 doesn't pay off as he swings for tower stairs, though. XSET been able to at least equalize here at the current moment. With 20 seconds remaining, they have to continue to push themselves forward.
Spirits ready to take the challenge, but Yeti just a tad more ready to take it as he knocks out Spirits, leaving only Diaz, and really just Diaz, in this fight now. As Yeti is going to fall, but Grixer also cuts off Diaz before he can go any further into this clutch. The Sonics enable overtime, and we get 3 more rounds on the board to find our winner.
A huge difference in that round for the Sonics is they're able to slow down XSET and make it to where their opening engagement doesn't go off without a hitch. There's a lot of obstacles in the way, and the Sonics deliver in those obstacles, making it to where XSET can't try and progress even past Pillar. Yeti making a grandstand inside a freezer hallway had a really big piece to do with this, but you can mention a bunch of different Sonics names, even Super's there, as he holds down Boiler and is able to take out the player trying to move in from construction. Just so much solid play from the Sonics, and they've pushed themselves into overtime, and not only that, but they have the defensive side as well, so they get to reinsert themselves into the basement and see if they can go for 2 in a row.
XSET with a chance to try and change up their own fate, of course, as they will get the rerun onto that same site, but as Stokes had just mentioned, it's just as much of an opportunity for them as it is for the Sonics here, considering the way that they were able to close that one down. Not going to see any changes in the operator lineup because of that as well. Didn't really get much use out of the EDDs, so still a chance that surprises a few players from XSET on an upcoming round. Just need to position them a little bit more better this time to get them in the way of the play from our attackers here, as they too will bring a very similar flair in terms of their operator lineup, thinking that they fell apart just due to strategy rather than the formula they tried to bring to bear here.
I definitely have to agree with that. I think that, Sonics have been able to find their mark downstairs, and it's really this, initial hold to transition back down low, give XSET some time to work open all these hatches and stuff like that, and then try and shut them down on their initial entry into the basement. This is something that the basement side is extremely good at as well, because there's not that many ways to actually get into that portion of the map. You have a pretty limited number. You got, a couple of stairwells, a couple hatches, and construction. That's it. So pretty easy for for the defense to cover overall, especially if they have some info game going like bulletproofs or things along those lines. And this is exactly what the Sonics have. They're going to be holding on to a couple of these stairwells as well, as Rexon will back off and begin dropping down Freezer Hatch. He's going to pre-fire just like he did last time, but XSET will shoot right back. We'll end up tagging him up, but for Yaga's sake, he's going to eat a few rounds and get some more HP as well.
Sonics once again playing heavily into their basement setup here, not wanting to risk a challenge, and on midpoint of this round, they could give over a much easier execute to the XSET camp if they're able to win out that engagement and bring things down to a 5v4 or something worse than that. Intel is going to be the name of the game for XSET over these next 30 to 40 seconds here as they need to pop open access towards the basement, of course, and figure out in what ways have the Sonics tried to set things up a bit more trickily this time to try and negotiate a second consecutive basement win to also give them the lead, of course. XSET now with those hatches open can begin to get a clearer idea of what Super and some of the others near Pillar are going to be trying to negotiate towards, as that will once again be the main objective from XSET. They're not going to try to change things up and go for a laundry or freezer take this time or something similar to that.
No tricks out of the Sonics. Only firepower awaits XSET. As they're trying to work their way into this basement, positioning around tower stairs for Supers. He'll start smoking things off. He'll get rid of the drone here that has transitioned its way in as well. Begins creeping up the stairwell, but you can see Spirits is forced back to the sound of the barbed wire. Does not want to try and eat a full shotgun to the face. It's a frag grenade or puller in towards Super's location, but he'll be able to sneak back into Harry Potter and stay alive instead. XSET, they haven't went for things just yet, but as soon as I say that, the EE1D will go off, and they're going to push themselves in. Super delivers, though, on two different fronts. He'll take down two members, and Kanzel add to the body pile. So he'll be able to take down Diaz. Super for 3 in that round. Yeti to wrap things up with a bow in a beautiful Sonics round. That's what you want out of your tower stairs player. If they're able to transition back and forth in between those two hot zones, the tower stairs as well as construction, and deliver on both ends, it's going to make it so very difficult for the offense to try and transition into even start on the execution. They didn't even have to worry about the elbow player up until the last couple of bodies. Super had it all handled on his own.
So the Sonics having almost too easy of a time shutting down the defense for themselves here after they pretty much rerun the same exact setup to the same result here. Obviously even more so sided in their favor as the Sonics take control of the lead again now. It's 7-6. One round is all they need to lock in the victory here versus XSET, but it is finally going to see us changing sides as well, with XSET now giving us another defensive round here on the basement, but obviously with them on the defense itself, so a little bit of a change up in that regard. Still bringing the same setup that we saw from them last time they played this inside of regulation. The actual site setup, though, in terms of the walls that'll be taken down and or reinforced, is going to be just a tad different. It looks like XSET wants to play pretty heftily around their zombie player Gomez.
Could be pretty interesting how this works out. Gomez is going to start all the way over in small tower, just looking for some drones and pre-firing doors and things along those lines. But he hasn't found anything just yet. The remaining members of XSET, for the most part, are over towards Freezer Stairs and Z Hallway here, as Yaga's trying to help Gomez out for some time. But when you know it, the only member of the Sonics here on the west side is actually Yeti. Everybody else over on the east end. And you can see XSET are like, oh, they're not really trying to push into this just yet. Okay, I guess we're going to have to slowly work our way back. Wait, where are they actually coming from? Is he coming from Z behind me? I mean, there's just so many different problems that XSET have to deal with, you know, this situation, because the Sonics have went about this in a much different way than they have previously, including Kanzan working his way in on this top floor.
So we're able to strike first from up here, potentially, as there's not going to be any setup at all from XSET to counter this. The closest thing to it that they would have is Spirits over by the back stairs, but Attic Access is going to be a bit tricky for him to try and play into, so no real way to stop the clear that's already worked its way in from the Sonics up there. They'll be moving forward swimmingly, and it looks like XSET actually gives up most of their extended positioning as they pull all these players back down into the basement to wait out the remaining time.
Well, Sonics have done a bang-up job of being able to clean out most of the building and giving themselves solid ground to work off of. And he'll start working his way in towards kitchen. Really not too much for Yeti to do besides connecting some of these things like meeting, like what he's doing right now, and things along those lines. He's looking to use his frag grenades later on once these hatches are open and stuff like that. Soft breach isn't exactly the greatest when it comes to this basement setup, unless it's range soft breach where you can get rid of like deployable shields and stuff like that. So for the Sonics, still looking for the opener that they need to actually transition into the basement and start applying pressure to the site setup. And it's going to come through the Rotero drones, as Kansan's already been able to hit 2 big marks. I believe a frag grenade going into Freezer as well will clean up that Kiba barrier. Kansan for 3 now, as he's already gotten rid of one of the deployable shields. He's not going to make a rotation here in the soft wall as well. Sonics making so many openings that XSET are going to have to worry about. And just to remind you, this is potentially the last round if SQ can deliver.
Need to make that happen, though, and that's going to be the big issue as time starts to get lower. We've already seen them and XSET trip up in this area where they just waste out too much time trying to set up their attack and are not able to actually make it work when it finally comes time to shove it into the defensive setup, in this case of XSET here. Spirits will take some heavy damage, but Yeti will arguably take nearly as much here. Super makes the initial impact for the squad. Rexon to follow it up, and Super now to put the plant down, but Kino moves in to deny that before himself is taken out by Rexon. Problem is, though, the rest of the assaulting team did not make enough impact or push forward for enough map control. 10 seconds left, and Rexon, unfortunately, with really no choice, he's going to try to throw the case down on the ground to force Spirits and Yaga out of positions. It'll work to get Yaga out, but it won't force a duel, so time will be running out here, and the initial round will go over towards XSET. The second round, excuse me, does go over towards XSET to tie it up at 7-7.
This has been so interesting so far between these two teams, especially when we've gotten to overtime, because Super has been putting on a highlight reel so far. Nice little entry kill there for him when it came to the laundry player. Almost dies to the mute, but is eventually able to actually start putting down the case. But that's when everything goes wrong, and it's mostly due to Azami. The setup on laundry makes it to where when Sonics are actually holding on to that area, they can't see the rotation hole, and that allows Smoke to work their way in and take down Super as he's putting down that case. And with the case now being down, XSET can deliver when it comes to the actual frag department. They start challenging out Sonics and winning out a lot of these different engagements. Sonics don't know exactly where the XSET members are on site any longer, and they lose the plot after that case goes down. Not able to get it done in the 1v2 either, so unfortunate circumstances for them, but for XSET, it's definitely a breath of fresh air after they were down to potentially one round that could have been their demise.
Well, it's still going to be down to one round for them ultimately as it comes to this one, the 15th and final round of play, regardless of who ends up winning it. Either the Sonics take this or XSET does. No other way around it, and it'll fall upon arguably one of the worst sites for XSET downstairs in the kitchen hold.
Well, my friend, you picked Sonics, I picked XSET. It all comes down to this. It's practically a coin flip if you really want to look at it that way. Firm shake of hands, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So, as we got the opener here, oh, I love what's going on this top floor. We're going to have Super out on an island. He'll be playing for his death there and hopefully to claim some others' lives, as he'll be on the top floor of Small Tower with some Kiba barriers in tow. He wants to hold on to these here and try and force XSET to clear him out. You can see some frost traps around the area as well, which could overly complicate things if XSET do want to try and hop in some of these windows. But as of right now, that is not where they have their eyes set. They have it set on this dorm's hold here that has Kansan and Rexon playing the top floor.
Gonna go fairly quiet here as XSET just tries to set up for their initial positioning. They'll find fairly easy access to the walk-in side of things, including Master. But now, as they try to move further forward than that, that's where Rexon is going to try to get into the way of it. Already knocking out 2 bits of intel from the drones there. Those are the only 2 drones who have been taken out so far, so XSET still have plenty in excess. The big question now is, does Rexon want to stay here, potentially challenge for a pickup, or is he going to be falling back? Support is available, of course, but not forever here. A few players may end up falling back on the Sonic side of things, and that would leave Rexon very much alone on an island to try and play out the rest of this round here. And more importantly, try to delay for as long as possible. You can see Kansan with him at the moment, still continuing to maintain this presence, and XSET nowhere near certain of where to follow this through and try to move into the site from. They're going to be held back as nearly half the round has already been wasted just from this hold.
They got a frag grenade in to be able to start applying pressure to the dorm setup upstairs through attic, and that's kind of what we talked about the last time, because now Kino can actually help them with this setup. They got decimated by this top floor hold the last time around, and this time they've at least been able to get out of it on equal equal footing. Yes, Gomez will go down and they won't have the adrenal surges any longer, but at least they have presence upstairs and they can start breaking up the kitchen floor and start looking for some of these Sonics players that they can apply even more pressure to. Yaga's going to continue this work here upstairs, starting to look inside of security, but the Sonics members already hightailed it out.
Kino strikes next year now for XSET being able to take out Super. Brings the defense down to only 3, and it's shrinking from there. 2 of these top downs. XSET are using them so potently, and the Sonics just don't seem to have a way to counter it here. You could see Rexon trying to swing up, but he's nearly lost his own life in an attempt to do that. That would leave Yeti all on his lonesome on the Echo as well. He needs to try and find a way to use this utility, but he can't even find safe positioning. Diaz knocks him out. Spirits finally closes out against Rexon, and that's going to be XSET taking control of this matchup all the way to the bitter end of overtime, even is how far this needed to go, but XSET eventually takes control. 8-7 is the final score. They'll be taking home 2 points for their victory. Sonics won't be walking home empty-handed either. They'll still get a point for being able to make it to OT, but it's much less than the 3 they could have bargained for themselves if they were able to take this earlier.
Yeah, takes all 15 rounds in between these two, but an adjustment on the top floor take from XSET gifts them the round as they're finally able to bunker bust the dorm setup. Beautiful round there from XSET and a strong game from both of these teams, showing you exactly why both of these squads are inside of the top 4 for North America at the current moment. But that could change up very quickly here today with how hotly contested our leaderboard is here currently in this region.
Excellent game from Diaz as well. I want to give a massive shout out to him from that clutch at the very start of the game with the double nitro cell and the closeout kill going all the way through. He was the rock in the mid-round scenarios that would always keep this team under control and composed, still able to close out rounds, so a big shout out to him. That'll do it for the 2 of us for now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a short commercial break. When we do come back, we'll have your desk ready to break this game down.
Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head nods to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high to aura glisten. Boring on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doe, your host here at the desk, along with Jacob, Jesse, and our special guest, Joe Bro. And over in Vegas, we have one of the players from our winning team, XSET, is none other than Diaz. So, things went pretty well. I mean, you got it done. It took the entire 15 rounds, but XSET gets the win. Things started off with a bang, though, especially for you, especially in that first round getting the 2K with the Nitro cell. So when you have a moment like that, do you find yourself getting excited? Does that help you feel very positive toward the match, or is it just kind of like, all right, we just got to be happy with the one round and then move on from there?
I mean, I just get excited during the moment, but then it's just the next round, go next.
Yeah, makes sense.
You had two really tough opponents this week. You started off with TSM, you beat them, then you took on the Sonics, you beat them as well. Was this a week that you guys were prepping extra hard for? Was there anything specific that you really wanted to focus on coming into this week so that you could win both of these games? Or was this just feeling like another day at the office for you guys?
To be honest, just another day in the office. We grind every week. It's the same thing, same schedule, same thing. We've been doing it for what, 3 months now. We're just, like I said, same thing. It's another day in the office.
How have you been able to translate your lessons from Charlotte and bring them into this stage specifically in such pivotal games?
I think this experience plays a big part. At Charlotte, we struggled a bit in counter-stratting. I think we were overthinking a lot, and we lost a couple games because of that. And due to the experience, we know how to counter strat and really improve our game.
You've been without somebody on stage behind you for the past couple of weeks now, but was that Vivas in the background, and how important was it to actually have somebody with you as a coach on stage during games again?
It's extremely important. We're a different team without a coach behind us, and Vivas is amazing. Love that guy.
Cool, all right, must be nice. So looking ahead to the Berlin Major, presuming you make it, obviously there's still a good number of games to play, but presuming you make it, what's another team from another region you'd really like to get a shot at?
Furia, if I had to pick.
Furia's a good one.
I'd like to play them again, yeah.
Why is that?
Because they're freebies.
Okay, all right, nothing more needs to be said.
Taking shots and it hasn't happened yet? Bro.
All right, well, thank you for taking the time to chat with us a little bit. Diaz, congrats on the win today, and good luck next week.
Thank you.
Those guys are
He's going to get some DMs later.
Dude, there you go. I asked him for a reason. He gave me a reason. What can I say? Well,
let me just hold on. I'll just check how good Fury are doing in BR6 right now.
They're doing okay, I think, if I remember right.
Fourth place, they would make it. If the season stopped right now, they'd probably play each other. So
They go to Copa at least.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Should be fun. Well, I mean, it was a fun match for us to watch because we love it when things are so close. We love it when things go down to the wire. It was an 8-7 victory for XSET. I'm so sorry, Joe Bro. You got the win yesterday. We needed to balance it out a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be balanced, but
I suppose.
This game, I think, for us, I was really still proud of the attacks. I think DS just ended up clutching out a couple of them. Could have very easily had a 4-2 or a 5-1 half to start, which obviously would have allowed us to win in regulation. So I think there's nothing to really hang our heads up on that one.
Yeah, DS a really good start, as you guys touched on, with the big C4 to clutch out the 1v3, but overall did continue that throughout the match. 16-10, one of his better performances. He was also one of the players that I highlighted in their last game against TSM on Villa. I thought he had some really good defensive plays. He was swinging in really smart moments. So I like DS a lot. I think he's a player that maybe doesn't get talked about as much as maybe some of the other players on XSET, and maybe somebody we should be highlighting a little bit more.
Genuinely, I feel like we're not doing enough to hype up Yaga. Even though he's had the top rating so far through this stage, he's not someone whose name we've really called that much, which feels a little bit weird to say. He's still in the middle of things, and he's fragging, not doing it on Finca. They're still letting Gomez and sometimes maybe even Diaz play a little bit more than that. He's on vertical. He's paving the way for Sledge players, and he's doing fantastic. And I'm not just saying that because his parents like me. They do a really good job of incorporating Yaga into this team and kind of letting him be the tip of the spear.
And that definitely comes from kind of what Spirits was saying yesterday too, about him being so consistent. He's not like a flashy player by any means, but he's still at the top because every game he shows up.
Yeah, and you never doubt his skill. I mean, you don't like the clutch potential or the basic skill of any of these players, you never doubt, but Yaga's been rock solid the whole way through. It's almost like him beating EG when he was 16 was telling us something.
Jeez.
I mean, it's just cool to see talent like that develop and continue to grow throughout the league. It seems like XSET on trajectory to make it back to a major. And like Diaz was just saying, they learned a little bit from that last one. There's a little bit of jitters that happened on the stage. Of course there would be, right? So I'd love to see them get to Berlin, actually. I really want to see what this team can do at a major with a little bit of LAN experience under their belts with that. But let's take a look at some of the individual rounds from this last map. Of course, we got to start with round one. I mean, come on. This was one of the most fun plays I think we've seen in the stage so far. Diaz comes in, putting the Nitro cells It's fun for us.
I mean, why did it break your heart, Joe?
Yeah, so specifically, it's a 3v1, but we just lose track of where Diaz is. Playing in the closet, he's going to throw over the really common C4, and just Grixer and Super being on top of each other, unfortunately. Just, again, lost track where Diaz was. Boop, gets the 2, and then just no time for Xander. I thought Xander had this, honestly, but just lost it out.
Yeah, that's one he was at full HP as well, so I don't know if he was like in any gunfight before that. I don't believe he was. So the fact that he was just able to sit back while that push was coming in, they had no idea where he was.
I mean, it was a good attempt. I mean, rushing it was probably the right decision there, but you know, sometimes you don't win those gunfights.
Yeti did everything right. Everyone else,
Well, let's check out round number 5. So this was one where Sqonis definitely did a little bit better on the execute side of things.
Yeah, this was that Osa take from Garage that they pulled through, and I've never seen Osa be used this way. Usually Osa comes from the tower side when she's pushing in on this bomb site. But I mean, Joe, why don't you break down what's going on here?
Yeah, so I love this because once you control the dorm stairs, there's really no place else other than where Kino is right now that can stop where the bomb is going to come from. And Kino used all his smokes to deny there, but once you do that, Diaz is stuck over in dining or kitchen over here and has to rotate all the way around the meeting. I think he gets one more actually. Yes, it does find cans in. But then Super and I believe, Grixer are still up, and this is just an unwinnable angle for Diaz.
No, I like this mostly because in North America, we see 95% stage takes every time we're seeing a meeting attack. And you have to take top floor, you're worried about hatch control, and that hatch is sometimes the only actual vertical presence that you can worry about when you're trying to take that site in the first place. It's fantastic that we see something different, something that changes up a very basic meta on one site, and it's nice that you incorporated it, and it worked. I just like, can more teams start doing this, please? You don't have to attack T1 every single time you take meeting. You can do it different ways.
There you go. Variety is the spice of life, as they say. We got one more round to take a look at, and this was something you wanted to highlight, Jesse, because this is kind of a cool, like, Kiba barrier trick that people can kind of take to some of their own games.
Yeah, I mean, this is not going to be a big thing, but this is a nice little way that they used Azami on Oregon. So look at what Diaz has done with this Kiba barrier. You can see just barely that he's made this the Kiba barrier on kind of this like pool table or whatever this little foosball table is. There it is. And he's got a bit of a cutout so that it can see onto the white stairs. It's a really sick angle from Diaz as we play. There it is, beautiful angle that just slits in onto the white stairs. And if we play this in slow motion, we'll see he actually is going to be able to get a kill from this. It's a small little thing that maybe should make you consider picking up a zombie next time that you're playing on dorms on Oregon, because that's just one of those beautiful angles. It's so hard to counter. You've got so much coverage when you're using it. And then of course, XSET were able to finish out this round with some nice plays from Tino as well.
Yeah, I think it's cool to consider kind of the little like fringe uses of the Kiba barrier like that, where you kind of utilize sort of the handle sticking out on the table to create that little gap to create you a nice little hole to shoot through.
It's making you like second guess whenever there's an Azami on the board and you're attacking against it, because there could be a pixel angle that shows up out of nowhere that you can't account for until you see someone use it, and then know you kind of have to watch every individual pixel until you clear the Azami out or kill the entire defending team, because someone could be hiding back there.
It's true. If you're not learning, you're losing. Somebody said that. I think it was Wayne Gretzky or Abraham Lincoln or something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out during the break. We are going to take a quick break right now to get ready for our next match of the day. It's going to be Astralis versus Oxygen. This is also going to be another great match because you know what? They kind of all are in stage 2. No complaints here at all. Maybe a little bit from Joe Bro, but he'll get over it. Don't worry. He'll be fine. We're going to be right back on the Rainbow Six North American League. See you in just a few. And we have returned here at the Rainbow Six North American League. That's right. Welcome back to the desk. Your host, Doa here, along with Caliber, Jacob, Jesse, J. Chick, and from the Sonics organization, lead analyst, Jobro, joining us for the week. It's been a ton of fun, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, it's been a lot.
Well,
I've learned a lot. And
Not last game.
Yeah, I had already let it go.
sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. I realized what I said, and I had to
mask
clarify.
slipped instantly.
It happened.
Doused
Let's
his
take a look.
confidence.
Let's take a look at our standings here as they have shaken out throughout the day. We've seen a lot of movement, but so far, XSET still on top, just barely able to get the overtime win over Sonics, but that does bring Sonics up to second place, so not too bad.
Fun fact, if the Sonics had been able to win that round 15, it still would have been 1-2 like this, because the Sonics wouldn't have had a big enough round differential to get up into first place, but still, this looks like a very, very solid top four. If you had to end the stage right now, put them all to Berlin, I'm pretty confident that we'd still be able to run the table from NA.
You know what? And seeing this, I actually feel a little bit better because I had forgotten where the standings were. I forgot that TSM lost earlier. I forgot that Oxygen's going to lose right now. So, like, I actually feel pretty good about
predictions
where we are. Yeah.
Yeah, XSET hasn't really breaking away from the pack. A whole 2-point lead, the most we've seen all stage. Calm down, XSET.
Yeah, TSM had that 3-point lead for a little while. Yeah.
Well, where did that get them? Exactly.
Well, I mean,
a breakaway? Never. Not in my NAL.
They're down in fourth. People have caught up, but still, there's only a 4-point difference between first and ninth. You know, so still, again, the tightest stage that I think we've had in a long, long time.
As opposed to the 3-point lead we had from 2 days ago. Like, yeah.
Expanding.
Super tight. Well, let's talk about our next series. It's going to be Astralis versus Oxygen. This is going to be another one that's going to be good, going to be hard to predict unless your name is Joe, apparently, who has already decided that Astralis is going to win this. Now, Astralis a little bit farther down the standing as we take a look at the tail of the tape, but they are still going to be a major challenge for Oxygen, I think.
Lots of history between these two teams.
Oh, yeah.
Charlotte Major semifinals rematch. Oxygen were deflated in that game. They were not themselves. They had a horrible performance. Ended up losing 7-1, 7-3 in the semis against Astralis. They're hoping for something a little bit better today.
Yeah, that game was just an absolute deflator. Like, we were even shocked as while we were watching and thinking, has this game even started yet? Hey, good practice, Scrim. Now start the actual match. Like, that was what everyone's general feeling was from that game. And it's the kind of thing where OXG got hit so hard and so fast, they didn't even know what by. Obviously, we're back in best of one, so it should feel a little bit more like old hat. But if you look at their attack and defensive ratings, OXG is only one above Astralis in both categories by 1 place, and they're also 4 positions above. So still, this could go either way. It's incredibly close.
I agree. And I mean, you have to take into account, too, the kind of reactivated Iconic over on the Astralis side, you know, finally putting up a pretty great day yesterday, and that adds another threat that was kind of lacking a little bit on the Astralis side of things up until then. And so if he shows up again today, could be very difficult for Oxygen. But again, like, the thing is, the standings are kind of meaningless at this point because anyone is really capable of beating anyone unless you're unless you're a Mirage, rather, of course. You know, so the fact that like Astralis is way down the standings right now doesn't really matter too much, does it?
I wouldn't say so, and I think that Astralis coming back again with the full power of their roster unlocked again, and I think after the slow start that Oxygen had against Mirage yesterday, I actually think that Astralis are looking really like revamped and reinvigorated, and Oxygen are just kind of like a question mark.
Well, we've talked about it a little bit, but let's dive a little bit deeper into Astralis now. I think, for me personally, the big thing that I've been thinking about is Iconic, right? Yes. Coming back up, having a great performance. There have been other people that have been playing pretty well. Like you mentioned, though, Joe, as well, this is a squad that hasn't been able to play to its full potential the entire stage.
Yeah, and being able to have DP Fire back healthy again, I think it just allows Iconic to play how Iconic wants to play, because DP Fire will get kills on his own, and Iconic doesn't have to manufacture those.
Yeah, I thought that Iconic was catching some of the roamers really well yesterday against DarkZero, you know, catching a lot of those entry picks that he was able to find for his team. Of course, he's the classic Finka main that we like to see all over the NAL, but he does it very, very well. The problems I had with Iconic prior to yesterday were sometimes on the roam he would play these really important operators like a zombie, operators like smoke, operators that get a lot of value you late in the round, and he would still play very aggressive positions, and he would die sometimes without even firing a shot. So I'm hoping we see Iconic play a little bit more passive on the defense. He was doing a good job, had some late clutches yesterday against DZ that really did help secure a couple of those rounds. It was the one that actually ended up forcing them to overtime. So I do think that, avoiding overtime, I should say. I do think Iconic is back. I'm not worried about him anymore this stage because he's been so consistent throughout his career, and now after a good game yesterday, he's ready to play.
Yeah, but for Astralis overall, they've just made trades a priority. They're one of those teams along with XSET that feel like if there's one player that's pushing a particular room, they're going to have somebody else right there to challenge it in the event that there is somebody there, or they're hunting down by drones. They're there just finding a way to clear as effectively as possible and make sure that whenever they head towards and execute, they're not doing it a man down, surprisingly, and without knowing that there was somebody there. That kind of aggressive, flexible playstyle has always been an Astralis trademark, but it's been the kind of thing that it's jumped to the forefront of everyone's minds when they took first place in stage 1, when they made the run that they did at the major. It's the kind of thing that whenever you see it, you have to lock in and realize exactly how perfect they've gotten this formula down. Best part is they can use the past 2 weeks kind of almost as like makeshift scrims, so to speak. Yes, it's the best kind of practice you're ever going to get, but if you're not going to be able to do it with your full team up or in the environment that you want, there's still some good things to be gained from that.
You know, when I look at Astralis, I think more than any other team in NA right now, this is the team I want to get another shot at a major, because obviously they came as close as you can possibly come to winning one, in that they went all the way to map number 5 against DarkZero before dropping it in the end. So this is a team, again, that they've been a little bit up and down the stage, but I'm confident that if they get back to a major, they'll be able to sort of like show us what they would have done last time, which is, I think they got a chance to win it if they make it back.
Absolutely. I mean, they played so well in Charlotte. Their attacks were insane, and like, sure, you can't last 5 maps against DarkZero. Who can, right? DZ have so much resilience. They thrive when games go long, and you know, that was a tough one for a team who had just gotten to their first LAN. But I agree, Astralis, one more shot, I'm here for it.
Yeah. You know, now another team I wouldn't mind seeing another shot at a major title is our team on the other side of the arena over in Vegas. It's Oxygen. Now, this is a team that's super exciting to watch. They are known as sort of the total package team. They're good at basically everything. But as we've seen this stage, they still need to find those points to, I think, really, really excel and really exceed expectations rather than just sort of meet them.
Yeah, and looking at Oxygen, they're by no means a bad team. I think right now Vertical is struggling, and Newers has to kind of fill that void. But for me, yesterday, starting slow against Mirage, they cannot afford that today.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They started slow against Mirage. I don't really care. Because listen, I mean, I don't think they were playing like themselves. I think after the TAC timeout, they kind of shook themselves free of that and they played fine. Yeah. I think the fact that they threw 3 rounds at the start against a team that they were basically always going to beat is not a problem, and I don't think it worries me here. Sure, if that starts the same thing against Astralis, that's like, okay, what's going on? But I don't think it's going to happen against an opponent that I assume Oxygen are going to show a little bit more respect. I assume Oxygen are going to, you know, give it their all from the very start. I assume we're not going to need Redeemer to step in after round 3 and be like, guys, play for reals, please. We're losing. Because this is just a different circumstance and a different opponent they're going up against today.
I'm also not worried because they're not really historically a cafe team. They've played it 3 times ever since the start of stage 1. It's not something that they're very keen on going to if the opportunity itself ever arises, which means whatever you might have shown on a map like that, unless you get into a crazy best of 3 scenario, which would require making playoffs at a major to do in Rainbow Six, then you're not going to ever worry about playing cafe in a best of 1 in a serious manner, so there's not all that much to go back and learn from unless you end up being their opponents in a group stage. So I doubt we're going to see it here. So in that Mirage game, in spite of throwing those first 3 rounds, nothing about yesterday is something that you really have to concern yourselves with if you're a Mirage player, support staff, or even a fan. Those first 3 rounds are concerning, but what did they do at the end of the day? They still got all 3 points, so who cares?
Yeah, I mean, and you know you can give Mirage some rounds right now and still be confident that you can come back and win, but you cannot treat Astralis the same way. I do not think they will. I obviously think they're going to be coming this one with the utmost seriousness. Look at those game faces. Obviously they are, but I've been told we know the bans. We know the map we're going to, so let's find out where the battle will be fought here in our 4th game of the day
Again, in the major, it was Oregon and Skyscraper we ended up on. Skyscraper going to be the first one banned from Oxygen. That makes a lot of sense as one that Astralis have a 3-game win streak on. They're so dominant. And of course, that win over Oxygen and XSET that they had in the playoffs at Charlotte Major will solidify that ban. Then we get Chalet coming through as a ban for Astralis. This is a map that, they played it once in Stage 3 way back in the day, once in Stage 1, lost to Oxygen. So that was one that they want to get off the table. They don't want to have to play it here. Then we get Bank coming through from Astralis for their next ban, and you look at Oxygen's performance on Bank historically, and this has been one that they played back-to-back in Week 2. Not often you see a team watching an opponent play a map back-to-back and think, nah, instead of counter-striking that, we're just going to get rid of it. Usually they kind of use that as VOD fodder and try to use that, but not for Astralis.
All right, last couple of bans here. We have Villa Cafe, Oregon. So Oregon's interesting, again, because Oxygen played Astralis at the major and lost 7-1. So they didn't want to run that back. But Theme Park.
Theme Park, baby.
Spicy.
All right, so here's a spicy fact for you. Both teams are undefeated. Since this map got put back into the map pool at the start of this season, they have not lost it. Both Astralis and Oxygen have played it in Stage 1. This stage at the Charlotte Major still have yet to lose it. It's undefeated streak against undefeated streak going back 4 months on this map in this matchup here.
Wow, we're going to have a winner today, though.
We will. We will need to have a winner. We will need to have a loser.
lightning strike
I have a
hit
gift for the
ESA,
obvious.
and it means that we wouldn't be able to finish the match.
I mean, you
we
never
could
know.
have an infinite weather delay, and they'd both maintain their undefeated streaks on this
You
map.
never know. We are at the mercy of technology and game clients sometimes. So you never know. But I've got a feeling, I'm confident we're going to have a winner at the end of this one. But it's time to pick that winner, or at least pick who we think is going to be that winner. First, we're going to talk to our casters for our predictions. Blue and Stokes are over there, thinking it over. Another tough one. I feel like they're all tough ones.
We always get the tough ones, it seems.
Everybody gets the tough ones.
Yeah, but this one, I mean, again, it's like such a tough battle. We have so many like good players on both of these teams too. Yeah. And as Jacob was describing, it's a map that both of these teams have excelled on recently. So where do you go? It's really just a coin flip, I think, for me at the end of the day. But I'm feeling a little bit of an edge towards Oxygen right now, so I'm going to be putting my vote with them.
Say that's my job, is to flip the coin. You can do it.
I think it's kind of like, when you have your own kids, right? You're going to tell them, I don't have a favorite, but you really do. And mine just so happens to be Astralis. I think both of these teams are great, but I think Astralis are back to form. And even though it is Theme Park, there is still a very major consideration that Astralis take it here.
Well, I think you're both right. Casters divided again, but honestly, it's hard to call either one wrong at this point. I think they're both good choices. So that brings us to our analysts. We'll check in with our casters again in a little bit. But what do you think? Let's start with you, Jacob.
Do you have to?
Yeah.
Fine.
I've decided this. I get to make these decisions.
It's enough of a 50-50 that I asked myself, if we were on round 15 and it's 7-7, who do I trust more? Now, that takes a lot of context out of the equation. How did the game go before? Was somebody having a good game or a bad game? What's the site? How have they done so far? And I know that. But if I had to put trust in anybody, I would put trust in a full-strength Astralis over the current version of OXG that we've seen so far for this stage. So I think if they're back at full form, which it looked like they were yesterday against DZ, I'll take them here.
All right, so that's another one for Astralis. Anyone want to, tie things up with a pick for Oxygen?
No, I'm going Astralis. Vibes win games. Astralis have the vibes right now.
All right.
They take it.
I believe I'm right on Joe's tail on the prediction percentage there. So let me take a leap here, try to get back up into first place. Let's go for Oxygen. I think that they've been playing really well. I thought Laxing had a great game yesterday, and Astralis, I just don't know if they'll have it this time. They did beat them at the major, but I think this is going to be a new form for Oxygen.
You know what? I have something that might help you here. We both have the same prediction.
Oh, God.
I will try to help him a little bit. Rock, paper, scissors, winner changes their prediction.
All right. That's the one.
All right.
Sorry. Loser changes their
prediction.
prediction.
Yeah, loser changes.
I was going to say winner, yeah.
Is it rock, paper, scissors, shoot?
On shoot.
Okay.
Best of 3.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 1. Rock, paper, scissors.
What's the best of 3?
And there we go. Change his prediction.
What?
Change it.
That's not fair.
Do it.
That's not fair at
There's
all.
no way now.
The Uno reverse card has
It's
been
that
played.
close.
I'm that close. Scammed,
Sorry,
bro.
Astralis.
This might end up
switch
working
it.
out for you, though.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. So we got 2 and 3. Let's see what the coin says. It's going to be heads. Astralis is going to be tails. Oxygen. Oh, it is heads. Astralis, the coin. likes Iconic. The coin likes everyone else, obviously, on there as well.
Another dead even split, just like last game.
Exactly. Should be dead even. Fan vote will break the tie. Let's see what Twitter had to say. It was very close, I'm told. 51 to 49%, but it is going to be Oxygen that takes it in the end. So, slight Oxygen favor for the prediction, but as we've seen time and time again this stage, that doesn't really matter a whole lot. It comes down to who performs better in the map, as it should, of course. Before we get to that map, though, let's check out that community poll. Your question to consider is, which team is hotter?
Oh, my God.
Astralis or Oxygen? All right.
I mean, come
I had to
on.
write these. Again, take that as you will.
Okay, this is actually a Stokes moment of picking between your two kids and not being able to decide. Like,
Never mind.
No comment.
Never mind. Nothing more needs to be said. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will see who is able to gain victory in this battle between Astralis and Oxygen. Going to be great. Don't miss it. Rainbow Six NAL returns in just a few.
When you wish to be free, you look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it tall and tonight you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9-to-5 job and you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9-to-5 job that you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. Whoa, that money clip us now, the new now looks like. Whoa, upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like. Whoa, 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 whoa. I hit recorded drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it.
I'm Newers, and this is the NAL.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the NAL. Time to get ready for our next matchup here. Just like most of our matches in this entire stage, it's bound to be a close one. No, we're not just telling you that to keep you interested, ladies and gentlemen. Both these teams have a flawless record on the map that we are about to play, but only one of them can keep it here today by finding another victory. Unfortunately, the loser has to have that streak broken. Will it be the new guns or the old guns with a new player joining them, of course, for this season in Oxygen versus Astralis here. Let's get into it. Let's start talking about what can come out from this match. The main thing we want to start out from the Astralis side, at least, is Iconic having a much better showing in yesterday's matchup here. Won't sugarcoat it, he's been having a rough go of it in the first few weeks of play for Stage 2, but yesterday was a potential sign of a turnaround in that department, which could be very bad news for Oxygen if we get that good Iconic today.
Yeah, an incredible game up against DarkZero yesterday, dropping 15 and 6, a cost of 83%, and a rating of 1.68. So amazing gameplay from him. Also, gotta mention that KPR as well, as he pulled through in a huge way, a 1.25. So high expectations for Iconic coming in here for Theme Park. And not only that, but what John was touching on earlier, if y'all at home did not know, both of these teams, perfect record when it comes to this map. Astralis, 4 wins, Oxygen, 5 wins in a row for both respectively. So as you said, something has to give. One of these teams is is going to be walking away with a new loss in that department here for Theme Park. And how are these bands going to go? Well, Astralis is going to start us off here for Theme, and they're going to remove Nomad, such a strong pick when it comes to Theme that allows you to lock up a lot of different portions of the map and make it a lot easier for you to work, you know, maybe the verticality or a different angle that you want to leave somebody on. So great band there for Astralis Nook for a lot of different reasons, not exactly the same as Nomad, just a very sneaky op that can work her way through cameras and everything else in between. Has the frag grenades as well, so just makes it easy for her to be worked in, as we'll be switching over to the defensive bands, and Mira will be removed for one of the first times today.
Yep, Mira, as an operator, we've been seeing banned out a little bit less in the past few weeks because of the prominence of Azami, of course. That's been opening up some play for her. Still a good chance we'll end up seeing Azami get banned out, of course. A lot of teams are choosing to go that route right now. It's going to be up to Astralis whether they want to or not, and they're certainly taking their... I mean, yeah, Forrest even just finishing my sentence for me there, a little weird. But yeah, they're going to take their time with this one, and they'll end up banning Valkyrie, which means that Azami is going to be left in play here yet again. That's been a bit of a trend here today.
Yeah, and I mean, past that, the thing about this is that Astralis are going to have the ability to bring literally every piece of utility when it comes to denial for throwables. So you might be seeing a Jaeger and some other things work in here. We have the Mai as of right now and the Azami, so expect Jane Hino to be applying some of those discs around those barriers and make it a lot more difficult for Oxygen to clear out those locations. But past that, Astralis are going to start things off downstairs inside of Throne Room, the most defendable spot in all of Theme Park to start us off here. And Oxygen are looking to bring a pretty overall lineup, really. But you obviously do have that one general sense of direction that you get when you look at this lineup, and it's the info game. Dokkaebi and Jackal both coming in here, just trying to make sure that they can confirm the clear and make sure a lot of the parts on this top floor have been taken care of and squared away. We'll just have to see how this goes. Obviously, Oxygen's going to have a couple of different ways that they can go about this. Can go for cafeteria, can start things off on cash, but Astralis is good for most of it as they have a setup across this entire top floor.
Two of the Goyo canisters going to be committed to the outside of Cafe as well, so a huge emphasis from Astralis on trying to deny any action from that side of the map. They'll place the third one on the outside of Cash to try and extend the amount of time that Oxygen will need to clear this out as well. So delay is the name of the game for the defense to counter out the intel that the attackers are going to try and bring into the fold here. Still going to see Oxygen play directly into that Cafe setup to start things off, and in huge majority as well. Everyone except for Foxe stacked up over here looking to get the clear, but we are going to see players start to split out a little bit from this position, so there will be some room for variety in a few moments' time.
Contention here from Iconic, but nothing happening in between the two squads just yet. Newers will continue to hold his position here inside of Cafe. Astralis awaiting the arrival of the remaining members of Oxygen as they haven't propelled themselves too far forward just yet. It's going to be a call sign for Iconic to pop one of these Goyo canisters as he hears some noise from Oxygen inside of Cafe. Laxing has actually worked his way in here to support Newers as well. Has some nice cross angles that he can use here through Daycare to try and take down a few of the red players. Out for Iconic, just awaiting still for the Oxygen move. Haven't been doing too much on Cafe. They're actually shifting gears and starting to work their way over towards this east side as they eye down Cash.
Oxygen still starting to set themselves up. In fact, not for Cash. They'll transition down below that a little bit further too and go for the drum entry to start things out here. Forrest will, of course, hear this and be able to clip off just a tad bit of damage against Newers, one that he will immediately negate out by activating his first Adrenal Surge here. About 2 minutes gone from the round, and Oxygen only just now starting to establish site presence. And here's going to be the big issue you can see on top of Forrest right now as well. Oxygen quickly crunching out his position, but the good news is he'll get some support. I believe by Dragon Door there, Jane I know will be able to take out Newers, eliminating him from the fight here and stopping the forward momentum from Oxygen. DP Fire also set up to counter the hop-in from Dragon, but instead it's going to be Dream that wins out the fight. Only for Forrest to trade one out a moment later, and Laxing again reactivates things. It's going to be a huge chain of kills. Neither team can get control over this situation, but Astralis does have the edge by one player as we come down to the last 40 seconds.
They have to get into the site, and this info will assist them, but there's so many players still around the entire entire map that could get a pretty impactful flank off, but for Iconic, it doesn't seem like it's going to work out just yet unless Oxygen want to try and throw themselves over towards the complete opposite side of the map. They're working on Dragon. He's over towards Barrels, but he can transition through this top floor as well and still try and get in behind them. Dream knows somebody has to be playing this throne side. He'll pre-fire for the corner, but he's taken down from Forest. That's going to be the case as well, and Vertical has to hop too. He'll take down one, but Iconic is awaiting him inside of Split, but it won't even be Iconic to take him down. Instead, it's Shuttle and Astralis with an amazing hold across the entirety of this map. I mean, Oxygen didn't even get an entry frag until, and I'm not kidding, 2 minutes and 5 seconds into this round, and they didn't even have a person in the building just yet. The only person that we had jump in was the Jackal pretty late on into that, and they were only downstairs inside of stalls. So with that being said, Oxygen have 0 foothold across the entire map to actually get any serious pressure onto Astralis. Yeah, you can try and fight them from the windows, but they're just going to fall back deeper into the building, and you have nobody there to try and support that. So it makes it to where Oxygen really can't do anything, minus take some of these early engagements and try and get it in towards the site, but obviously that doesn't work out for them. Too much damage already dealt from the roam game of Astralis, and no answer leads to the first round going to AST.
So Astralis surge ahead with that first round safely in their pocket. Going to try and see if they can negotiate another one on the other downstairs site over here in the lab. Not necessarily the go-to second site for a lot of teams, but in this case, it's where Astralis want to play it out. This map's a bit of an open book with regards to how teams tend to rotate at the moment. No preset kind of winning strategies we oftentimes see on some of the other maps. So it's open for interpretation. We'll see Astralis head downstairs here. A lot of trap ops coming into play for this round as well. Not only do we get the Legion being played out by DP Fire, but the Ella also going to come out from Iconic too. So looking to try and catch a few of these Oxygen members unawares and also give that great freedom to the defenders to continue being able to rotate around the map.
Huge fan of Astralis' defensive lineup at the current moment, especially with Malusi getting thrown in there as well. This is all to slow down Oxygen. As soon as they jump in here, I'm fairly certain that there's going to be more than just that Banshee in the way, but we'll have to see. It's an EE1D in, and J90 is going to start adjusting this Yokai drone. Hasn't been able to stop the plant yet, and Dream's already halfway through this, so I highly doubt that really anything else is going to happen with AST, and no, it's not. Oxygen are going to hop inside of the bathroom. All of this utility actually in the wrong spot. They layered it across the whole map, and the one soft spot being stalls where there's a lone Banshee in the way of Oxygen getting to plant down and decimating 4 Astralis members. It's all down to DP Fire, but I highly doubt he gets too far down this path.
So Astralis overplay themselves a bit in this scenario here. They're going to end up, unfortunately, spreading their assets a bit too thinly and allow for Oxygen to have an easy path into the site. Very easy as far as they're concerned, too. Only losing 1 player really along the way here. They clean up shop and quickly tie the game up at 1-1, meaning we're probably not going to see a reattempt on that site. Actually, I might be wrong about that. Coming in from Astralis is, yeah, they still have Lab soft locked right now, but we'll get confirmation of that in a second.
I mean, hell, I'd do the same thing and be like, all right, listen, we're putting a Grismod above that window. the Banshee is getting moved. You're going to have to try harder to frag it next time. You know, there's a couple of different things they can definitely do with that space, but Oxygen's going to be happy as a clan that they got that one to go off without a hitch, because that's one of those one-and-done situations, not one that you're, you know, going to do even again on the offensive side. You might do it inside of overtime if it comes down to it eventually, but you never want to, you know, overplay your hand when it comes to a rush like that. But very decisive there from Oxygen. That's why that went off so very well, especially with the recognition of what was going on inside of the stalls area. So now for Astralis, they have to attempt this yet again here. It's going to be a very similar setup, especially with the lineup being the exact same. But how do they deal with this bathroom setup? We already talked about how they can definitely adjust some utility over there, but they might keep some eyes on in this situation as well.
So Oxygen are going to be spawning out here across the board.
Imagine.
We'll see them.
Just imagine they just do it all over again, right through the window.
Doubt we're going to get that, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what Oxygen tries to set themselves up towards. I'm certain they're probably going to at least check it to see if it'll be as obviously easy to access as it was on the previous round, but fully pulling the trigger on going forward again, that would be the real surprise here. But as I say that, we do see a pretty open amount of pushing territory here to work their way in from the lab itself, so might be an opportunity brewing yet if this team has the confidence to commit to it, but we'll have to follow that up later on in the round and see if there potentially is going to be an opportunity. Other than that, though, it seems like Oxygen clearing things out upstairs with relative ease. They'll be working on getting access to the cafe in just a moment and try to push their position further beyond that.
No, Oxygen is practically already telling us what they want to do with the map, just given the operator lineup. They really want to take control of this top floor and abuse Sledge as well as Buck to break up a lot of the flooring and make it nigh impossible to actually play on the site. So we'll see how well they can accomplish this, as they'll pressure back some of the Astralis members. They've got control of Cafeteria, but obviously that's a far cry from the entirety of the control on this top floor, as Shuttle is inside of Arcade. So we'll be able to play this out. Does have some support still from Forrest, as he'll duck his head back in from waiting. Has to worry about the hatch, but he really should be worrying about these Cafe players. Doesn't have a single reinforcement to his side either, so that entire quad wall is up for Oxygen's taking when it comes to gunfire through into Daycare. Iconic's also going to take some heat, and this is going to lead us halfway through this round as Astralis continues to flirt with OXG inside a Cafe.
Forrest getting some soft pings to try and send those through the wall, but obviously not going to make the impact. Still, he'll try to play off of them when he self-pings himself here. See if maybe there's an opportunity to line up some intel on these players further back in a Cafe, but nothing making itself too obvious. Tries to play off the tracers there, but not going to find it, and now directly challenging Noors in the open. When he finally moves from behind the Cafe desk, he's going to fall to him, unfortunately, here. Foxe also strikes true with another entry in the favor of Oxygen. Finally, J90 will be able to battle it back, but Noors once again making up the difference for our attackers, bringing it down to just Shuttle and J90 in a 2v4. Good news is there's only 40 seconds left, so maybe hope yet for Oxygen, but it's going to be bleak as we continue to see the members of Oxygen work their way in without too much of an issue here. J90, the only one left in a 1v4 here. He's going to be pushed into a corner. Not much room for him to play the rest of this out. He'll try to flick onto Laxing there. He's got the right timing for it, just not the right crosshair placement. So Laxing knocks him out, and Oxygen take control of the lead with a 2-1 advantage.
Yeah, super unfortunate there for Astralis. They're able to delay Oxygen for so very long on the top floor, but eventually they'd kind of get to this moment where they decide enough is enough, and they really want to take some gunfights. And unfortunately enough for that circumstance, they lose them and immediately lose the top floor because of it. This makes it so fairly easy for Oxygen to transition this into a site take instead. And I mean, past that, Astralis is still having a moment there where, you know, there's at least a very considerable time for them to actually end up winning that round because of Shuttle's position inside a bathroom. But unfortunately enough for him, he loses out the engagement as Buck hops installs window. So with that being said, Oxygen pull ahead 2-1 off of back-to-back lab wins. And let's see if they pull ahead here inside of the social media post here as well, the social media poll. And in fact, Oxygen will end up winning at 64% to 36 on which team is hotter. But I mean, that is actually kind of going to make a little bit of sense, obviously, with Oxygen pretty hot to trot at the current moment.
Yeah, as they take control of the two follow-up rounds, I should say, to the opener. Astralis able to negotiate one for themselves at the beginning in throne room, but have been unable to find anything since then. And surprisingly enough, they just unlocked it for play on this round. But they're going to choose not to go back to it, instead going for the initiation hold, wanting to test the full breadth of their rotation more than likely before they go back onto something that they know has already worked for them. And is essentially, unless we see an adjustment from Oxygen, going to be in Astralis' minds, easy points. For Oxygen, though, they'll start the clear here over on Dragon's side and begin to try and move forward from there.
Yes, indeed. We lead off now with Forrest inside of bathroom upstairs. Nobody on the receiving end, though, when it comes to Cash Balcony. Instead, Oxygen currently on the roof, but working the main hatch to actually drop into the top of yellow stairs and try and contest in a different way. Speaking of contesting, DP Fire, pretty aggressive angle he's holding towards Cafe, but he'll start to back off as he does have a deployable shield to play off of around this rotation he's made. Be able to get rid of Fox's camera, but Fox is already aware that he's there, so he doesn't really have to pay too much more attention to that, but he will be able to reconfirm and get this drone back in this space. You'll see the smoke. You can see Oxygen want to go about this in a very quick manner, stuns in to make sure that there's no ADSs there as we await Oxygen's fairly early execution.
DP Fire ready for the challenge, gets a Toxic Babe out. The hesitation from Oxygen is going to mean they suffer from it slightly. At least one player choking on that gas as Vertical goes down. Just a tad of HP, though, not a huge loss at the end of the day. It's more important here at this point that Oxygen is able to preserve that HP and be able to use it a little bit later on in the round to push their way back in. Fox in the meanwhile here going to open up opportunity through the hatch, actually chucking the Candela into here, blinding out the players a little bit further into this defensive setup and maybe leaving a window open for Oxygen to finally swing themselves forward. Unfortunately, hasn't worked out too well. His team is still struggling to get that control they very much want to have, but again, they've also got a little bit of extra time here to back up and rethink the strategy, which appears to be the current plan from Oxygen.
Yeah, this has just been made so very awkward, and in fact, Oxygen, they're rotating all the way across the top roof right now. Apparently they saw something that they didn't exactly like what was going on over there for daycare and everything else, but now they're going to have to try and clear out everything else for Astralis to set up. I really don't like this, John. This is just so off on time
it's too
right
late,
now.
yeah.
Exactly. Oxygen coming over here and trying to reinsert themselves, they're just trying to ask Astralis to really give them pieces to this puzzle instead of taking it themselves. And I mean, now they'll be able to take initiation, but they're going to need some more out of this situation. Obviously, since it is initiation, if they're able to take him down, they can get this plant. Some big plays here, and actually won't be able to win it out on the cross. Iconic with some very big kills, but now it's all down just to DP fire, and Oxygen are actually going to get it done off the back of those Candelas. It was a little worrisome there for just a moment, but they're able to get it done via the flashes. Sweating bullets there for some time as that M590 was literally moments away from being the decider for Astralis.
Yeah, very well-deserved celebration coming out from the OXG camp there, though, as like we said, that was way too late of a time period to try and change up the strategy and suddenly go for a full push into control, following it up into initiation. But regardless, they're able to make it work off of their flash utility and the kind of lack of a reaction, at least initially, that we got from the Astralis camp. They're way too slow to try and catch that or mitigate the control into initiation, and as a result of that, Oxygen were able to use what they did get to bully their way into the site and knock out the remnants of the Astralis defense.
I mean, a huge shout out to Foxay there, because without him, that round is totally Astralis's. I mean, Candela after LMG kill there for him, and able to put Oxygen into a much stronger lead now as they lead 3-1. Looking to adjust things away from Zof, back onto the Yonic here for Vertical as well. Laxing will continue to bring this line, so we'll try and lock up some of the positioning from Astralis at a later date. They'll be bringing, EDDs for their sake when it comes down to it, to try and slow down Oxygen's take and hopefully get some extra damage off on them earlier on. Now, just to remind you, this is going to be a throne hold, and the last time that we saw Astralis go for this, they did it in a pretty strong fashion, I would say, as they were able to maintain control of the entire building down to the wire, where we finally saw the Jackal move in, but even then, not too much coming from that as they had to throw themselves at the site in the dying moments.
So J90 going to move himself forward here, continuing to open up a few rotation options for him to use upstairs before he gets flushed down. Assuming that's even going to happen, as Oxygen putting a pretty hefty priority on the downstairs clear right now here with Vertical, as you can see, already at the door to drum, or Gong rather, ready to move himself forward deeper into the map. But where is support going to be, and will they be appropriately positioned to help him out this time? We're also going to have some interesting operators of note here. Big pickup is going to be Iconic switching over to the cap can, adding those EDDs, and maybe Oxygen forcing them to think twice about those kind of switched up executes that we saw towards the end of the last round. We'll see if the EDDs catch anything, of course, later on, as at the moment Oxygen is moving way too slowly. I'd be very surprised if it made any serious impact here.
You can see the delay already working out in a certain way for Astralis. So a lot of time when it comes to the round overall, but with the pickup onto Laxing, things suddenly just got easier. Yeah, it's some pretty major damage to J90, but nothing really got to worry about too much. Oh, a nice challenge from DP Fire, but immediately eviscerated from Newers. Frag grenade prepped and ready to deliver, but it's not going to find too much over inside of waiting. Oxygen able to at least negotiate for a kill, but they're going to need a little bit more in order to transition this into an armory take.
Oxygen now with that opening kill that they need, and some good pepper damage going on to both Shuttle and J90. Should not have a whole lot to fear when it comes to trying to set themselves up for the execute. Still need to be worried about these specific players despite the damage that was done to them. Obviously, Oxygen is not necessarily going to know the damage that was done, so those players will still be a bit of a threat here to the assault. Regardless, though, Vertical is able to negotiate a kill against Iconic that removes the cap can from play. Keep in mind, again, you still have those two fairly injured players, so now Forrest is really the only one that can take an outright fight. The remaining two are going to have to rely on off angles in order to get themselves kills, but that's going to work to some extent here. Newers able to trade out both of his fallen teammates in the process of clearing out those two players, though, leaves it down into a 1v2 with Forrest against the world, as Dream and Newers going to have to take him down.
This is extremely doable. The only thing Astralis would have really have wanted is to kill Dream. If they could have limited the amount of area that they're able to work with, then it would have made things a lot easier for Forrest, but now he's been discovered in behind the bomb chassis, and honestly, I don't think that he knows that that drone exists, and he doesn't. He didn't hear it in behind him. Newers will pick him up instead as the yellow pings come through, and Oxygen guarantee themselves an advantage going into their defensive end.
So let's see now if Oxygen can lock in a massive lead at what would be 5 rounds in their favor. Or if Astralis now going to try and bring things back under their own control. It'll be the upstairs hold to potentially decide it here for Astralis as they'll go over towards a bunk and daycare site. They'll try and hold on to this one. Not going to see any huge departure from the operator lineups we've been traditionally getting for Astralis, although Wamai will be added in here for J90 as one little small shift up from things we have been previously seeing.
Yes, indeed. And overall, the strategy for Astralis has been pretty sound, but Oxygen have been able to punch holes in a lot of their different setups, especially when it came to lab. A lot of different situations where Astralis were overplaying the situation, especially initially, just not having an answer to the rush from Oxygen inside of stalls that really caught them off guard. And to be honest with you, ever since that moment, AST hasn't been able to recover. It's been Oxygen all the way since then. And this round, yet again, is going to present some things that they're not exactly used to working around, with this Monty coming in for the very first time. It's always interesting to me to see Vertical play a shield out of everybody, by the way.
Yeah, especially when you consider his kind of like just clutch capability.
How insane Vertical is at video games.
That
Yeah,
also,
I
that
agree.
also to some extent makes sense too, because the Montaigne has to be careful of things like flanks and whatnot. And if they rely on Vertical's like game sense for a lot of his clutches and just kind of crazy situations, then maybe he's also the person to put on the Montaigne to be able to quickly flick the shield in the way of someone flanking him or something. But that doesn't feel like it's that hard to be able to do. So
I mean, you say that, but we never see Monty clutches unless your name is Sqonis.
True,
Then
yeah.
apparently it's pretty doable. So, I mean, maybe Vertical's the next one to have his number raised into the rafters here inside of NA for Monty clutches. But we have to see. Could be at the end of round 6. Could have a spicy one coming very, very soon. And speaking of spice, J90 is going to choose the spice of life as he's going for a quick angle here out towards Cash Balcony. They know he's playing around the area, so they shouldn't be too worried about it, at least with the info game working in their favor at the current moment.
Oh God! Iconic, a direct challenge. Beautifully played here by Iconic. The takeout Newers and shut down the Finka right at the beginning of the round. Here he's even going to try to block off the barricade yet again, although I think that's actually going to end up either missing or getting shot out pretty much immediately. The hop in there from Laxing. He makes it past Iconic with a good flash landing on top of him, trades it back out, and brings it down to a 4v4.
Flash landing, more like clash, or oh my goodness gracious, how dare I mess that up? Crash landing. Yeah. What happens when your brain gets ahead of your mouth, folks? Let me tell you. But past that, speaking of getting ahead, Oxygen been doing a pretty bang-up job of that. Iconic, making kind of an audible when it comes down to playing the top of Dragon Stairs. I believe we had DP Fire here before, but instead wanted to be the one that plays out that situation. He'll beg Newers, but that's where it stops. And now Oxygen have been allowed to push up towards Yellow Hall. Vertical getting a lot of information from the single panel here for the office vault. As we'll see, I do believe one player start to transition down the hallway away from him. The remaining members of Oxygen will get themselves inside of initiation and start looking to break up this wall with Foxay. Just got to get rid of that mute jammer.
Yep.
And there we go.
I'll pop it right open here. Oxygen will have their path forward opened up into the site, but at the same time, Astralis is here, ready to fend off that very same challenge. But they have the player power to do so. That'll become the next question here. As the challenge has indeed reached the site, that'll pull back some of these smaller extensions we got from a few of the Astralis members too. And while yes, Oxygen does have access, unfortunately, Astralis also had a fallback plan to counter out this push that we're now going to see from Vertical and to some extent Dream 2 to try to line up the entry. Vertical gets ahead in his vision, tries to go for the shot against it, but there's too quick of a reaction from J90. He's able to counter it out, take him down, even out the numbers here for Oxygen as well. Only 3 seconds left. Someone's going to try to put this case down onto the ground, and it is going to be Dream, but all for naught. Shuttle shuts it out, and a second round for Astralis is finally found at the end of the half.
A much stronger stance from Astralis there as they're finally able to get another defensive round after they're going to go back to bunk and daycare. And overall, very, very successful, especially for Iconic here early on, as he's able to get it down to just about halftime, and all at the expense of taking down Newers, which is a huge piece of Oxygen's puzzle. In fact, Newers being the #1 rated player in all of North America right now, and past that, having the best KD spread as well. So if you're able to hamper Oxygen by taking away the best North American player at the current moment, that's probably probably going to bode pretty well for you.
So Oxygen with the lead coming off of the first half here, and now going to immediately fall into a throne room defense to give us our first round of the second half. Newers will be going on to the Legion, so expect some delay capability to roll out from this squad as they try to slow down the overall pacing from Astralis. The same thing will be brought out by Laxing also on the cap can there. Both teams playing heavily into the attempt to delay out the roam clear in hopes of leaving the attackers with too low of a time to be able to properly execute.
Well, now that we've switched things over for both of these teams respectively, Oxygen will be headed downstairs, wouldn't you know it, for an Armory Throne defense as their very first defensive side on their end. Definitely something that we would expect to see, as well as the Legion going out to try and find some drones out on the cash balcony. Newers will get nothing, though, initially. Astralis' lineup will be looking to clear out the map, and it's going to actually work quite well up against Oxygen's lineup, obviously, if the gunfights favor them. But from a utility point of view, they definitely have what it takes to be able to break up a lot of the overall setup of OXGs. They're actually going to start working their way back down to the base floor here via Dragon Stairs, all because Astralis is already starting to find some holes over to the top of cash as well as security. We actually have Newers here over, I believe, inside of security at the current moment, which could give Astralis some gray hairs. We'll just have to see. Auction have a lot going on this setup with so many players off of the site at the current moment that'll make your head spin, and Astralis really has to try and keep a beat on this.
Flexing back over towards the first floor, 90. Well, he attempts to wait out the potential drop from Astralis if they're going to be so bold to go for it. More than likely not, of course. Still have plenty of time to see this team play into it, so Oxygen just trying to peek out for a second there, see if maybe they could get lucky with an angle of their own, but ultimately not going to be able to find it. However, the second floor pressure has been dealt with fairly early on into the rounds, and now it's all up to Astralis and how quickly they can make this transition down onto the first to be able to win out this round here. Jane, I know as well, even has one of the players locked down on the outside of Lab, but unfortunately doesn't have an angle into that corner just yet. So they have the player in a box, but they don't have any way to smash it just yet. Shuttle, though, I think, is going to be approaching this area soon to be looking for an opportunity to do that.
J90 flirting with death at the current moment. Could say that for either one of these players, as Vertical was looking outside for a split second, but falls back just a little bit. Knows one's inside of Lab at the current moment as he backs out of storage, but he gets taken down from Yellow instead as DP Fire is waiting for him on Yellow. A nice opening frag, but Auction have delayed quite a bit of time. On a second glance here as well. There's only 40 seconds remain after Vertical gets taken down. Nitro Cell out, but it's not going to claim any of the Astralis lives. Foxe is going to have to try and make a stand here with no Nitro Cell, the center pillar of Armory.
Iconic striking again against the Oxygen lineup here. Finally, Noor's going to be able to get something back, and Laxing with 2 more as well. Seemingly out of nowhere for Laxing's kills. That's left Astralis down to only Shuttle and J90 to try and somehow clutch this out. And Laxing, he's not stopping. He's got another kill for himself too. Let's see if he can get one more. And Shuttle's taking some heat also. Shuttle doesn't even know how to play this out now. He's got nowhere to go. No safe harbor to dock the ship into. He'll push himself forward. He's got an evil eye popping some shots off at him here. Trying to get it to open, but no, the time is ultimately going to run out, and Oxygen will take their control back immediately at the start of the second half, pushing themselves up on a 5 round. Just 2 more to go, and the map is theirs.
Oh, Redeemer's got to be so happy about how that site setup went. Laxing with the biggest 2K of this entire match so far as he shuts down Astralis at the gates, trying to work their way into Armory. And now for Astralis' sake, you really got to consider what your next move is. And, well, actually, that's exactly what they're going to do. I do believe that we ended up getting a timeout. And yes, Forrest indeed did take that. So it's an Astralis timeout as they try to go back to the drawing board and figure out how they're going to reconcile with a 3-round advantage in the pocket of Oxygen.
We'll see. I have to see how they figure that out. Is, like you said, massive deficit now put in front of this team, and they've been thrusted onto the attacking side now as well, so no longer have control over the pacing of the round. They can't play passively to try to speed up their opponents. They can't play aggressively to try to slow them down. It's all into them countering out their opponents' moves instead, so they try to figure out some way to get a grasp. And the worst part is they don't even necessarily know what move Oxygen is going to make next, from a site choice to the way they play this strategy. It's all just general adaptations that Astralis have to make in hopes that it becomes relevant in this upcoming round, which is getting started now. So let's hop back in game and take a peek at that.
Yeah. You really, really have to be hopeful for Astralis that they're able to get things done in this next round, because if not, I mean, it's all doom and gloom from that moment on. You're moments away from Oxygen opening back up Armory, as well as just being one of the strongest teams when it comes to theme park is always going to leave a pretty bad taste in your mouth when you're at such a disadvantage at the current moment. So Astralis passed the timeout, are ready to try and reconcile with this. Not too much of a change up when it comes to Astralis' lineup. In fact, they're just dropping the Jackal, and now they're actually bringing in the Thatcher to try and help with some of these hard-to-reach electronics, maybe some of these walls. There's a bunch of different things you can try and implement a Thatcher for, but past that, we're going to have J90 onto the Twitch here to see if we can get some action with the F2.
Follow him along closely to see if anything will come out from that over the course of this round. Away from that, though, Oxygen holding all the extremities, trying to prevent any action from working out here for the Astralis camp. As I said, over at areas like Dragon and Control to make sure that Astralis will be denied if they try to hop in here without checking things out first and using some utility to mitigate the setup from OXG. It'll work out as they'll push back at least some of this initial positioning further towards Cash Room here, and eventually we'll see them have to move back even further back from that position. But Astralis not with too much of a focus on this early clear, instead optimizing their intel over here towards the hatch drop into Control, which will probably become the staging ground for this team. And they'll move forward from that. That'll potentially put a lot of pressure onto Laxing too, if this kind of becomes the position where we're going to see Astralis trying to storm into and get an execute rolling.
Well, honestly, not the worst situation for Oxygen to be presented, because a lot of their setup does actually point towards this side. They ended up putting up some soft barricades just in case Astralis does try and transition later on into the round and take this side of the map, kind of similar to how we saw Oxygen go for initiation, where they waited for a majority of the round inside a cafe and then immediately adjusted over into cash, and as well as security, and ended up throwing it into initiation with the Candelas of Foxay. So this is basically going to slow that down just a little bit, because obviously Oxygen's going to have a read on Astralis arriving to these shores as they have to break up some of these barricades. And as of right now, Astralis not exactly lost, but trying to figure out what the next move is, as they're already halfway through the round. They started things out on the cash balcony, but have decided, hey, maybe this isn't the greatest idea.
So once again, another shift of strategy coming a little bit late into the round. We saw one of these from Oxygen, though, and it worked out perfectly fine for them, despite how much we critiqued it. Time to see if Astralis could pull something out a little bit earlier than we saw from Oxygen to try and change up their own fate, get some better aggression working to try and insert themselves into this site. Oxygen more than ready for the challenge as they continue to sit back and wait for the real first move from Astralis here. And it's going to be a swing and attempting to take control of break room first and then move forward from there. It'll work out to get them into break room, and J90, he executes in from the cafe side at the exact same time. Works out beautifully so far for Astralis. Laxing trying to counter this back out, but he's going to be reliant on Foxay upstairs now as he's had to drop down through the hatch. Full control, though, for Astralis inside of the site. Shouldn't be much holding them up for a plant any longer, as Foxay is trying to push back in from elsewhere on the map, moving in from Dragon's side instead.
Foxay, inside of initiation, there's literally zero chance that he stops this plant at the current moment. And also more than likely means going into this post plant that Astralis are going to have the crosses when it comes to setting up things, when it comes to stairwells and getting back into the site, and that's exactly what's going to happen. J90 takes down Laxing, trying to transition through arcade stairs, and now Foxay out in the center hallway should be dead to rights here momentarily from DP Fire, and that's exactly how it works out. He'll at least get the site player, but doesn't mean all that much for Oxygen's camp at the end of the day. Astralis able to make a very serious adjustment inside of the mid-round and find a very similar round to what we saw from Oxygen on their initiation offense. So happy about that one, but they still have a long road ahead of them. Fortunately enough, we're going to a site for Oxygen's sake that they actually were very successful on grasping a hold of when it came to their offensive side. So maybe Astralis will be able to do the exact same. And if they can, then there's a potential for us to be tied up at 5-5.
A beautiful pinch from Astralis there, especially considering it was kind of an audible call to move over towards that later on in the round. Wasn't the initial intention, but still managed to make it work quite swimmingly, as OXG just could not fend off against the sudden power against them, not only from break room side, but from Cafe pinching them out. Awesome. Time to see now if Oxygen can quickly rebound from that and be able to maintain their lead, keep it in the same position by trading out these rounds and getting their 6th onto the board. The second to last one they would need as well to close down this game, but meanwhile for Astralis, they're keeping everything pretty much the same as far as operator lineups are concerned. Pretty heavy emphasis on the intel game still, with both the Dokkaebi as well as the Jackal.
There it is.
Was the Jackal being brought in, but that's now been swapped out. or towards a different operator here. The Zofia will be brought in instead.
I expected J9O to switch things up, just given the circumstances of the last round. We saw him move away from the Jackal and pick up the Twitch, and this time it'll be the Zofia. Really, really liking Zofia's pick just overall when it comes to Siege at the current moment. She's been so strong for such a long time, and she continues to be as the LMG meta continues to rage on. And even past that, still has a really solid rifle, so when those come back into metal, she'll more than likely still be here and still be fragging. So now I'll be able to open up the lab window, or rather storage window, as they do have that laser gated off, so might have to give up a piece of utility later on if they do want to try and get in via that space. So the first 45 seconds off the board, Astralis have actually found some safe haven over towards the east side of the map. The Shuttle's gotten himself inside of security. This will allow DP fighters to start pressuring things over on the cache side as long as they've already cleared this out.
Astralis still ready to continue moving forward here, and Oxygen doesn't really want the challenge this time. They're sticking things a lot further back, trying to play into the kind of vertical cone that is near their site, and not expressing too much interest in map control beyond that, as they don't feel it's necessary in this situation here. Initiation already worked on being cleared out here by Astralis, and in the process of dropping, well, they're going to execute the two upstairs holds from OXG. That's Laxing and Vertical, dead to rights. Foxay next up on the block, as they just can't seem to get anything going to surprise out these Astralis clears as they're shutting down OXG, seemingly without too much of an issue. Dream and Newers now have to clutch out a 2v5 as they're the only players left, and even worse, Newers isn't even in the site right now. He's trying to play across.
Yeah, and this could be a huge issue because Astralis is going to check this. Yep, there's no other place to check, Newers. I'm sorry, you're not that sneaky. It's just how it goes sometimes. Astralis is transitioning into this bottom floor, so they have to check all of this just to make sure there's no one trying to sneak past them exactly like Newers. So they'll know his positioning now and know that he's more than likely playing around this split space. He does still have some opportunity here to get some very influential kills as his timer continues to dwindle. And with that timer dwindling, that means that later on these do come, the more they're going to impact the round. Is some big potential there from Dream, but he misses all of his shots, and it's now left up to Newers. The young gun and potential rookie of the year gets bodied as he re-entries into the site. It's a flawless round for Astralis as they bring the lead down to 1 for Oxygen.
Yep, things starting to look a little bit bleaker here for Oxygen, as not only is the early game failing to make its own impact, but as well we're seeing these site holds lead into really not a whole lot of countering to the executes that are coming in from Astralis. 2 rounds in a row now that they've been able to work their way through the setup with relatively little issue. In fact, this most recent round being completely flawless for the squad as they find a 4th round for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, for Oxygen at the current moment, it's pretty difficult to try and get around over on Astralis just because of how decisive they are as a unit. That's the big issue. You know, you're trying to fight back an entire team with, you know, maybe 2 people in a certain instance when it's the entirety of the Astralis roster that's bearing down on your location. Or, you know, instead of the last round, maybe it's just Iconic with a frag grenade and an LMG, and sometimes that's all you need. Oxygen aren't able to negotiate for anything on that top floor, and that's why more than likely we saw this tactical timeout come out. They need to talk about this and see how they're going to get around past Armory Throne Room. So they're not really talking about what's going on inside of this round. The conversation that just went on was, okay, hey, go to Armory Throne, and then for the next site, this is what we're going to do. What we need to do is this, that, and the third, and obviously we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but this round should be a fairly straightforward affair for Oxygen as they look to try and claim their 6 and at least guarantee overtime.
See though if they can even get that far. Astralis doing a fantastic job of limiting the potential options for the Oxygen roster inside of those first 2 minutes of play, and then making it so the actual site hold defense is going to be a little bit weaker towards the end of the rounds. We'll see if Oxygen still try to play out that extended game in hopes of kind of knocking down the Astralis attack a peg or 2. Oxygen will have to be careful to make sure that in the process of doing that, they don't play themselves out and leave themselves with too little to defend the throne room when we come down to that final minute or 45 seconds where Astralis need to execute into it. Speaking of which, we've got Astralis spawned out on the board. And we do have quite a bit of an extension from Oxygen playing out. Once again, no surprise over here on Dragon's side, pretty heftily with a few extensions also over towards Lab. In fact, they're really spread out right now, trying to deny pretty much every opening opportunity that Astralis might want to try and go for here.
Well, our starting feels bad, man, is no sledge for Astralis, given the circumstances of Newers playing over towards the top of Dragon. So all of his Kiba barriers are going to be able to stick around a little while longer, as everybody's going to have to punch those things 3 times or blow them up with a frag grenade. But obviously, you don't want to do that, as Iconic is the only one wielding those those things. So their value, well, it's just gone up a whole lot. It's kind of like stocks, right? The less you have, the more it's actually worth. And the less life you have in your body, the, well, less it's going to be worth and valuable over towards that part of the map. As Newers goes down to the top of Dragon, this is going to open up literally everything for Astralis. Vertical is the only one awaiting in the wings at the current moment. But fortunately, there's a laxing about as he'll take down J90 somewhere inside of the map. That's a Jackal off the board as Forrest continues trying to work his way through initiation.
Forrest continuing to kind of surf his way through the setup from Oxygen at the moment. Going to run into a bit of a pretty hefty wave here, though, as he reaches the waiting room area. As there's an also pretty hefty force from Oxygen waiting on the other side, both stacked inside of the bathrooms, and I think one more waits over towards office side here. We can see Foxy waiting inside of the stalls, Vertical back in the office position here. Forrest not being gifted the peek up until I mention it, of course, and then Foxy obliges quite kindly there. Steps right out, gives Forrest another pick, and once again, Astralis are making mincemeat of this opening extension from OXG, giving them a much easier time to work their way into the site due to the fact they always seemingly have a +1 or more numbers advantage here.
I'm loving this from Vertical. Him behind the minibar inside of office. Hasn't been droned yet. With this timer so low, Astralis might just go fully for default here. They'll stop droning, they'll start trying to open things up, and this is going to allow Vertical a lot of area to work with, a lot of room to breathe, and the potential to flank out the remaining members of Astralis and deal the death blow to the squad. Giving Oxygen that 6th round they want so badly as of right now. Stun grenades in, he'll blind out Dream. Laxian will swing in from split, and he'll take down one, so he'll be able to at least stop one from being able to take out the back player. Forrest will fire back, but Iconic's been downed. He's just got to await him and see if he can potentially get himself up with the Adrenal Surge. The case is on Forrest, so he should be able to get rid of this BP and start trying to plant. It really depends here. Don't know if Iconic was out of utility either. And actually, oh my god, no!
Oh, the EDDs.
Not like this. The EDD takes him out as he walks into split. And that's like what we were talking about earlier when it comes to theme. When it gets down to that low time, the last thing you're going to be doing is looking at your ankles to see where those EDDs are. And, well, it rears its ugly head, taking him down and giving Oxygen that 6th round, although it looked like Astralis had a very good opportunity to try and take that.
Like Laxing, like thanking a higher power there for a second, too, as he's like, thanks for that. Look it up real quick to shut everything down at the end of that round as his opponent makes a fatal mistake of stepping into those EDDs. That's exactly why you bring Capcan, by the way, is for situations like this, when a player is stuck inside of a clutch scenario. The last thing they are thinking about is, let me check this like 2/3 down the wall position on this door every time I clear a door, because they're worried about so many other things at that point. It just falls so far to the back of your psyche that you make that momentary lapse in judgment. Unfortunately, though, at the cost of your own life.
Man, it's such a good thing that I picked Oxygen, right? I mean, like, come on. Like, no, I can't switch it now.
No, it's not good.
Man.
It's stuck in the Discord already.
Well, listen, guys. Astralis, you got to do something here. My picks have been going so well today. SSG kind of messed with me a little bit in the first one. I was like, oh, we can go for at least 80% today, right? Well, that's not really working out for me, is it? So Astralis still with an opportunity to at least get us to overtime, but Oxygen have looked so dynamic when it comes to their defensive end, and they're going to be back into bunker as well as daycare to try and get this last round over on AST. And speaking of them, they've made some adjustments to their lineup. Shuttle will be bringing in the Maverick, and now J9O is occupying the grounds of Flores.
One more round is all that is needed for Oxygen here, but they're going to need to still improve their defensive stances. Let's be real about this. Astralis have been shutting down, especially the early parts of these rounds, with virtually zero response showing up from Oxygen, save for, of course, the 2 rounds they've been able to negotiate over down in Throne Room there. Well, the first one was a more confident showing. The second one had the same problems as all the other sites that Oxygen has tried to play into, only winning it because of well-placed utility at the end of the round. So this time, once more, they need to get their defensive setup ready to challenge these aggressive swings from Forrest and the rest of Astralis, but just like every other round in this half, it's not the case, and Astralis take control of the opening duel yet again.
Oh, I'm absolutely loving this from Astralis. Forrest is going to be able to get open part of the initiation wall, but they're immediately going to drop off and start adjusting over things like the kitchen rappel and, you know, starting to get some pressure around the top of Arcade. This is all stuff that you're looking to do when it comes to this site because it limits Oxygen's potential to rotate through to these other sites and, you know, try and get out and challenge you around that Arcade area. So Astralis will continue to do the dirty work and clean things up, getting rid of proximity sensors and everything else in between. They don't have too much info game on what's going on the site currently right now. They just know that the majority of Oxygen members are around the area. And that's all they really need. They just need to get rid of the utility that's holding them back from actually entering, and then they can start looking to capitalize on some of their info game later on.
Shuttle Force back here as a Toxic Babe stems the tides. Thankfully, again, we've got a Finka in the mix for the attack, so it's not too big of a deal. Nades are in, and they try to follow the spray through it. Then a second nade is going to come out pretty quickly as well. Forrest has got to be careful to make sure he doesn't get too close to that nade. Thankfully, it works out, but at the same time, the defense is getting some trainer results going into their favor. Not a whole lot, though, as Astralis still takes control of the site, and the defense is left down to only Vert and Nords. Vert equalizes things, though, with an important pickup, but Forrest on his third kill. No, it won't be enough from the defense, as the Astralis roster is still able to trade their way into a victory after a very chaotic team fight.
6-5, and Oxygen do not have Armory Throne available to them. They have to try and go for a different site. What's it going to be? Well, this time it's going to be Lab Storage, which actually ended up going pretty well for both of these squads, at least initially. Astralis taken a little while to clear, but at the end of the day, it was Iconic that popped off, dropping from the hatch and able to decimate the top hold. And then, obviously, able to claim the round off the back of that. Oxygen at least gotten their 2 throwing rounds that they needed so far on this defensive end, but Astralis is quickly making this look like this is going to be an overtime game. No real change-up when it comes to their lineup on offense either. J9 will be back towards the Jackal. Oxygen are bringing their lineup that we saw the last time they were inside of this area. We are going to have Newers onto the Legion this time around, though. I do believe he was on something a little bit different when he was playing inside of Barrels, but it's neither here nor there. He'll still more than likely be in the same position, as it's just a lot of trap utility and things intended to slow down the Astralis take here. Not only on the site, but also through the majority of the map with reinforcements and everything between going down on this top floor.
So we've got Astralis out for the last regulation round they'll be able to play into here. Just need to follow through on what's been working well for them pretty much this entire half. These kind of stunning clears they go for inside of the early round to give them the player advantage, and then as well a booming follow-up into the site to trade their way towards a win. The strategy's been working for them essentially throughout the entire half, with 2 exceptions down in the throne rooms, and one of them that realistically probably should have still gone to Astralis had certain utility not been in position here. So for Astralis now, still or die time indeed, but oftentimes being pushed into these types of scenarios can push a team out of the zone into a situation where they're going to end up making mistakes. So Astralis has to be very careful to make sure they're able to follow this round through in the same way they've been doing in the past. Fairly slow, though, to use this first minute, as they're mainly just going to gather intel. We won't see much resistance come out at the same time from the Oxygen camp either, though.
Yeah, this is starting to build up to a very similar situation we saw the last time, where Iconic burst through the door and took out 2. Got some info on this top floor now. Newers in vertical, playing around Arcade for some time. Fox8 in tow, back for Bunker. Be worried about the reinforced wall there for initiation that Forrest could put a brand new hole in if he so chooses. Astralis lining themselves up across the entirety of this top floor. DP Fire is going to add a call to the list as Iconic goes down to Fox8. He's going to jump over the Arcade balcony, but Shuttle's got one, can't get the second as Newers runs down the staircase and keeps this live in the bottom of Arcade.
So still down to a 4v4. Neither team takes an edge here. Oxygen getting a little bit shaky as we see Laxing starting to peek out into that main hallway over towards Dragon's side to try and isolate out options to see if anyone from Astralis might have been peeking out. Cam access is going to be given over to the attackers, although most of the defaults have probably been knocked out. What they might be able to see, though, is going to be those bulletproofs that'll be set up inside of the site. That could be a big key piece of intel that Oxygen will certainly have to try and mitigate in some way, whether that means taking out their own utility in the form of those bulletproof cameras or something else. Either way, though, you can see Oxygen actually spreading themselves out quite heavily instead of falling further back onto the site setup, with 2 players now extending out from the stalls area.
Well, J9 is going to adjust himself over towards Drug Window. hold this down and make sure none of the auction members can try and rotate across the back end of this. Force is going to hop inside of stalls, and this is where things are going to start to get very weird for him. He'll take down Lax, and he knows one's behind this deployable shield, but this could be it. That's the case down. Dream won't be able to transition into the second kill, though, and now J90 and the remaining members of Astralis have to go and retrieve this case. But with 6 seconds remaining, they have to get more than that done, as Newers with a fantastic shot. It's all down to Shuttle, and that's going to be all she wrote. Oxygen close it out if they take down the Lone Soul, holding the diffuser inside of stalls. What a great defensive end from them, and showing exactly why they're the best team in North America on Theme Park.
Absolutely the case here. Not an awful game for Astralis either at the end of the day. Yeah, they failed to replicate the results from earlier in the half in this final round, but it's all built up upon still a very stellar attacking side. This team falls just a little bit short on in the end as they fail to close out the final round. They want to put this into OT. OXG take the control that they need for themselves off of those two fairly controlled throne room defenses, and one final one here on the inside of the lab. It comes to the bitter end, but it does go the way of Oxygen as they take today's match, and a full 3 points along with it as they close it down in the final round of regulation.
Yes, indeed. A hotly contested game, but it doesn't require overtime. Astralis is definitely going to want to go back and look at some of those lab storage defenses, as that's really the straw that broke the camel's back at the end of the day when it came to the rounds. So big things there for them to talk about, but obviously Astralis more than likely good for it, as this team has been able to find success time and time again throughout the year, and don't really have to worry too much about them bouncing back at the current moment. Haven't seen anything too detrimental. But with that being said, that's going to do it for the second to last game of the day, folks. But don't go anywhere. We have an analyst desk here in just a couple of moments, so don't touch that browser.
We are back once again here at the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Doa, Jesse, Jacob, Joe here with you. And we just saw Oxygen manage to do it in regulation against Astralis. Now, Astralis is coming back on the attacking side of things in a big way. We thought maybe there's going to be yet another game that goes to overtime. We've had so many of them this stage, and Oxygen has won 2 of those. So it wouldn't be too surprising to see it happen, but they got it done.
Forrest almost made that happen. Forrest almost pulled it back, but didn't quite do it. Auction that lead at the start was so strong.
Yeah. Well, we got Dream standing by in Las Vegas to chat with us a little bit about it. Dream, when it was getting to the point where Astralis was starting to come back a little bit, did the thought go through your mind, oh no, another overtime game a little bit? Or what were you thinking when that started happening?
Not really. I normally don't really look at the score. It's kind of like 0-0 every round for myself. Okay. I don't know about my teammates, what was going through their head, but yeah, personally for me, it's just like 0-0 every round. It's a new round. Doesn't matter what happened last, and just you like reset going into the next one.
Fair enough.
We didn't get to talk to you after your last win yesterday against Mirage either, and that game started off a little bit rough for you guys. Can you talk all the way back then about what went wrong kind of at the start of that game and how you were able to bounce back?
I think over those 3 rounds, we kind of noticed that our ego got like ahead of us a little bit. We were doing things solo and like not as a team. Like we were just saying, oh, they're Mirage and like just peeking when we definitely should have been. And we kind of slowed it down after round 3. We like talked to ourselves and like, guys, we just need to reset. Like, let's go into this new round. Let's do what we do. Let's play our game. Let's stop over peeking, doing all the extra stuff, and just play how we play. And then we won like every round after that. So.
You guys put yourselves at 13 points now, which I believe puts you in first place. So I wanted to ask you, what would it mean to make it back to the major and attend Berlin?
Well, to me personally, it would mean everything. I mean, this is what I worked for like years, and I finally got to my last major, last stage. And if we get to make it again this stage, it kind of just proves that like all the work I put in is like worth it, and like I'm doing great, and like just keep up the hard work. And I love this group of guys. I love playing with them. This is the best team I've ever been on, and I'm just happy we can like show out and prove everybody that we're one of the best.
So because the NAL has 2 play days per week, it's all best of ones. It's the same idea week in, week out until you get to the very last week where it's just the 1 play day. Is it a super grueling grind every week to then play 1 game, come back, play another one, and have to shift gears between 2 different teams? Or is it kind of an easier thing because you only have 2 maps a week to worry about?
I think our coaches put in a lot of prep, so it makes it like really easy for us. We kind of know what maps we like are going to play against certain teams like a week. Sometimes they know sooner, like 2 weeks in advance, what maps we're going to go to against these teams. And like the week prior, like right after, so like after today, tomorrow, we're just going to be prepping for the next 2 teams we play, which I think is DZ and SSG. And we probably already like have it down to like the 3 maps we want to play. We just grind out those maps, work on those, and then play those guys. It's really easy.
So your coaches always know what maps are going to get played, but can you explain why so many teams in this league keep bringing you to theme park?
Yeah, I'm not sure why. We're really comfortable on that map, obviously, and they just keep going. Like they think they can counter strat and beat us, but it's like literally our best map. Like you should probably stop doing that and just ban it. I'm getting bored playing it, guys. Come on, this is something else.
Maybe somebody will figure it out eventually. Who knows? But until then, we enjoy watching you guys play on it at least. But thanks for taking the time to stop by and chat with us a little bit. Good luck next week, and good luck with all the prep for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
All right, so Dream from Team Oxygen getting the win over Astralis with the rest of his teammates. 7-5 was the score. Nearly went to OT again, but we didn't need it this time around. Astralis, you look at the scoreline there, and unfortunately, you see Iconic down at 5-10 again. We were talking about this a little bit while we were watching it, Jesse. You were saying he might have his first negative scoreline ever in a stage.
Yeah, this is the 7th stage in the NAL. We highlighted this yesterday, and he had a good game yesterday. So we thought, okay, never mind. Iconic's back on track. And then today, it just wasn't really working out for him. I think he was still playing a lot of those aggressive roam positions with some of that really important utility. I thought he did better. There was that one Azami round where he was playing super aggressive top of Dragon Stairs, and he actually delayed a lot of time. I thought that was a hugely impactful round, so I want to see more of rounds like that. It was just unfortunate how many times he was just not finding that success, not finding that value when he was out on the roam on defense.
So on that negative stage point, as of this game, he's only -5.
Okay.
Which, given the
that's not
fact
bad.
that
That's
usually
not
he's
bad.
like in the plus 20, plus 30 sometimes category, especially for last stage and during the major, that doesn't seem like an insurmountable task to get over for the last 3 games.
No, that's totally fine.
Yeah. Needs to have more games like yesterday, though, and less games like today, I think, in order to make that happen. But, you know, we talked about Oxygen just being like the total package team. I like to use that phrase with them, and I feel like we really saw that out of them today, where everyone was stepping up, everyone was kind of making plays when they were called upon to do that. And I think that's a good transition to talking about some of the specific rounds from this last map. The first one we're going to talk about is round number 7, and this is one where Laxing just had really good individual movement to put himself in the position he needed to be to make some plays like that.
Sometimes Laxing just gets called a rat, and I think this is one of those plays, but it's a smart rat play because look how many drones Astralis have left. Top left side of your screen, 2 drones and 1's in a pocket. Astralis have no intel left, and Laxing hiding in the site around a corner that you don't expect players to be in that position, gets 2 big kills, then we'll find a 3rd towards the end here. Thought it was a beautiful little play from Laxing to start off this execute on the side of Oxygen, start off this defensive half as well. Eventually, Shuttle in the 1v3 has a really tough time closing it out, as anybody would. So I thought that, you know, that just highlights what Laxing does better than anybody else in this league.
He's just the drone whisperer, man. He gets away with it every time. How? How does he keep getting away with it?
We can ask that about his entire career, and we can be able to do it. Yeah, that man keeps adapting around every different meta that gets put in front of him, and is still a defensive menace. It's crazy.
Got that 6th sense, absolutely. Well, it is time to start talking about round number 10, because you know what? It's just kind of a fun thing when Capcam's in there. Sometimes you check the doorways, but sometimes you don't check all of them, and you really should. You really should.
Joe and I were playing ranked literally last weekend, and I did this exact same thing. And so the fact that now we've seen Forrest do it too makes me feel a little bit more vindicated.
I don't remember it working out as well though for you, unfortunately.
What do you mean working out as well?
Did you die on stream to this, man?
No, I died. It was the same situation, 1v1. Ended up losing it, but listen, we lost that game. Astralis lose this game. It worked out the same.
Every player on Oxygen was helping out, and even the environment was helping out on this one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is why you don't take Oakshi to theme park. This is why. They've booby-trapped the entire map. You can't get into it and attack effectively, and they have LMGs. So stop bringing Oakshi to theme park. I think everyone's learned their lesson so far.
You know, it's like Dream said, though. Everyone thinks they can counter-strat them. Maybe somebody can, but no one's been able to do it so far. So, you know, take that into account when you're thinking about your map bans down the line with the rest of the teams in the NAL. We got 2 more teams in the NAL to play today. It's going to be Mirage versus Beastcoast. Now, again, like a lot of people getting their 3 points from Mirage this stage, but remember, Beastcoast underestimated Mirage in stage number 1 and paid for it with a spot lost in the Charlotte Majors. So you know they're coming back with a vengeance here in stage number 2. Let's see what they can put together when we come back for our final map of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll return in a moment.
They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a fall, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I stitch it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Toolie tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
And we are back for one more pregame here in the week. That's right, it's time to get ready for Beastcoast versus Mirage. And you know what? Like I said before the break, a lot of people would say, oh, this one's free. Mirage struggling a lot this stage. Unfortunately, they've got another player who's under the weather. They're playing from home, I believe. And, Beastcoast looking really good. They've got a 3-game win streak going. You'd expect them to win this one. But I feel like we were saying a lot of the same things last stage when Beastcoast was looking like a possible lock for a Charlotte major spot. And you know what? Mirage beat them.
I guess.
Mirage beat them then. And while I don't think that's going to happen today, if I was the one picking, if I was the one predicting, I would certainly pick Beastcoast. But you never know. There is that spoiler potential. That's kind of in the back of the Beastcoast player's mind, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Maybe. I think.
Check the coin before he flips to make sure it's not the double head.
Yeah, right. I mean, we've got the Mirage favoritism again, probably coming through.
Yep, got both sides.
Okay.
Good.
This is the longest win streak in the NAL in Beastcoast versus the longest losing streak in Mirage. 3 games winning for Beastcoast, 6 games losing from Mirage. That stretches back to last stage, where they also lost their last game. So it's been a rough stage for Mirage for sure. Beastcoast and Mirage, they did play each other last stage, and Mirage did win. But this feels like a much stronger Beastcoast and a much weaker Mirage. And I do think while Mirage, when they get on land and they have their full roster, they do some stuff that looks good. I think, they look a lot better. When they've been playing at home, they have been really rough.
Yeah, but need I remind everybody that the last time Mirage and Beastcoast played, in spite of it being the crazy upset victory, that was where Mirage were playing with a sub and essentially told their players, look, go and do whatever you want. Play it like it's ranked, we don't care.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to say that they're saying the exact same thing about this stage overall, but you don't really have that much left to fight for in this stage in the first place, other than this being a better environment than scrims. It's not just you're at home playing with no stakes. You actually do theoretically have something to gain here. Mirage has turned from the team that isn't expected to do anything to the one that could play spoiler that any other team in the North American League would be embarrassed if they lost to, given their recent play and the fact that they haven't been able to play on stage yet.
And now's the time to be trying things if you're Mirage. You absolutely want to see maybe some new operators on players, maybe some new maps. So whatever they bring today, I would love to see them try something brand new.
So their tail of the tape is 0-0-5, 10th place in the league, 10th best, aka the worst in attack, and 10th best, aka the worst in defense. You literally could not handcraft a worse tail of the tape there.
Yeah.
Did we have to do them like that?
Yes.
We gotta call them like we see them. It's our job. We have to be impartial. We can't play favorites. We bring guests on who can play favorites once in a while, but we can't play favorites, you know?
I really want to play favorites.
It's tough for Mirage because, and what you mentioned, Jacob, what you alluded to, I think is going to become a factor here, right? Where when a team reaches the status that Mirage reaches, you get to the point where teams will actually prep a little bit more for them because, like you say, you're kind of saying, you don't want to be the first team to lose to them at that point.
Right.
You know, there is sort of that sort of reputation factor with the other teams in the rest of the league. So you see this, and I've seen this in other games, where when a team starts losing that much, teams start prepping more against it because they don't want to be the first ones to give them a win.
Nobody wanted to be the Cleveland Browns the year they went 0-16 and didn't win a single game. Like,
there you go.
If for some reason that happens for this Mirage team, or for anybody against Mirage, it would be a massive disappointment, considering most of the teams that are above them have had to beat considerably better teams to get to the point where they have more points in the first place. So if you lose to a team like Mirage, who aren't showing anything more substantial than maybe a solid effort here or there, or capitalizing when some teams don't care, a la OXG, there's not much to speak of about this OXG team that really inspires confidence. I think internally the changes they've made by who is playing on what role has been a nice thing to see, but whether it's in the analytics department or coaching, or somehow you could still make more roster moves on this team, there are still too many unanswered questions, and 5 games in, that's enough for them to simply not make it to a major or even think about anything except for stage 3 several months down the road.
Sure.
It's been a rough stage for Mirage, of course, having to play with a couple of players that are sick, having to play with their coach stepping in, having to play from home. That's their current situation. But I think bad luck is not the only thing they've been suffering from. I think bad droning has been a big problem as well. We've seen that a lot, and I think it was most clearly highlighted by Laxing yesterday with that rat play. It wasn't even a rat play, really. He was just in a corner that wasn't very rat-like in Bakery, and he got 3 kills off of that, 2 off of the missed drone, and the 3rd later in the round. Mirage have definitely been struggling with that. I think that's been the biggest thing that we've talked about on the desk when it comes to Mirage and the struggles they've been facing. You know, maybe that's something they can work on here. Maybe if they can really like sit down to a game like this and say, okay, regardless of winning, we just need to focus in on this one thing that we can try to improve upon. I think they could potentially get some value out of that.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
I was going to say just really quick. I think it's really important that the Mirage team starts setting reasonable goals for themselves, so they can see that improvement.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the thing is, we have seen little sparks of genius, I think, from individual players on Mirage, and so again, it's just a matter of down the road, can those be improved? Can those be also turned into team performances? Mm-hmm. We'll see what they can do today against their opponents, Beastcoast. As you mentioned earlier, Beastcoast on the longest win streak in the NAL right now, at 3 wins in a row. This is a team that is resurgent to the max. They started out a little bit rough in stage 2, but they are really making a solid run towards the major, and another 3 points from a win over Mirage would be just what the doctor ordered.
I loved how mobile Beastcoast were on their defenses yesterday when they played in their match against Parabellum. That was a game that started off very, very rough for them. They started off losing round after round after round. Gunnar was trampling over Beastcoast, but once they got him under control, Beastcoast were able to thrive. And luckily for Beastcoast, Gunnar does not play for Mirage, so there should be no threat of him taking any individual moments off of them. And to be totally honest, I don't think there is a player on Mirage that kind of has that same star power, that really has the capability to take Beastcoast down like what we saw in those first couple of rounds from Gunnar. So I think for Beastcoast, they've got the longest win streak. It's likely that they'll keep it here today, but as Oxygen showed us for their first 3 rounds against Mirage, it's not, they've still got to show their opponents respect.
Is this the first time that Beastcoast is playing from home this
Yes,
stage?
it is.
I believe it is, yeah.
So that could affect their mental going into this.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know, I got to say, the Beastcoast house, and I know they've got the stream on. I saw someone have the stream on the background. It looks a little bit Spartan. I think it could use a little bit of something for the walls. You know, maybe some posters that say, like, aggression, courage.
Exactly.
You know, something to hype it up. You know, put some operator posters up there or something. You know, or maybe have the players draw little pictures on their whiteboards up there. You know, we gotta have something, right?
There's literally nothing in that room but 5.
Might as well have no distractions when you're scrimming, I guess. But
they have little whiteboards, I guess, so they can draw like pictures. They can do their own art, like.
I know they're listening to us right now.
I think it says take on the top.
One of them says kitten somewhere. I just know it.
I want to see some pleasant posters, maybe some flowers around the room when we get back, like brighten up the mood a little bit. But let's find out what the setting is that the game will happen in. The map bans are in. We'll see where we're going.
As we talked about stage 1, these two teams went to Border. This time they're going to ban Cafe Chalet to start things off. Cafe, a map that Beastcoast played a lot in stage 3 last year with their other roster. Didn't end up winning it too often, but clearly they're going to ban it out. They haven't played it at all this stage with their current lineup. Border and Bank both going to be taken off the board. Border, that map that they played against one another back in stage 1. 7-4 win for Mirage. Beastcoast do not want a repeat of that, which does make sense that they want to take that off the board. That's one of the few maps that Mirage have been able to win throughout their history in the NAL this year. Theme Park and Oregon, then next, both going to be taken off the board. Theme Park for Beastcoast, 3-game losing streak and have yet to win it ever. I'm glad we're not going to see Beastcoast play it. They're not auctioned. They don't like to go here. And Mirage is actually one of the few maps that they were also able to win. 7-5 game over TSM last stage.
I don't really know what else you do here at this point if you're Mirage. I'd still say take a map that you haven't played before. I do agree with Joe's point that if you find a battleground that you have yet to test your mettle against, especially given the weaknesses that you've shown so far, that will make this interesting.
There
and
it is.
I do like
Second
this.
one on the stage.
I really like this because as far as Mirage is concerned, they've already played Villa once in this stage. That was obviously the first game that Melted, I think, was unable to play, or one of the first times they were playing from home and they got slapped over the head by XSET. And so you don't do that. You don't do Clubhouse. We see Sky. Beastcoast have played this once since its reintroduction to the map pool with this team, and they slaughtered TSM. I would argue that's a TSM that wasn't even playing at 50%, maybe like a 30% effort TSM team there, but we haven't seen Mirage play this ever, so it will still be relatively new for both squads.
I like this because Skyscraper just hasn't seen a whole lot of play in North America, so being able to go to this map, you get a clean rep on the map against a team that wants to go here, obviously. So you get very good experience. I expect this to be still very attacker favored, which I expect to lean BC's way.
Now, if you're Beastcoast, are you happy with this? Like, I mean, like you're going to be having some of your strats for a map out there, right, where they wouldn't have been otherwise. Would it maybe be better to sort of guide it towards a map you've already played in a situation like this?
I don't think so because you're still trying to qualify for the major, so you still need to show in this manner that you are dangerous on this map.
Fair enough.
And if you dominate Mirage here, that's a free map that your opponents have to ban against you, and maybe you get a leg up in a counter pick.
All right, interesting enough. Well, let's see what the predictions are going to be for our final game of the day. Let's talk to our casters first. Again, Blue and Stokes hanging out, waiting to tell us what they think. Beastcoast?
Yeah. Let's just make this real quick, okay? I'm going to predict for him. It's Beastcoast for both. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon for the game.
He's wearing Mirage colors, though. Maybe he wants to say Mirage.
No.
Beastcoast colors, too. They could get a
Yeah, those are Beastcoast colors as well.
Right.
All right, everybody. All right, all together on 3.
Huh?
1, 2, 3.
Beastcoast.
Wait, who said what? Who what?
He said I have no
I
idea.
flipped a coin.
yeah,
I don't know.
Doa said, I want everybody to have fun.
That's right. That's right. Just play a good game.
Doa.
Yes?
Since we don't have a whole lot to say on predictions, can I give you some math?
Sure.
No.
I won't understand it, but go ahead.
If Mirage lose this game, they are officially knocked out of major contention. That's it for them.
Naturally.
If they win this game without going to overtime, they have an astounding 1 in 180,000 chance of getting to the major. And if they win in overtime, they're not out, but their odds are about 1 in a million.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Someone's going to tweet that GIF
Okay.
later.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see what the coin says. Now, remember, the coin does love Mirage. It's picked them 4 out of 5 opportunities. So we'll see what happens. Mirage heads. Beastcoast tails. Oh, it's tails. Sorry.
It's done.
Coin's
It's
given
happening
up.
with this
Coin is
torture.
given up, apparently. There you go. It's going to be Beastcoast for the coin as well. And you know what? The fan vote, the fan vote probably will be going Beastcoast. Let's see what it is.
I'm not feeling so
Because
You almost
know what
there
happens.
for a second. Yeah.
When everybody
dust
picks
away?
a certain team, that team is now cursed. Sorry, Beastcoast. History has said that, it might be the team that no one picked that wins it. That happened this week already. So,
Adam, I know you're watching. Here's your screenshot. Have fun.
there you go. It's the best shot Mirage has had yet. Let's look at the community poll going into this one. What is the question we have to have? Which Finca player will get more kills, Kento or Sweater? Now, Kento has had some good moments. Yeah. I'll give him that, but Sweater's been an MVP this stage already, so it's going to be tough to top that, I think. But We're going to find out soon enough. Quick break, and when we come back, the final map of the day and week. Mirage fighting for their life against Beastcoast. We'll see who takes it right after this.
I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping more for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bare face. Now he's got a LB on the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I balance to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you.
I'm Slash, and this is the NAL.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the final matchup of the day here at the NAL as we get ready to dive head first into Mirage versus Beastcoast here. We're not going to sugarcoat it. Mirage has been having a rough go of it the past few weeks here in Stage 2, and they are the lowest standing team at the league in the moment here. But there is an opportunity, especially after their performance yesterday versus Auction, almost able to cause a massive upset there. I'd say they could certainly cause one today versus Beastcoast. Beastcoast also has some things they've been working on. Well, again, they've made certain strides forward inside of this stage. There's definitely still some things that are going to be abusable on this squad, and we'll have to see if Mirage is going to be able to get a handle on any of that over the course of today's match.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be quite an interesting affair, as you were pointing out. Mirage definitely not in the best of spots when it comes to the NAL, and a huge chance that they actually get knocked out without really ever having a chance to try and get a major berth in the first place. But we're really not here for that. We're here to see if they can try and bounce back against Beastcoast and show us some signs of life. Now, they've done this, at least from a player perspective, a couple of times throughout this stage so far, recently getting off of a 7-5 loss up against Oxygen as well as Spacestation Gaming, which is not something to shake your head at. I mean, that's full regulation against two extremely strong teams inside of NA. And now, with that being said, the potential to take out the 6th best squad as we boot up the server here between Mirage and Beastcoast.
All right, well, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Bands are already rolling through pretty quickly here. We've got Knock getting knocked out first by the Beastcoast roster, and then
a little
Maverick.
cheesy there,
Yeah.
a little tongue-in-cheek.
And then Maverick to follow that one up as the final attacking band. Cade is going to be our first defensive band. We've got one more left here for players on Beastcoast to give us, and they're going to choose to knock out Mazami. No surprise there.
Yeah, literally zero surprise at all. You know, she's just having so much influence right now in competitive play, and she's just so strong. There's really no other way to put it. If you have literally set your hands on this operator, you know exactly what everybody is talking about. She just provides so much when it comes to a game like Rainbow Six.
I would argue this map especially, there is so much room to utilize her. You've got a lot of like sites and rooms in this map that have like tiny little props or tables set in the middle of them, where you could just set up those Keepa barricades endlessly and cause so many problems inside of a gunfight, not to mention the amount of cutoffs and whatnot that are able to be worked on this map as well with those barricades. So she's just way too universally useful here, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just so disgusting, especially when you think about how much, you know, throwable denial that we usually see on the defense for, I almost said theme park, for Skyscraper with Jaeger and Wamai working their way in quite often. So that makes it to where it's super difficult to try and dislodge those Keepa barricades in the first pace. So we'll have to see if Mirage can actually work their way around that now. Obviously, with that being removed, it's going to make it a little bit easier, but they still have to work their way through these deployable shields, and that could be a problem in and of itself, as we usually see this central hall, as we like to look at it like, held down very, very viciously from the defense with as much as utility as they can muster. It looks like they're going to be going for something very similar to what we had been expecting. Now, when it comes to Skyscraper overall, this map is pretty unique in the way that it plays out. It's kind of just two separate buildings that are smashed together with kind of that central space being the connecting force. And that makes it to where a lot of different things can happen. Obviously, Beastcoast can punish pretty early on with some of these defensive setups that they can fall back onto, especially around the central part of the map. But Mirage can also try and set up some pretty solid splits when it comes to being able to maintain crossfires and things along those lines if they do want to try and flush out some of these BC players. So now, and speaking of which, Surf will actually be on the receiving end of the beginnings of Mirage offense.
Melted ready to move his way in to start clearing out some of this Beastcoast setup, and he's not going to be the only one to do so. The large majority of the Mirage roster begins to take their control over here on the Arsenal side of the map. They'll even get Sweater to come take a peek, see what's going on as well, and that'll be an easy opener for Kento. Will they be able to find the follow-up, though, as there are more players waiting around the corner in the wings for Beastcoast they'll have to deal with before they can venture over to the other side of the map where the sites in T-Room await for Mirage's attack.
Oh, Surf. This can go so very right and so very wrong. It just really depends. I don't think anybody saw the laser on his gun, and he's gotten so much damage off onto Marmalade. And now they have to try and reconcile. Kento can't deliver, and Surf's going to get away with this. He's taken down Nyx, and this is more than likely going to lock up quite a few of these walls. Just depends on what Surf can do with these mute jammers and what he can muster. Can he move them around or anything like that to try and help them? Doesn't look like they're going to need too much help just yet as Surf continues on his domination streak. It's a triple kill from him out of the SAS kit.
That's going to knock out Kento and now leave only 2 players standing for the assaulting roster here. One of them now challenging the position of Surf, and he's going to work out too to equalize things into a 2v2. That's the team ready to move forward after that one, but at the same time, they still have to be cautious here. There's a lot of map control still needing to be gained by the Mirage roster as they shuffle their way over towards the site. And the Beastcoast players, thankfully for the Mirage assault here, are not going to challenge that remaining map control too heftily here. They're going to sit inside of Karaoke and Geisha and try to play out the rest of this round from those positions. A little bit of aggression, though, coming out from at least one of them as they'll venture a bit further out towards T-Room.
And this showing exactly how we see a lot of defenses handled when it comes to the T-Room. You try and fight for that central area and delay as much time as you can, hopefully getting a few bodies in the process, and that's exactly what's happened for BC. They've been able to hold on to this because of that. It looks like to be a Geisha push here from Mira, or rather Mirage, as Melton moves in, Slash with a misread, and now Anthony working his way in as well, but he gets taken down. Very awkward round there for Beastcoast at the end, especially given the circumstances of the Mirage player being inside of Geisha. You really would have thought that they had a read as to what the situation was looking like. Lion's not just going to stand outside a Geisha window on his lonesome for no reason at all, and they get caught completely off guard by the fellow Mirage member working their way in. Beastcoast is definitely going to want that round back after Surf got 3 kills before they were able to respond to him and definitely gave BC an opportunity.
Silo does not end up working out in the favor of Beastcoast. Mirage, after a booming execute, starts out well for them, taking the kind of easier control over towards the office and using the step-up point there to be able to actually take down some of the roaming members of Beastcoast and chain that together into a even more successful round as they get themselves closer to the site. Still was a fairly close shave, though, at a 2v2, but they managed to get the job done. So good results continuing to show after Mirage already showed us a massive improvement in yesterday's game. They're going to look for the outright upset today versus Beastcoast to try and take a win versus them. Beastcoast will go for the usual follow-up, not going to retry in a T-Room, of course. They move over towards the office side instead here and try and fend off the next assault from Mirage.
Yeah, we're going to leave Mirage's success on the back burner until we get more of a streak here. Let's see how Beastcoast try to respond. They're not going to be going for T this time, instead throwing it over to Exhibition and seeing if they can hold on to this here. As this site has really grown on a lot of different teams. You know, it definitely wasn't the funnest back in the day on old Skyscraper, but now it has a lot of, I would just say a lot of love that's been given to it. And oh, speaking of a lot of love, Sweater's going to give Melted the business as he gets knocked down and sent to the heavens, and I do believe Sweater's going to make it back in alive, and he will. Not a single other MRG player around this portion of the map that could even make an adjustment to try and kill the Beastcoast player working their way back into the building.
That's some nice intel utilization there from Beastcoast, assuming they had the information from a default cam that player was alone. Great moment of opportunity there for them to be able to jump out and for Drift to be able to grab that, or rather for Sweater to be able to grab that kill and shut down the play from Melted there, not letting him go any further. In terms of operators removed from play, it's not earth-shattering removal from the team, but still, they're going to see this wall get popped open. Surf will now be ready for the challenge of any additional members of Mirage if they are going to try to swing this newly opened wall.
Mirage have at least gotten the single panel open there for the office, looking to get the double open soon so they can start toying with Beastcoast, see if they can get anybody to swing, potentially get some kills, start looking for this plant. The normal things you do once you start to get some of these walls open around the site, but the issue for Mirage right now is that they're lacking bodies in comparison to Beastcoast. It's a 5 versus 4, and Mirage aren't really too gung-ho about trying to enter the building and look for another BC member, so they're going to try and do it through other means. Not exactly traditionally, but I mean, in common day siege, you probably could say so. It's going to be frag grenades from underneath here, but they're not going to get too much done. And in fact, it's actually going to give a kill over to Sweater after they're able to finally take down Slash. But so much time being wasted by BC here that Mirage now has to try and act. We're going to move an Osa's shield here towards the breach, but the delay, it's working out swimmingly for BC.
Beastcoast just kind of sitting back, waiting for the next challenge to work their way in. Now, since they have the player advantage, they still have map control working in their favor.
Wow.
No longer is Marms able to get one going. Unfortunately, at the cost of Nyx, though, is Sweater once again making the impact. It's all on the individuals right now from Beastcoast in terms of how they're staying in these rounds. Surf finally chiming in for his first on this round, but that's on top of 3 from the previous one here. All up to Benji now for Mirage here with 36 seconds to play out the remaining time here. Try to see if he can make a press forward onto the site, but he's losing more and more of his potentially workable area as he continues to draw down the clock. Had one player on the stairs, isolated, but can't find the headshot to take them out, and at the same time he's got to be careful to make sure he doesn't turn his back too heftily, as that'll lead into a pretty confident swing from one of the members from Beastcoast. We can see Drip trying to line up for that final swing to shut him down now, but ultimately Benji just kind of delaying the inevitable, it would seem here, as now he's put himself into a sandwich. A 1v2 put before him, but time is getting a little bit too low for him to realistically clutch this out.
No way.
2-1,
no!
Trip denies it at the last second, but still, Benji bringing it so close. It's almost a second. What would have been an incredible round for Mirage, but sadly is denied in the final moments.
Oh, that's some real tears there for Mirage as Benji was starting to heat up, and that was one of the highlight players I was looking into prior to this matchup. Yes, Mirage overall does not have the greatest stats. In fact, they have the worst stats of any team inside of North America. But past that, a lot of these players have had these moments where they shine through and can really show us what they can do as an individual. It just makes you really wish that they were able to get all on the same page. Like we see a lot of these teams nowadays, not really an individual, stepping up to the plate and doing everything for a squad. It's a team effort. And for Mirage, we haven't exactly gotten that in spades when it comes to this team. It's been some big pop-off moments for a single player, and the other one's just making up the rear. But this could be a big difference here now. We'll have to see how this round goes. Benji, more than likely wanting that clutch back, but beggars can't be choosers. They at least got one round right now as things are tied up, and it's anybody's game.
So for Beastcoast, time to finally get their feet onto the ground, or at least that's what they're thinking right now as they try to lock things in. Another T-room defense for themselves. Falling back on this is obviously not going to have a choice. They'll have to go to a tertiary site afterwards if they manage to lock things in here, so wanting to try and avoid going downstairs to grill for as long as possible. Bedroom, of course, still being an option too. We have seen teams flirt into that every once in a while. Nice rotate going to be set up also for Beastcoast over on the other side of the map. Be able to quickly fall back from Surf position should he get pressure out, as we saw Mirage do initially back in the first round.
Mirage are going to begin breaking up some of the balcony walls, specifically the single panel here for Geisha. So they'll have some control over that, or semblance of a sort. See if they can actually work their way into that portion here momentarily, as Beastcoast more than likely having a member around that area. Kind of just going to set up across downstairs just to play for delivery. See if he can try and stop anybody from rotating back. unfortunately enough, I do believe that Surf might have accidentally shot his nitro cell there. Haven't seen him put it back in his inventory, so I'm assuming, yes indeed, he actually did catch that with the shotgun, so won't have access to that explosive device any longer. And Slash, speaking of which, won't have access to his HP bar any longer. Down to a sliver's worth of HP. A bullet could end his existence inside of round 3, and that's going to give Mirage over Geisha, which was pretty illustrated from the earlier explosion that we saw on the single panel Surf. Very questionable move there, but not thinking that Mirage is in just yet. Nyx will be traded out by Anthony, and Mirage, at least with a foothold now near the site.
4v4 though, so no earth-shattering movements here in terms of who's controlling the round. Sweater patiently waiting here just outside of the barbecue to try and catch a few of these members lurking out against him. It'll be a soft wall between them as well, as there is going to be a little bit of peppered shots coming in between the two of them. Neither will lead to anything, however, and Sweater potentially not ready to challenge for this player out on the balcony, even with the Osa shield, wins it out and does not get caught on the cross from Karaoke either. Beautiful kill and beautiful escape from Sweater, as he's going to tuck himself in a tier room and probably stay here for the rest of the round.
Harsh reality for Benji, cold moment for Mirage, and now down an extra body. Trying to transition now towards this site take. Marmalade working her way in for Karaoke. Slash will blow up Melted, but that's not the planter. Kento's got to hold the cross now as he works towards the top of Black Stairs, but it's ill-advised. Drip is awaiting the arrival of that member, and he goes down. It's left up to Marm. She's got one nice flick, transitions back into Geisha, another nice kill, and now has a chance, but oh, Sweater, what a shot from him. Shuts down Marm in the 1v4 clutch, and Beastcoast to pull ahead for the very first time.
Not awful lead-ups here for Mirage either, always seemingly getting themselves to the site. And I think at least 2 different occasions here have managed to negotiate themselves a plant, but unfortunately it's always left down to just one player trying to clutch against the rest. And
Kento's just trying to do too much there. He really is. Like, you can't be swinging things like that when somebody's planting the case in the room right to your right. You're the problem with this, and the best way I can try to explain it to everybody at home, is that when you transition through things like that in those kind of moments, you're just giving more angles over to the defense that they can punish you from, and that's exactly what happened. He didn't think anybody was going to be occupying a hole in a random wall, and he dies. You can't have that happen in that kind of situation. Marmalade is almost guaranteed the plant there, and you go looking for kills. That's not the right play at all. You have to lock things up and make sure that you have that cross held, because especially in that situation, if Kento plays patiently, he maybe gets one, and guess what? That gives Marmalade the opportunity to clutch that out. They're just not playing for each other in that situation. They're playing to make the highlight play, and that's wrong.
all right, well, let's see now if Mirage can make up the difference here, as they finally have a bit of a potentially easier assault in front of them, at least in terms of the fact that they can now finally abuse some vertical pressure against the hold from Beastcoast. It's going to be downstairs in the bedroom here as they try to close things out on this site before unlocking the office upstairs directly above them, in fact, for the 5th round.
Beastcoast, after pulling ahead instead of that last round, as you said it, headed down towards Master. And this is a pretty unique site. A lot of vertical play that comes into this, so be paying attention to any breaching charges. Well, in this regard, will be just Nyx here to try and get control of that verticality. Could have Melted apply some impacts, but more than likely be using those for sight or just something else in general. You're going to have the Valkyrie working in here from BC, so Slosh will have some info game working on this top floor. And, well, speaking of which, Mirage are going to start working on this top floor as well. EMP down, and Marmalade will get the wall open and force the well, the authority of Beastcoast on this top floor back towards the house stairs.
Slash still sitting back and waiting for this first peek over at the window next to the bedroom, but not going to get it as Mirage too focused right now on clearing the upstairs hold. Even there, though, they're going to run into a few problems. You can see Sweater still circumnavigating the area surrounding the office to try to fend off the push from Mirage while being super careful not to leave himself here for an extended period of time, to the degree where he can just be shot out when he tries to go for his next peek. Mirage will now be trying to set up for that very same peek I was just mentioning. As you can see, Kento looking to negotiate it now, but there's going to be an alibi barricade in the, or rather an alibi clone in the way, so going to have to work past not only that, but the laser gate as well. A few things will still stand in the team's way, but Marm as well as Benji are going to begin at least attempting to open up options on the first floor, but that's way too direct. Anthony has no problem countering out the push from Marm there and knocking her out of the fight.
Man, I hate that so much. That was just really not the play I expected from Mirage to go there, especially with Benji not having an angle to occupy that. It seemed like they'd really never had done that before when it came to scrims or anything of the sort, unless they had somebody repelled there to hold the door instead, because there's no way that Benji helps Marmalade there at all, and she dies because of it, and now Mirage have to sit outside the building and try and figure out how to kill any Beastcoast member. Trip is going to continue to hold on to the bathroom. Mirage haven't really gotten a foothold around the site just yet. Surf's going to take a lot of damage and eventually die as Mirage, I do believe, flood inside of the master closet here. That's going to be the case down, though, and Anthony's going to be able to play this out because of it with Sweater in tow. And yes, indeed, it was the straight delivery towards the master closet that gets him all of those kills, but it's still not going to work out for MRG. It's down to Kento, and he's dead. He's already used his Adrenal Surge as well, so he's on a long cooldown. He's marked. He's gone. Beastcoast pull ahead by 2.
Winners popping things off there at the end to make sure things close out still in the favor of BC, and indeed they will still be able to control these still fairly chaotic scenarios. Once again, Mirage unfortunately setting themselves up to an extent to fail at the beginning by losing far too many players on that opening clear and on their way to the site, making it impossible from the 1vx to be able to actually realistically close these down, and now will force a pause to come in for them as well.
Man, it's just rubbing me the wrong way how Mirage opens up practically the entirety of that top floor, get the double open, start working on other things. They're like, all right, we're going to transition down low, maybe try and get Master Closet open or something like that. But the biggest problem with that is that they didn't actually have any presence upstairs to try and deal with any of the site players or anything going on down low. So, you know, you don't really have a distraction for the defense, which allows them to just mull about on that base level. And they hear you breaking open a door. You lose your hard breach and really lose everything else in between when, for some odd reason, Mirage moved the person with the case over to an island and have them try and move in via the closet hallway. It's just really bad any way you slice it. It's just like Mirage, they're able to like climb up the rope just a little bit, but right when they start to get up towards the top, they slip like 10 feet and then they have to do it all over again. It's like they make the right move, but immediately take another step backwards at the same time.
All right, well, it's time to see if the pause will yield any sort of major results here. In terms of operator picks, it's not going to cause any major departure from the formula we've been seeing. Benji, for instance, still going to be bringing the OSA into play to add those shields, especially for this push upstairs here. Alongside of that, we are going to see, of course, the Finka remaining into the lineup. The only real big change is going to be Nyx bringing the Thatcher into the fold, and that's not huge earth-shattering removal of anything from the team. Mainly just going to be missing the Flores and the Rotero drones that would come with that now.
Let's see, 70-30 in favor of Sweater over Kento for who is the Finka player that's going to get more kills with the LMG. And so far, it looks like you may be right. Obviously, Sweater hasn't had access to an LMG just yet, so we'll have to see what he can do over on the offensive side, unless he wants to play Maestro for some reason. But we'll have to see. Kento currently at 3 and 4, so still has some opportunity these next 2 rounds to tally things up, try and get some more kills for him, and try and prove everybody wrong on that social poll. But past that, EMP out and quick dispatching of the main wall here.
So that's option 1 for the execute opened up for Mirage now, but going to be some time before we see them take full utilization of that. Beastcoast, of course, will still have to be careful inside of it. Sweater still lining up for a fairly early impact play as well, trying to see if he can maybe catch a few members of Mirage rotating, but not going to see them drifting that direction this early on here. Later on, though, as you can see, he's we're at this door, so has the run-out potential built up. But again, it'll be a big risk. Saw the one earlier from him that worked out swimmingly. In fact, so much so that he fully jumped out from a second-story window and then was able to walk all the way around about a quarter of the building to work his way back inside. So excellent impact being made there. Still doubt his capability to do it again. Unfortunately, he needs a member of Mirage to drift closer. And doesn't look like that's going to be happening anytime soon here. Melton, in the meanwhile, has been able to move in up on top over by Church here and try to move the team forward further into the building.
And they're being very, very patient. Don't know if Kento saw Anthony there for just a split second, but he's worked his way back into the dry bar, and what a shot from Kento. He'll take down Anthony and drip to fall from Melted as well after those 2 trades. So obviously Mirage are going to come out on top of the pile, but they still have to try and get this plant down. Now, the fortunate thing for Mirage in this situation is not only do they still have extra hard breach and Oh, Slash?
All right.
Slash, hello? It's worked the same way for years. It worked the same way for years, Slash.
To be fair, I think someone might have had like an angle on him from the other side of the wall, and that might have explained why he had to hold back there. But either way, Mirage just comes storming into the site this time, giving Beastcoast absolutely no opportunity to recenter themselves. They get decked, and a well-deserved second round goes onto the board for Mirage.
And to what you said, if somebody's holding you while you're playing that, John, just swing them.
I mean,
like,
I don't disagree. I'm
just swing.
Just trying to give the man some credit here.
There's no credit when you die to a thermite charge, John. What credit does he deserve? You stood in front of something that's extremely loud and died? No credit given. Zero credit, actually. Minus credit. Give me your credits. Oh my, what a round that was from a bunch of different angles. I mean, Mirage, I think the big thing there for them is that they're able to circumvent a lot of the early aggression from Beastcoast, and not only that, but capitalize off of some of these swings that we see from BC, and that transitions into a pretty nice late round there, where they're able to pick up quite a few of those kills, including the pretty cheeky exothermic one. But either way, Mirage still with a serious opportunity to tie things up here on their offensive side.
3-3 would definitely be workable here for Mirage if they're going to be able to negotiate towards it, but a tough task sits in front of them as once again Beastcoast can now return over towards the T room.
I'm sorry, I'm just at a loss that I literally just watched Slashhog of all people get exploded by an exothermic.
That's why I'm like, maybe something was going on, you know? Maybe, maybe we didn't see the full picture. Like,
yeah, for a second he was deaf in his left ear. That's what happened. Yeah, actually, yeah. Oh,
well,
Melted?
Melton's going to try to go for a bit of a dash up the stairs, and this time we'll get caught quite handily. It's always seems to be Sweater that catches these early plays, too, as he's first on the board again for Beastcoast.
You poke BC a little bit, and it's like, all right, I'm coming for a window. Somebody's dying early. Sweater hits his mark yet again. And as you said, this has been happening in quite a few of their matchups, so it's pretty interesting that none of these offenses have exactly been ready for him to be playing around these window sills. But that's going to be melted off the board now, and a pretty big piece of the soft breach utility, practically all of it gone now for Mirage.
Another nice game being played so far by Sweater overall. Even away from the runouts and early round kills, we've been seeing him maintain a consistent scoreline throughout the course of this match. Currently leading for the squad at 8-2. Ooh. Another kill going to be picked up here by Beastcoast as well. This coming off of Surf's utility with the Nitro to knock out a second member of the squad. That means the Finka now down also. So going to be losing that power to heal this team back up. And Nyx definitely caught that as he's gone back onto the angle. But indeed, a very scary cross there, both for his sake as well as his opponent. Sweater now to line up a second kill also against Nyx. Now, he finally pushes back into that position and is going to pay the price for it. Marm so far with the only impact being made for Mirage. She's able to take down Drip. Aside from that, though, not a single point of damage done to anybody on Beastcoast, and already Sweater and Slash have negated out the damage done to them as they trade out the round in their favor and close things down 4-2 as the half comes to an end.
It seems to just be Surf and Sweater's world, and we're all just living in it. They're running around, getting all the dirty deeds done for Beastcoast as they put Mirage in a body bag over and over again. Mirage are able to at least come out of this with 2 rounds as they work their way into their defensive side, and will be starting us off on Karaoke. Now, this is where things get super scary. I don't really think that there's another way to put this, because Beastcoast are now on the favorable side, and not only that, but you have Sweater and Surf with 2 of the most potent guns in the game at the current moment. So I don't necessarily think that this is going to go well for Mirage, but you know, I've been proven wrong before, and I'm willing to be proven wrong here again. Speaking of Mirage's camp, they're going to be leaning pretty heavily on this util game, not only with the smokes and the Goyo canisters, but also having the Yokai of Nyx. They'll be bringing a deployable shield here as well, so they'll probably have those on the 2 opposite ends of that central hall. One on the north side, one on the south for Drum. Try and hold things down. Maybe hold back Beastcoast and see if they can get some early picks or trade some things out for utility that could bode well for them later on.
So as the time continues to tick down here, we will see Beastcoast, of course, work their way over the edges of the building for the first time in this map. Mirage now have their opportunity to shut things down in the early round if they'd like to go for it, of course. And for Beastcoast, still need to try and their initial positionings to even get things started for themselves. Mirage have a similarly aggressive lineup to what we were seeing from Beastcoast in the previous half here, but the fact that Kento and one of their players are going to continue their extension over into the office side and try to fend off some of these early clears. Benji will get the first challenge set his way, but the shot's not going to line up in the way he needs him to, so much so that he does not want to re-challenge it at any point here. Just ends up backing away from the staircase entirely and letting Sweater have the control.
Respect to Benji for using old red dot, though. I mean, they added so many 1x sites, and he still chooses to use the worst site in the entire game. You definitely got to give it to him for that. So we'll see if we can get any kills with this thing, as the Vector, still an amazing gun, and Benji probably good with it with the red dot either way, just messing around a little bit. Mirage, they're going to back up towards their setup here for the mezzanine. So hold on to Shrine, Dragon, and everything else in between for some time. Beastcoast haven't made a considerable move towards any part of Mirage's setup just yet. Is they'll start working in from the office side of things. They still have Slash with some good info inside of that Inox as he'll continue to scan about.
Still no impact being made by either team here at about a halfway point inside of the round. Currently on with Kento here as he continues to wait things out with the discs in hand, and for Beastcoast still looking to try and forge their own way forward. Also, you can see the Hard Breach trying to do its job and open things up deeper into the building for Beastcoast to try and be able to open up a path forward, and they've been able to do so to some extent now, as you can see. Selma has made its impact over there going into T room, but the team still needs to maintain positioning to be able to push that forward. They'll just now start to take out some of these Goyo canisters as well, meaning there's still a dangerous amount of delay left sitting onto the field. Beastcoast finally using out the last of their Selmas, though, opens up a path forward into Geisha, but it's Mirage to get the first kill finally against Slash, with a Nitro being thrown out against him.
Also, just as a quick thing, Surf actually quickly switched off of the Zoe and instead brought the Yana. So, not having the LMG, but has the ARX, which is practically just as strong, as he'll swing in and show you exactly why. Bodies Benji inside of T, but still a long road ahead of them. They have to deliver on this execution.
Oh, no.
The frag grenade into Sweater, and it's going to kill him. How unfortunate for Beastcoast, but it's a 3 versus 3. They still have a job to do. You can't lose the plot now. Surf continues to try and propel themselves forward, but they have no opportunity to get this open. 0 Selma charges, no breaching either. Drip's going to start planting, but it's going to be right inside of the door. They have a chance to be able to try and stop this if they just pre-fire through, but Drip, he's stopped. The Yokai has been able to get him. He hasn't found it either, and Marmalade will take down Surf. Mirage get it done from the utility game.
And for Beastcoast, they do not have the courage to directly challenge the interior site setup, especially after the gaff with the team grenade kill. And unfortunately, from that point forward, the team has set themselves up for a loss due to not being aware. Oh, of course, we got the slow-mo on this, too.
No.
Sweater just literally falling to his death, powerless to stop it here.
Imagine Sweater buffs himself in the air and lives. Imagine.
That'd be crazy.
Just like, oh, think of Stim, actually alive, though. Frag grenades, nah, not for me.
Nope, not.
Just built a little different. Indeed. So now Mirage shoring things up, at least by a small margin for right now. They'll have the opportunity to tie things up as they're going to move themselves towards the east side of the map, the usual site that we see here on the second floor, exhibition as well as office. We'll see what they can get done. I mean, it's kind of looking like a similar setup, not so much into the denial part of this like we saw with Mirage the last time. No Goyo, no Yokai to try and stop out the plant like we saw, but they're still going to have Marmalade and quite a few different things to be able to try and hold back Beastcoast from a utility point of view. We have the Jaeger, we have the Wamai, the Mute Jammers in to try and hold up these walls, and also Frost, kind of the icing on the cake. You know, if there's an oversight from BC, they could be severely punished from those welcome mats, but this is going to require a lot more heavy lifting from Mirage in the frag department. If we don't see them light up the scoreboard here, then Beastcoast can deal some considerable damage.
So we've got Beastcoast out and about yet again. You're going to notice, in fact, that Mirage have a pretty light amount of defense peppered around the actual site area, trying to extend this quite heavily. And just like Beastcoast was doing in the previous half, denying most opportunities to play earlier on in the round, limited those numbers down. I'll have to see how Beastcoast tries to approach it, though, as they're going to work their way in, it seems, from the downstairs position first, with the exception of Drip here. Going to open up a little bit of territory upstairs, closer to the site, to form a bit of a staging ground for Beastcoast to work their way into. We can see the Rotero drone dealing with the utility. Beastcoast just kind of proceeding. And there's not going to be much room to interrupt them either, due to the more passive setup that we've seen from Mirage, and of course the fact that Beastcoast are maintaining presence outside of the building. This Rotero drone, bit close to one of our defenders, but thankfully they notice it just in time and are able to get out of there.
I was really interested to see how much damage that Rotero drone was going to do to Nyx. There's going to be another one here and forces him back yet again. Sweater delivers from the frag department literally as he chucks one down lane and takes out Marm, possibly the most important defender overall to the story of round 8. Sweater will take down Benji, and now Mirage worse for wear in the most literal sense. Sweater's trying to handle some things from down low, but it's going to be Drip to strike next. Kento will be able to take down at least one, but there's a whole plethora of Beastcoast members inside of his portion of the building right now, and he can't deal with it. Anthony will take him down. Nyx almost loses it out to Surf on a nice flick, but now on minimal HP, he has to try and pick up these pieces and clutch it out, but so many strong positions adopted by BC at the current moment. It's going to make it nigh impossible for Nyx to actually get out of even this office area as he tries to transition through this door. The angle's actually going to be dropped, so he's got some space to work through now as he continues to transition. Able to get towards the dry bar, but you can see how BC are playing this out, playing it so well on the timer, not trying to take any crazy engagements or anything like that. Drip playing it down to the wire and forces Nyx all the way into the corner to take that gunfight with him and wins it out pretty handedly. Now Beastcoast pulling ahead by 2 yet again.
So Beastcoast in control of the situation once more through a fairly straightforward weight aggression to kind of suss out the members of Mirage inside of the site to take them down one by one and leave them with no opportunity to play out again as we reach the late point of the round. Beastcoast now setting themselves up for victory. Only 2 rounds to go, and Mirage will be forced to rotate yet again. Downstairs into the barbecue at this time.
I really want to know where Marmalade was playing inside of that last round, just given the circumstances of MRG's utility, right? You have the Wamai, you have the Jaeger, yet a frag grenade seems to pass through the entire site and blow up Marmalade randomly. I don't know if that came from underneath or what happened, so I'd really like to know what happened with that situation, because she could have made some serious moves inside of those dying moments to try and hold back Beastcoast from getting into the site when it came to the office area, but obviously she's not alive. She can't do anything about that, and Mirage really don't have any eyes set on that. All it was in that current moment was Kento, and when you're one person against the world, it never really works out that way, does it?
No, it does not. So continue to see if Mirage can make up the difference here, find that inner strength they need to be able to beat out these executes from Beastcoast here, but a tough road for them so far, and they are quickly running out of gas with Beastcoast now only 2 rounds away. Things are looking very, very bleak indeed for our defenders to finally break this, at the moment, flawless losing streak for Mirage at 0-5. They finally put a W on the board for this team. It's been a very trying stage, and they're looking to try and get past things here. They have made improvements, to be fair to them. This game is an example of that, but to look for an outright win, that's been tough and has been evading this team for some weeks now.
Yeah, it would really suck if you just so happen to be in the best region in the whole world that is highly competitive at the current moment, and you're just trying to figure yourself out. I mean, hey, it's like it's like playing T-ball, and then you're like, all right, I'm going straight to MLB. That's kind of like what we have going on right now. Like Mirage is soul-searching and trying to find exactly how their team should mesh, and a lot of these teams have been together for such a very long time, or have planned to be in the case of Parabellum. So it's made things a little bit easier for a lot of these squads. Mirage never really seeming to be able to challenge out these squads and get a win over them. We've definitely had some pretty good games, like we were talking about before this series started. Mirage losing 7-5 to SSG and Oxygen inside of their last 2 games. And again, that's not something to shake your head at, and Kento has some stuff to say along with that. A little ad-lib as he'll take down Anthony and remove the Thatcher from play.
Surf going to be able to pick up the frag against Nyx here as Beastcoast continue to excel, but Benji fights back now for Mirage, picking up Surf just as quickly as he found one of his teammates. Beastcoast, they're in, but they don't have stable enough control just yet, but they're going to be trying to change that here. Kento potentially ready for the battle back against that clear. He'll back away, get himself, I believe, on the sushi bar, continue to wait out the premise. Never mind, it's going to be one of the other bars here, so still have time to wait down, and thankfully so will Beastcoast with a little over a minute to play this out still. Melted, though, going to try to build up something for himself. He still has upstairs control. Seems like the position, though, of Benji, at least, is going to get spotted out, and that'll now become a priority target for at least one player remaining on Beastcoast.
Looked like for just a second there that Melted was flirting with potentially hopping out the window, but speaking of which, Drip, he's going for a plant right now. He's been taken down. Sweater will be able to refrag, but now with only Sweater and the Slash alive, this has become extremely difficult. Kento does have low HP, and actually no, Melted gets downed upstairs. It's left up to Benji, and they have case control down low. A frag out, and oh, it almost delivers so very close to home for Benji. He knows Melted is still down. Don't know if he'll transition and try and get him. I think he's trying to play for this case right now. This is such a hard decision for him. I really can't even tell you with a calm mind what Benji's supposed to do in this current moment. Well, win. I think that's what he's supposed to do. He'll take down Sweater, and now Slash has to try and find this kill. 5 seconds remain. Slash, you have to do something. He just saw him, and Benji gets it done. I believe a triple for him on the round, and Mirage are able to at least slow it down for some time and get this bleeding to halt.
Mirage stays in the fight and will live to skirmish another round for themselves here. Nicely done as well. A fairly difficult fight to be able to control, but they managed to get it done. And Benji with the clutch also here. You can see Slash try to catch his opponent at the final moment. And he did actually catch a glimpse of him through the breaches as well. He just personally may have not noticed it, leading to the indecisive peak from him at the end. Pretty much a 50-50 coin flip between himself and his opponent, but it does not work out in his favor. And Beastcoast now sits only 1 round ahead of the Mirage hold as a result of that.
Yeah, insanely unfortunate for them, but Benji Moolah, Benji money inside of that last round. And I meant that in the most literal sense, by the way. There was a million different ways for Benji to play that out, and a majority of them more than likely lose him the round. But the way that he's able to challenge things out initially, get away from that frag grenade, continue to play out the situation down low, whilst also, keeping that game sense alive, recognizing that potentially Slash could push him through that top floor eventually as well. I mean, you really can't do more or ask more from Benji in that situation. It was played out masterfully as he's able to really take it to Beastcoast to round 9, but that means that we still have round 10 on the docket. What's in store for this as Mirage? Well, they've switched gears. They're back over inside of T-Room to try and hold things down for potentially the first time on the site.
Beastcoast looking to try and work their way in, and there are a few players from Mirage that are going to be quite forward with their positioning here. Kento will be revealed, has to pre-fire into that window now, as there's a chance someone from Beastcoast may be trying to shoot him out. So has to back away from that position over here in towards check-in now to see if he can wait for a potential re-swing. If Beastcoast are going to go for it, Beastcoast I think are trying to play this a little bit cautiously themselves. They do not want to directly challenge that player. They're going to wait for him to back up, give up his position, and for themselves be able to move in here without too much of a risk to their own lives.
Yes, indeed. Beastcoast, though, spreading themselves out here from the office side. They'll start breaking up some of these walls and seeing if they can start working their way into the building. Now, please do remember what we talked about when it comes to kind of that central hall of the building where Dragon and Drum and all that kind of stuff is. We usually see a huge stand made by the defense right here as a try to hold back the offense and soak up as much of this clock as possible. And it's usually extremely successful because a lot of teams, for some odd reason, really like transitioning into this space at about a minute 30. At about a minute 30, you really want to start looking towards the site. That's usually how we see, the mind of Siege players work. That minute 30 markers where you're trying to force everybody back, get them towards that site, and really start applying that pressure. But Beastcoast a little off on this, and they'll have to try and deal with Mirage's setup that's around the space. They'll be able to do so successfully, knocking the deployable shield out and forcing the hand of the Goyo canister, but past that, not able to get the kill. So it's going to be clock for map pressure.
Catching projectiles.
Beastcoast still ready to move forward here now and challenge against the Mirage setup, but a full 5-player buildup here is going to be so tough to work your way into, and you can tell that Beastcoast still very, very tepid with their capability to push through Drum. Benji trying to go for a wild peek there, sees the players in Drum, and is very quickly going to pop off the Goyo here just to make sure that there's no immediate race swing yet again against him. Beastcoast, though, still continuing to wait out the time, as you said, time for map control right now, except the problem is Beastcoast are no longer gaining any map control. They're just getting intel off of their drones at this point. It's all on them to make the push forward and swing into this site, but they are quickly running out of time to probability do that. We're going to see them move in. Let's try to set up for the first plant attempt here, but the crosses are there. Drip has already fallen. The planter has gone down. Surf's been able to exchange it back out on a Marm, but still way too much control here for Mirage. They're picking up kill after kill, and Beastcoast just doesn't have the positioning to work this realistically. Slash already down. Sweater can't even play into this either. If he peeks out, he's going to go right into the flames. So that'll be a quick shutdown from Mirage, and another round put on the board for them as they tie it up 5-all.
All right, Siege community, listen here. We got to find a way to start taking the center part of the map because a multitude of teams are running into this problem right now whenever we watch Skyscraper. When it comes to clearing things out, if the defense is playing denial, they can simply hold on to the part of the map and force you to just sit there and wait. It's super unfortunate, and given those circumstances, Beastcoast is going to call a tactical timeout. Now, there is one good thing about this. You want to know what it is, John?
What's that?
Well, if Beastcoast take the next 2 rounds, which would give them the dub, that means that Mirage can't go back to T in the first place. So they don't have to try and deal with that. They will have to deal with it in a different sense. It's kind of on the other foot in a different way. It's whenever they go over towards Office and that kind of stuff, that if they do come in from that T and Karaoke side, then it's basically just going to be the shoe on the other foot. You're going to have to try and clear out through Terrace as well as some of the other places around that mid part of the map. And again, it could be a very serious time sink that could potentially end up ending the round just like we saw.
All right, well, it looks like the timeout has come to a close here, folks. We're going to be heading back in game, taking a look at any potential changes we may be getting from Beastcoast to try to lock in for those last 2 rounds. As you mentioned, though, not going to be able to fall back into the benefit of being able to go into the tea room for this next hold. Instead, Mirage is actually going to rotate to a whole different site. It'll be downstairs here in the bedroom. We saw them play the barbecue earlier. Didn't really work out too well for them as Beastcoast still able, I believe, to win that one. So they'll try things out over towards the bedroom instead and see if that will yield results for the defense to lock in a 6th round.
Well, if you do remember what we saw from Mirage's defense on this, they got a pretty solid start, but then immediately after, excuse me, offensive side, by the way, I do believe I messed that up. So Mirage's offensive side, they got an initial opener when it came to clearing out some things around these windows, but no real considerable advantage when it came to map control. Eventually, after we have some Beast Coast picks, they throw it right into the master closet and they clean up shop. They take out every Beast Coast member, but the Mirage teammate that has the case tries to go in through practically the front door and loses the case to Beast Coast, and they win the round because of it. So Mirage can now try and right their wrongs as they're on this defensive end and can hopefully do something very similar to Beast Coast. It just depends on how this round is going to break down. And speaking of which, we got some pretty interesting utility on BC's side.
Indeed we do. Gonna see the Ying rolling in here for Surf to be able to add a little bit more of a boom to this execute. I actually agree with this pick entirely. Beast Coast have kind of been missing that execute utility, which has been allowing them to get past these more straightforward Mirage setups when they've been able to survive to the bitter end of the round. Beast Coast has had some success in being able to work their way past these when they got earlier picks, but let's be real, they've been struggling to find them as Mirage has been playing a more passive hold for themselves and has been more appropriately pulling their players back when the situation necessitates it. So
there he is. I was wondering where Anthony was, because the Exothermic been sitting on there for quite some time, but really took him some time to rotate across the map. Next is going to get discovered inside of Master and fall off deeper into the site, but overall this is going to give Beast Coast a foothold on the top floor, and Surf with some potential here. Doesn't exactly know what he wants just yet. He wants to try and get into delivery, and that's what he was waiting for. He was waiting for somebody to pop this open. And Surf also more than likely having a heart attack there as he realizes this entire thing is open for this wall.
Oh my God! Missed the knife!
No, not like this. Surf tries to get the knife out, but it will not stick into the side of Marm, and instead it's a bullet to the brain and the opener going to the defense.
I mean, that's kind of it. That's the play done.
That was the play.
So I don't know what Beast Coast's backup plan is, as it don't really have any follow-up execute utility. Both of the nades on Sweater have been used as well. So like they can chunk one of those onto someone's position and force them out into the open to get an opening kill going for themselves. They just have to brute force it now, as they no longer have a choice, and this is going to be rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Melted has already shut down a second player. Marm's been hit pretty heavily now on a trade, but Slash also down. Melted's going to be able to finish that off. Sweater and Drip are all that remain.
Well, you say that, and all of a sudden the Sweater activated, as he'll take down Benji, but it's still a 2 versus 4 case on Drip at the current moment. Sweater with a heck of a consideration when it comes to Beast Coast's efforts. 16 and 6 at the current moment, 17 now as he takes down Melted, and Sweater with full sight presence, almost able to take down the shield player as well. So many bullets inside of this LMG as he bounces back and forth on the angles, but isn't given a single inch as Nyx takes down his teammate. He'll take him down as well, and Mirage Now with an opportunity here to not only best every talent inside of this building at the current moment, but you online and Beastcoast, who I can almost guarantee you do not want to lose against the worst team in the NAL.
That's right. The cursed prediction is alive and well here. So for Mirage, their chances are still looking good, but unfortunately only with one opportunity to do it now to be able to shut this one down before OT is triggered. Either way, that'll be a good thing for Mirage, even if things end up going awry for them inside of overtime, as it'll still guarantee at least 1 point for them to finally go onto the board in the season standings. Definitely want to try and make that 3, though, as that would help to increase their chances of trying to finish higher than 10th place. Let's see if they can lock in that one final round and complete the set. The upset, in fact, or if Beastcoast will be able to rally back with their own cry to send us to OT.
It's just so weird in between these two teams. I just want to give you guys some stats right now to really help just adjust your lenses to just understand how weird this game is right now. We've had one play this stage for Skyscraper. We had a few last stage as well. Do you want to know what the current defender win rate is for Skyscraper?
I'd say it's like less than 40%.
It's 33% for this stage, and it was a little above that for the last one. So the fact that both of these teams are making huge stands on the defensive end, it almost shouldn't be happening, but it is. And it's because both of these teams clears on the offensive side. For lack of a better term, John, they're just poor. They're really poor. Both of these teams are not good at clearing out the other's utility, especially when it comes to time. And I mean, the other thing is that they just really don't know what they want. It's like they're trying to get in a relationship and they really don't know themselves just yet. It's just not really working out for them. So you're really looking for Beastcoast to try and right a lot of their wrongs when it comes to their utility clear. And the big thing about that is the timing. Their indecisiveness in the early round has really punished them. So this round, we're really looking to see them try and just grab the bull by the horns and work their way through this building.
Beastcoast also seemingly really hoping for, at least coming off of their side executes, for a member of Mirage to misplay and try to peek out against the execute, and that just hasn't been happening. Mirage has been very composed with their inside play, so the kind of opening gambit that Beastcoast wants to have work out in their favor is never really happening in the first place, meaning that they're stuck, as you said, sitting back trying to figure out how to get into the site, but not really having a great plan to do so.
1 minute off the board already. We don't have a Beastcoast member near the site, near the building right now at all. Everybody on repels, trying to see if they can potentially punish a Mirage member. And I do just want to remind everybody, this is barbecue downstairs and kitchen. So this top floor, yes, it is a big part of Mirage's game plan, but it's not the main focal point of it. They actually need to try and get downstairs in order to get this plant down. And Beastcoast, we're already halfway through. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The god of time does not sleep. Benji be able to make a new angle upstairs. No clear just yet. Waiting anything when it comes to this top stairwell. Benji with a nice angle here, more than likely aware that he'll play around this space. They're going to impact in, and he'll finally go down to serve.
Finally, Beastcoast getting a clean opening kill for themselves. No sign of a trade coming in just yet either. Surf able to get some decent damage onto Melt, so he more than likely is not going to re-challenge this angle. Kento with a potential winning one there, but is not able to find the shots properly. Still, though, wasting a good amount of time, but at the same time, Beastcoast are aware of this and are definitely starting to get a lot more aggressive now to push the envelope into the right position for this team to be able to execute. Still, though, it looks like they're going to have to leave at least one of the upstairs players alive as they've now run out of time to clear this extension. They're going to focus up on the site play instead. Sweater getting some shots sent back at him by a player that I don't think he was aware of until a second ago, but now certainly will be because of those tracers coming through the wall. Rest of the team ready to move in, and this is that same problem here. Beastcoast haven't necessarily built up a great informational bank, so they're just kind of going for a Hail Mary play. Nyx is more than ready to stop that. That first kill will cancel the plan as they need to try and save the case, but it's just not going to happen. Melted with a third, and Marm and Kento shut down the rest of it. It's finally done. Mirage have picked up their first win of the stage against Beastcoast.
Claps all around, everybody. I'm sure you can hear me clapping through this microphone right now.
Apparently our entire production room is going off right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, man, I almost flipped my chair over. I was so excited for Mirage. You know, it's never exciting to have an entire talent pool pick against a team because you always know that everything is set against one squad. And honestly, I'm happy that Mirage proved all of us wrong here today, not only given the circumstances, but for themselves. I'm sure they went through so many mental obstacles to get to this point and to finally deal a death blow to a team in the NAL. Well, it's just got to feel damn good, doesn't it?
It's gonna be be on a map we haven't seen played too heavily inside of this stage just yet on Skyscraper, but the job is done. And primarily the indecision for Beastcoast on their attacking side cost them round after round after round again. Did not see as big of an issue for Mirage in that department. They always seem to have some kind of end game plan they could execute into, and as a result, they take more rounds there, are able to close things down in their favor in regulation as well. So a solid 3 points on the board. That'll do it for myself and Stokes this week. We're going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we've got your analysis desk ready to break the game down and close out the day.
talking 6 a.m. tea times. 18 with the mayor talking land banks. I waited for it, gotta get mine. Snag a seat up at the table if my man can't. Head into a meeting, we're familiar with no briefcase. Just my mind in a free state. I got a plan through a vision, but it takes time. I'ma make mine. Summertime and then why? Now I run the front, call the shots, make the deals, know the deal, know what's up. Too much for the books, then I put it in a tuck. Too much for the tuck, then I give it to my love. Once I make $1 million, man, $1 million won't be enough. Watch me fake the struggle while I get it off the hush. Now it's JetBlue miles, Rolex dials, frowns turn to smiles. Summertime and then why? Now as you come to an end. Summertime and then why? And the falls upon us. I want you to bring that energy. Summertime and then why? And run that thing back. Yeah. Until next year. Summertime and then why? Yeah. And why? Summertime and then why? Yeah. We gone. Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollo's. Copper Handy sour, and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power. Yeah, this time is really ours. It's time to get the bag. Yeah, it's time to get the bag. Yeah, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Ask for it, you receive it. Got it locked, put the key in. Got them looking, yeah, they praying. She like, I like what I'm seeing. Now we up, they agreeing, play full, yeah, we eating. Now you can't ignore this feeling when you got it from him seeing. Why these built in? If I love, why you cheating? She know that I'm never leaving. They want beef, but they vegan. I don't know why they on that. Get a pack, then I roll that. She got, tell her throw that. Start her on, it's a throwback. Just a straight roll, I don't even pay tolls. The boy a genius and I ain't talking yay though. Been a living legend since I was like a day old. I remember days though, listening to J. Cole. I remember days though, listening to Drake though. Had to up my profile, had to up my payroll. Getting too high, yeah, you know I had to lay low. Getting too fried, eating on some big dough. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Getting all these dollars, yeah, you know I had to make them. Yeah, I came through.
They said it couldn't be done. They doubted, but they were all proven wrong. Mirage not eliminated. Had to change that graphic. You know, we were thinking about maybe something else was going to happen. But you know what? If anyone can beat Beastcoast, it's definitely Mirage. We found out. You know, it's they seem to be Beastcoast kryptonite. What can you say? And I mean, beating Drip on his birthday even. That is it's poetic. Insult to injury. It was a beautiful
God,
thing.
I wish we had an interview for this game just for that reason.
True. Oh.
Yeah, true.
Love to see it. And this confirms the unanimous pick curse that exists when the coin and literally everyone else, the casters, the analysts, the fans, if they pick the same team, that team is doomed.
Yep.
It has never been more confirmed than it is right now.
Mirage not eliminated, still technically possible to go to the Berlin Major. About a 1 in 180,000 chance.
You're welcome, Jazz.
Still possible.
It is
Only
possible.
takes one.
There you go. We all picked Beastcoast. Even the coin picked Beastcoast. You at home, you picked Beastcoast as well. But Mirage believed. They believed and they got it done with a 7-5 victory on Skyscraper. There's the stats. And hey, Kento, Marm showing up like they did it. They got the win.
Yeah, it started to get a lot better for them at the end. Of course, chaining those 4 rounds together, they really started to get momentum going, and we started to see things start to work a little bit better for them. Benji Mula with the big clutch that started that off, if you remember, the 1v2. To be able to win that one on the kitchen bomb site. And then, yeah, following that up, they managed to convert. Marm, I think, had a really great time. She was able to start shutting down a lot of the aggressive plays that Beastcoast wanted to do on attack.
Yeah.
That second last round with the Ying play that she was able to stop when Surf tried to get on in was really, really nice from her. So a big game for, I think, the players that we wanted to see show up from Mirage.
Yeah, I have to go back into my spreadsheet and actually put a positive map in for Mirage, which I didn't think was going to happen for this entire
it was
stage.
bound to happen
I
at
didn't
some
think it would
point.
happen, yeah.
Yeah, it was going to be fine, eventually.
You happy with the fact that they went to a new map? Something that they hadn't tried before?
Well, absolutely, yeah. It worked for them. Now, the rest of the stage, there's absolutely no chance they play this again. But
everyone will ban it again.
Nobody will take that Sky.
Absolutely not. No.
I would imagine. Yeah, it looked good, and 4 round wins in a row to close that out. Like it wasn't just like super back and forth. It was decisive. But let's take a look at a couple of those rounds. We're gonna start with round number 7, and I feel like maybe this was the moment where things started to really go off the rails for Beastcoast. This mentally broke them, perhaps, because when you're kind of grenading your own team, it's a rough feeling.
See, he wasn't intending for it because this is just a well-timed drop. Finka is about to drop right here with the intent of potentially flanking back up the staircase, and then the nade from Surf bounces off the railing and immediately cuts Finka down. If you have your Finka alive at that moment, then maybe you kill the Echo, maybe you stop the Yokai from stopping Drip from getting the plant down. Maybe we can ask all those questions every single, for the rest of time. But still, that TK is what set Mirage on the right path.
It wasn't just the missed grenade. It was the fact that Sweater followed it down to the lower floor. Too. He just happened to be hopping down at that exact moment. It was rough.
I think with this round too, Mirage was in a 3v5, and they got a kill on a slash. They get the TK, but they're not all trying to aggress. They're clearly waiting for Marm to use the Echo drone, and that ended up being what allowed them to win the round. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's look at another round here, and we're going to go right to the last one. We're going to go to the round that gave Mirage the victory. And honestly, as the map went on, I felt like the rounds did get tighter for Mirage, and they were looking comfortable towards the end.
Yeah, this was a round that I actually thought was pretty solid from them. I mean, they had a player roaming up above inside of Karaoke, was able to deny the wall to get into Barbecue, so it was a really great play to stop that from above. Ultimately, they do clear them out, but then in round number 10, this one is, they managed to get on forward and get this kit down, help out the team a little bit more to plant here. This was the...
the one?
No, this is not the 1v1 for Sweater. This is just the round where Sweater's not able to pull it back in the 1v4.
But look at this, Mirage is doing a really great job here of stalling for time. I think that execute was coming down in the last 30 seconds or so. And again, Beastcoast is a team that is very execute forward.
Right.
So they're trying to get the bomb down a lot faster and earlier in the round, but they couldn't in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, fair enough. That's one of those rounds that, again, it was right in the middle of that streak that was just screwing things over. And that was the one that they called attack timeout on afterwards. That attack timeout did not accomplish anything for Mark.
It didn't do jack.
No.
Well, What a way to end the week. It was a comedy of errors at time, but it was really great to see Mirage get the win. And like Beastcoast, I don't even know where you go from here, man. I mean, you still got a chance to make it to the major. They're still in the running, but like,
I'm curious what the standings look like now. Just
kryptonite. We'll take a look at that in a moment. But first, we have to crown our MVP for the day. After everything we saw today, who do you think it's going to be?
Thought about this, and I picked Diaz. I think it's going to be Diaz.
Okay.
That'd be a great game.
Yeah, not a bad choice at all.
I do like that. I'm curious if anyone else even had a better day straight up.
I don't think so.
I don't think anybody on like it would be fun to give it somebody a Mirage, but I don't think anybody had like a crazy pop-off game.
I would agree.
They were all kind of like contributing together, so I don't think anybody there would get it.
PB stood out. DarkZero kind of drubbed TSM. Yeah, I'd say Diaz. I'm cool with that.
Well, let's see who it is.
See it.
Let's find out. Is it Diaz? It is.
Oh,
Who else would it have been?
Goods.
Diaz.
He was
There you
riding
go.
that MVP performance from that Nitro Soul onward in this game. He was great.
Right.
Yeah, finished with a really high kill total. Ultimately, was contributing through a lot of the rounds. Actually, had really consistent plays. I don't think he had like anything super flashy after that first C4, but yeah, styled the Sonics, put that team in the dirt.
If we won that round, we win in regulation. So.
Yeah, you
Extra
do.
bittersweet, huh?
Put him in the dirt, huh? Wow.
But I mean, like, the standings aren't looking too bad for us right now. So, XSET obviously the better team today, but the standings will be where they are.
Hey, we had a support player in Slashshot get MVP last week. We have a dedicated flank watch player in DS getting it now, and I think
I like it.
Here's the thing, man. I know Europe doesn't have a dedicated thing for flank watch in their roles, but if you do this, sometimes they get kills, sometimes they do good, sometimes you win games. So maybe reconsider that philosophy?
Maybe. Let's look at the standings. Let's see what it got XSET. This win today over Sonics. Well, I'll tell you in just a moment when we get there. Don't worry, but it's good. I can guarantee you that. That's for sure. Yeah. Well,
I bet it got them at least top 3.
I bet it did too. There you go. It did. They are in second place, right behind Oxygen with 13 points. But again, look at how close all the points are. Again, it's starting to separate a little bit, 5th between 1st and 9th, but still, that's fairly tight overall. And good old Mirage, they got their first 3 points on the board. We'll see if that's their last points or not. Maybe this is a catalyst they need to sort of accelerate. Maybe everybody's healthy again next week and they can play their second game in the arena of the stage. So. I really do hope so. I mean, Mirage has had a tough stage, not only in terms of coming together as a team and just performing, but also just in terms of illness, in terms of having to play from home. It's been rough. So it is fun to see Mirage get the win, and it's kind of fun to see the way it happened. It just happened to be Beastcoast again. I don't know what it is about it, but for whatever reason, Beastcoast struggling against Mirage this year. Let's take a look at our schedule here for next week. See where we're going stage schedule instead, actually.
How far we've come through the games that we've had in the first couple of weeks.
Yeah.
It's been a really tight stage, hasn't it?
It has.
Look at how many games are 4-7, 5-7, or went to OT.
Yeah, 8-7, 8-7 on the first day, like an 8-6 in the middle.
7-4, 7-4, 7-5, 7-4. Like it's all over the board, and that is a testament to how strong this entire stage has gotten for every single team. But here, I wanted to look at this very specifically because I wanted to get from both of you. Who do you think has the toughest schedule for these last 3 games? If you just had to eyeball it and figure it out, because we have no major spots locked down, only Mirage is not eliminated.
I said at the start of, I think the start of this week, I thought XSET had a really hard schedule coming up. I think maybe with context now, it's a little tougher, DZ not being amazing and Astralis not being amazing.
Yeah.
Both of those are still very tough opponents, though, for XSET.
I'd say TSM, surprisingly, not to say that there is an easy schedule in the NAL, but theirs looks considerably less challenging given the fact that Spacestation and Beastcoast haven't looked as strong as we touted them as being at the start of the stage.
Spacestation have to play both TSM and Oxygen next week. That is really tough, and then finishing Astralis is not easy.
Yeah, I think SSG might have the hardest schedule going forward, just eyeballing it right here.
What do you think of the Sonic schedule?
I think we're okay.
You get Mirage.
Here's the thing. I was kind of looking forward, if we won our game, and obviously if Beast Coast won their game, that would have been a really hype matchup. But there's still a lot of major connotation on the line for that. So I think that'll be a good game. We have Mirage, which Mirage hopefully can relax a little bit now, and then we can still get 3 points there. And then we wrap it up with Parabellum, who got a win today as well. So not the easiest schedule, but we've beaten other teams before, so.
Yeah.
True. All right. Well, I mean, a lot to look forward to either way, and like we were talking about, I think it is certainly going to come down to the very last day before we really know who the 4 teams from NA going to the Berlin Major are. No doubt about that, but I mean, and Mirage winning just kind of throws an extra wrinkle into everything as far as like what's going to happen, because Beastcoast was looking so good before they came in today.
Beastcoast are the only team that drop a game to Mirage, I swear.
I mean, that hurts in the standings, right? Because if everybody else gets 3 free points against a team and you don't, that's really actually bad.
Let's take a look at our prediction scores in just a moment. We're going to pull those up, and I mean, we know everybody in the universe got this one wrong, except for probably the members of Mirage, if they could predict that. As you can see, Joe Bro.
Tied.
Hey.
Oh, no.
Well done. Well done.
Yep. Big
Not bad. Not bad.
Game 4 today, Joe and I had the same predictions, and we both got it right. But since Joe had less of a sample size, it boosted his percentage up by like 5 points, and he like way got ahead of me.
I love how you just called him Jonah, and he's not even here.
No, I said Joe.
You definitely said Jonah.
I didn't hear that. But
Production, can we confirm?
I kind of
sounded like you said Jonah.
I did.
Jays Wills, I miss
Joe
you,
and
man.
I.
Joe and
That's
I.
Joe and I.
Oh, that could be that.
I said
Production
Jonah.
just came back and said he said Joe and I.
Well,
We're all
they're
losing
high.
our minds here.
Yeah, a little
After
bit.
that last map, who could blame us, really? Who could? Guess what? We got another guest analyst coming next week. You know who it is? Well, I'll tell you.
There's another one of them?
Yeah, it's none other than Tomas. That's right.
Whoa!
He's back.
All right.
Back in the NFL. The NFL.
Whoa!
He's in the NFL.
That's a really
He's playing linebacker.
Hell yeah. He's a strong guy. What can I say? True. Back in the NAL again, formerly with Mirage. Now behind the desk as an analyst for week number 4. It's going to be a ton of fun.
He's very animated.
He is.
Enjoy him. You're going to enjoy him.
It'll be good.
I don't know if I can stand being on a desk with Tommy. I don't know about that.
You'll have to
We'll
think
see.
of a different solution then.
We'll see.
Teasing. Anyway, it's time to close out the show. It's time to close out the week. And first of all, I want to send it over to Joe Bro. Thanks for coming this week. Thanks for being a great addition to the analyst desk. It's been a ton of fun. Your closing thoughts here before we...
No, I just want to say shout out to all of you on the desk here and in production as well. Thank you so much. It's been a great experience for me, and thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. Well, Jesse, what did you learn this week?
I learned a lot actually talking with Joe in the back, when we watched those games. I learned about Mirage being able to win games, which is nice.
They can.
Yeah, I don't know, this was a very fun week, and I learned that we can really, we can have a nice 4-person desk, and I think it worked very well.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. Jacob, final thoughts before we close out week 3.
Can't believe Mirage beat Drip on his birthday.
Kind of funny.
I'm sorry. Like
the second stage in a row.
I'd have a longer monologue, but honestly, I don't really even have much to say about the games that happened today because all of the major implications start next week. So I just kind of want to get there.
I really like watching Beastcoast. They've been one of my favorite teams to watch the stage, but man, like history repeating itself. Poor Drip. Happy birthday to Drip. And Hot and Cold. It was his birthday as well today, so happy birthday to both of them. I hope they still have a great evening either way, despite the results for the games. But that's going to do it for us here at the Rainbow Six North American League for week number 3. Thank you so much to everybody out there for watching. Thanks to our production crew behind the scenes for putting on a great show. And until next time, go play some Rainbow Six. Have a good time. Be excellent to each other. Stay safe. We'll see you next week.
1, 2, 3, 4.